kick me around and you might get lucky. Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good omen. Yeah, you wanna keep me with you. Oh yeah, keep me with you. Let's go. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Speed up, make that thing rough. Foot on the gas so you got nothing left. Let's drive to the top of the mountain and see the view. Let's vibe, looking back on the journey, just me and you. Ain't nobody wanna go slow. Yeah, I was chilling in the past, I was solo. Now that I got you in my life, I'm like, go, go. I be living for the thrill of it, whoa, whoa. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. Know I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we can go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit it, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. It's like they never even seen us, and nothing will ever get in between us. I'ma ride by your side every season, and if anyone try to stop us, we just speed up. Yeah, always keep it at 100. Top down, pretty face, so sun-kissed. Know it's scary, but I swear I really love this. Big shades on, summertime in London. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. Know I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we can go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit it, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster.
Been down before, but now I'm better than I've ever been. Through all adversity, I saw the light now and then. Whatever the problem, we'll solve them. Make it through together, it'll be all love, and it's all good. And it's all good.
Feel like I'm the big dog, been killing it since tip off. Come with it or stay home, the people gon' feel ripped off. It's only major leaguers in the office. If you giving half of an effort around the rest of us, you'll make it awkward. I'm about that action, not the one you talk with. You better hope I'm not the one your coach gon' have you out here really guarding. It took a lot for me to get here, but I have arrived. I really made it and the haters be looking surprised.
Been down before, but now I'm better than I've ever been. Through all adversity, I saw the light now and then. Whatever the problem, we'll solve them. Make it through together, it'll be all love, and it's all good. And it's all
Yeah, yeah. Okay. They say pressure makes diamonds. That's what I align with, cause the journey I be climbing is riddled with perfect timing. I'm in a different mode when I be trying to get it. To even get a chance to compete is a form of winning. I mean, what's the point of playing if we ain't striving for greatness? I feel a sense of pride with every play that I'm making. To the top of the world when I came from the basement. Boy, I'm the one and not the two, so don't get it mistaken.
strip clubs that you work for. You a beast type of hoe you get murked for. I can tell a lot about a girl on the first put.
I'm the type of girl that turns logic into ugliness. Think you know it all, but then you let me get inside your head. Yeah. Steady joke design, think I know your kind. I'm about to break another code now. Pretty in disguise, bugging up your life. This is my syntax. 3, 2, 1, deploy. XOX code, run it again. XOX code, run it again. Steady joke design. Think I know your kind. Yeah. Steady joke design. Think I know your kind. Yeah. Steady joke design. Think I know your kind. I'm about to break another code now. Pretty in disguise, bugging up your life. This is my syntax. 3, 2, 1, deploy. XOX code, run it again. XOX code, run it again. You got me thinking things I didn't mean to. You got me wanting things I never wanted. Is this the way you always get what you want? Alright, alright. You got me right inside of my head. You got me so, so close on the tip of your tongue. This is the way you always get what you want. Alright, alright. Let's do and say that we don't. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we don't. Say that we don't. Let's do and say that we don't. Let's do. Say that I'm powerless to you. I know that I want you, and I know that you want me back, and I know that you want me back. Let's do and say that we don't. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we don't. Say that we don't. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Yeah, we give it all that we got. Measuring what's in our pockets, then we give it a lot. Cause we've been hustling for years, now we up at the top. And no, it's still not enough, so we ain't gonna stop. Cause that's full throttle, zoom, zoom, hop, skip, jump. About to eat it up, but the goal is lunch. I'm the big goose, so I never duck, duck. Just keep our head up and yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Oh yeah. Give it more. Give it all you got. Now they know about our dedication. Not just hard work, it's also patience. Stripped away at it and ignored the hate. And now we big time status and it's us for the taking. We eat, dream about it every time we sleep. Making moves, just look at my feet. Yeah, we bring the heat. We make every situation sweet. Now all we need is yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Give it more. Oh yeah. Give it more. Give it all you got. Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Give it all we got, we give it all we got. Oh yeah. You waited all night for me to come back. Why'd you think that it's not alright? Told you that I'm not that type. Didn't mean to get you so excited. Tried to tell you not to fall in love. Why you always hit me uninvited? Just hoping you would get the picture. I've had enough. Now it's time for me to turn around. Thought you knew what this was. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Never should have felt for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back one heart. Call it a savage love, just till I had enough. I'm good, babe. I'm on my own. This ain't a phase. Just let me go. Told you that I'm not that type. Don't bother wasting breath. Begging for one more chance. Yeah, know you got carried away. Ooh, you made me to say you've been messing with greatness, spaces, stay in your place. I was looking to play, then you got in the way. All the love that we made got me stuck in your brain. Got no time to stay here and say goodbye. Yeah, I am superstar. You were never the one for me. Should have felt for me. Take back your heart. Why don't you take it back? You never had a chance. I'm gonna take back one heart. Call it a savage love. Just till I had enough of us. Ding ding. Why you just have that look? The look up on your face with the underestimation. It is so yesterday. 'Cause baby, I can't fly without you by my side. I can do a whole lot more than just look pretty. I know that it'll take some time to see, but you're never stopping me. I know that we ain't giving up. If you thought so, well, tough luck. So we're just gonna do our thing. Ain't over till the bell goes ding. We're gonna fight, so step aside and let us sing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop us somehow, just let us do our thing. This ain't over till the bell goes ding. This ain't over till the bell goes. This ain't over till the bell goes. This ain't over till the bell goes. If you think I've had enough, well, I guess you don't know tough. I'll never be the one to back down. You haven't been the first one to show me doubt. 'Cause baby, I can't fly without you by my side. You're never breaking me, never stopping me, never making me be less than all of me. Know that it'll take some time to see, but you're never stopping me. I know that we ain't giving up. If you thought so, well, tough luck. So we're just gonna do our thing. Ain't over till the bell goes ding. We're gonna fight, so step aside and let us sing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop us somehow, just let us do our thing. This ain't over till the bell goes ding.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
वो जो था वो पास्ट में था, वो गया. अब फ्यूचर पे ध्यान देते हैं.
ये डिसीजन गलत ले ली, जिसकी वजह से बहुत खराब हो गया. मेरे को भरोसा है कि इस टीम के साथ मैं ये ट्रॉफी जरूर निकालूंगा.
हम लोग को रियलाइजेशन हुआ कि हम लोग हारने नहीं आए, यहाँ पे हम लोग जीतने आए. जीत गए और कुछ लोगों के हाथ से ट्रॉफी छीन ली.
AKOP जो है को तो कोई जानता ही नहीं है.
There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
फुटबॉल जगह के एज को नॉक करेगा, ट्रिगर को गेम से बाहर करेगा. एंड द चैंपियंस, दे पेइंग द प्राइस विद द ब्लड.
As the intense action of BGMI supersedes the chilling cold in Delhi over here, we are again once riled up to witness all that action and even more. Welcome, folks. You are watching the Snapdragon Pro Series. I am Fixes, joined along with Shadow. It is day number 2 of the challenge stage. We witnessed day number 1, which was quite glorious, to be honest, and it somehow still down the line made us longing for more. So, Shadow, once again, welcome on the desk, and tell us about what happened in day 1.
Thank you so much, Fixes, for the warm welcome. Day number one was entirely about Team Versatile. The way they annihilated the entire lobby, especially in the map of Senok, that was too much for that particular group. And speaking of the other two groups, I think Godlake also did fairly well, considering they came so close to getting a winner-winner chicken dinner. Then Gujarat Tigers, a team which dominated in the open finals, continued same performance in the map of Erangel, but Senok and Weekendy didn't seem like their maps.
I think yesterday was us chartering into the unknown because we had our teams from the open final, 16 of them, and then there were those invited chosen few. 16 invited teams going up against 16 teams that have earned this slot, and now they're all going up against each other. So we had groups A and B taking on each other, and then in the next set of 3 matches we had group C and D, of course, like you said. But in the first half we witnessed Carnival Gaming. They were having a glorious run. Alongside the moment we went on to C and D, that's where we saw the likes of Gujarat Tigers really kicking things up alongside Versatile, who were nothing short of a phenom.
I agree. Carnival Gaming were an aggressive force to reckon with, but that was the case of Miramar. In Erangel, they also seem a little off. In the first Erangel, they were able to get those 8 total points, but after that, Miramar, when that came, Carnival was a force. After that, there was few disappointments as well, like the plus of Team K9. Just only 2 points to their name, total of, I think, no one expected K9 to underperform on day number 1. Maybe they'll rectify all their mistakes and come up much stronger on day number 2.
Yeah, surely they did, because for a moment it felt like a whole different set of players coming into play. But we'll get into that a little bit later whilst we take a quick look at the format. As explained earlier, so we had 12 teams from the qualifiers 1, we had 12 from the qualifiers 2, makes it up to 24 teams. They went up against each other in the open finals, and from there onwards we had 16 teams qualifying for the challenge season against 16 invited teams. Now from here onwards they're going to be duking it out, 36 matches for every single team, so nobody gets to complain that luck wasn't on their side. And from there onwards we will have the top 16 teams heading for the epic grand finale, which is going to happen later after the end of January in 2025. So that's going to be really amazing. But now let's come back to what we had witnessed. But yes, a couple of more graphics in front of you. It is a battle for the prize pool and the lion's share of 50 lakh rupees for the victors.
Oh, certainly. And the second placing team will get 20 lakh rupees. The third placing team will get 8 lakh. The fourth one will get 5 lakh rupees. All the 16 teams which will move into the challenge finals, they are going to get something out of it. Even the 16th place team will get something. But there are individual prize money as well. The MVP is going to get 50,000 rupees. For the teams also, there is individual prize money. The first finisher will get 60,000. The second one will get 30,000 rupees. So there is a lot of money on the line. At the same time, the bragging rights are something more important than the money.
It's such a crucial tournament. Yes, prize pool does matter a lot. We've bought in some new accolades. The team with the highest finishes, the player with the higher finishes, everybody gets rewarded. And what's even more rewarding, how do you get those rewards is, of course, you have to obtain these important points. And now this is something pretty standard. All our viewers are well aware of. But once again, we've got new viewers tuning in every single day. So every single time you get a chicken dinner, you are going to earn yourself 10 points and so on. It reduces in a descending order. But what makes this point structure really stand out, and we've been speaking like broken records for ages, is the fact that you get 1 point for every single finish that you accumulate. But now coming back, we were talking about K9, and yes, their opener hasn't been that great. But there have also been other few teams like Aiku, Team Tamilas. I think I expected a little bit more from them, considering this is one of those teams that also dominated the first half of 2024. And suddenly towards the second or the third quarter, they kind of were languishing, and again, a little bit of a rebuild, and they are nowhere to be found.
I think the most shocking thing about Team Tamilas was the map of Miramar, because we saw in the official tournaments were also Miramar was one of the strongest map for the players of Team Tamilas. But this time, just a single point in Miramar, that was a big shocker for me, because Team Tamilas can't lose those maps which are their strong maps. Along with that, I think Erangel went fairly well, especially the last Erangel, because they accumulated a total of 10 points. But the first 2 games didn't go entirely in the favor of Team Tamilas at all.
Yeah, it certainly did not. And considering the fact that a lot of these teams, especially the ones from C&D, had to play in those off map, so we can give them that little benefit of doubt. But for Team Tamilas, surely they did go through Miramar. They had their Erangels, and yeah, we could see a lot of those leaks in their board as of now. But hoping that they figure it out. So, but then there were a couple of other teams that had been around the middle pecking order. They had been doing quite well for themselves. One of which has to be Orangutan. I think Orangutan as a team, they have been quite impressive. Finally, under Aru's reigns, they have broken that deadlock of getting into the official grand finals. But now they again have their eyes set on the trophy. But before we get into today's match of shadow, I think it's time that we reveal the report card, the overall rankings once again. Versatile, soaring high with 51 points.
Oh, they definitely have set a record on day number 1 itself. Carnival Gaming, they also had a decent run, sitting on the second spot with total of 35 points. Gujarat Tigers, just because of the chicken dinner in the last Erangel, they are sitting on the third place with total of 30 points. But there are few rivalries also brewing up fixes between the players of Team Phoenix Esports and Do or Die. Phoenix, they are sitting on the 16th spot with total of 15 points.
The difference is not that high. I think one game and this looks so volatile. I think it's, again, these earlier phases of the league stages where you have ample time. I mean, who knows? Even Phoenix from the 16 could go straight to the top if they have a great day in the office today. So also given that versatile Carnival Gaming, they mess up. There are always chances of that. Or not every day you wake up on the right side of the bed. But this is where our concerns really get alive for the likes of God's Reign. Now, this is something that, out of 3 games, you would not expect from a team which has such a stacked up roster. So far, I think God's Reign and then you've got K9. They've been a little bit disappointing. Even for the likes of Medal, really expected a better outing from them in their games that they had to play. Even for Cincinnati kids, they got their favorite map, Vikendi, but still could not get a lot of conversion done yesterday.
Only 6 points in Vikendi, and Senok was only 2 points. Erangel, they got nothing, 0 points. So yes, day number 1 was not entirely in their favor. At the same time, Bot Army Esports, speaking about this team, a team which dominated in the open finals, and on day number 1 they also seemed a little off. Yes, I do agree that they had to go through the off maps, but still at the bottom, that's not the place where they want to be at this point.
They certainly do not want to be at such a precarious position. But right now, we've got our Hindi desk with an exclusive pre-show interview planned for you guys.
Welcome to Snapdragon Pro Series का ये special interview. And Slug, you too भाई, कैसा चल रहा है आपका?
Thank you. बस बढ़िया. आपका कैसा चल रहा है?
हमारा भी बढ़िया चल रहा है, लेकिन कल की आपकी जो परफॉर्मेंस हमने देखी उसके बाद इन लोगों के बहुत सवाल है.
दिल टूट गया Slug यार, ऑब्वियस सी बात है. मतलब कल खुद का बता, हाउ डिड यू फील कि 3 गेम के अंदर ऐसा परफॉर्मेंस रहा? मतलब क्या महसूस था, क्या टीम का माहौल कैसा था?
मतलब काफी डीमोटिवेट से हो गए थे थोड़े. मतलब आगे थोड़ा वो अभी हमारी क्या स्क्रिप्ट चल रही है. पिछली एएसएल में भी हमारा पहला दिन कुछ ऐसा ही गया था, एकदम बेकार, और दूसरे दिन हमने बहुत क्रेजी कमबैक किया था. तो आज भी बस वही सोच के खेल रहे कि कमबैक. किरण का ड्रॉप क्या है? पता मुझे.
कह रहे कि मुझे लगता है कि कल आपका दिन बहुत ज़्यादा बेहतर है. इंडिविजुअल स्पेशली अगर बात करें तो ओवरऑल स्टैंडिंग जब मैं पिछले सीजन को देख रहा था, वहाँ भी टॉप 5 में थे, अभी भी टॉप 5 में देखने को मिल रहा है. टॉप 5 से इतना क्यों लगा हुआ है आपका?
टॉप 5 से लगा हुआ है, टॉप पे रहना वो हमारा लगा हुआ है. बाकी कल के मैच इतने कुछ खास नहीं गए. हमारे ही चिकन होते, हमने थ्रो कर दिया खुद की मिस्टेक से.
अच्छा, देखिए वो सैनहॉक वाला बता यार. सैनहॉक में जो S12K था और जो वो गुजरात टाइगर्स का रशियन था. हाँ,
मैं वहाँ पे 1v4 करने का रेडी था, लेकिन वो एक किसी ने चुरा लिया और एक वेरॉन ने मार दिया. मैं बोला, बहुत चिल्लाया मैंने वेरॉन को, भाई क्यों मेरा किल क्यों लिया तूने?
किल नहीं, फिनिश बोलते हैं यार. फिनिश.
सॉरी, फिनिश है. आई एम माय बैड मैन.
फिनिश नहीं है?
हाँ फिनिश है, आपने भी बोल ही दिया.
मतलब अब स्लग से एक नॉर्मल है. स्लग इससे पहले भी जो लाइनअप में आप थे, आपने मतलब ऑफिशियल में भी नाम बहुत कमाया, नो यू वर रनर अप. अब वो आईजीएल की पर्सनालिटी थोड़ी सिमिलर नहीं है? दोनों एग्रेसिव है, मवी और ओमेगा. थोड़ा ज्यादा मुश्किल हुआ ट्रांजिशन
में भी, गेम में भी एकदम फुल एग्रेसिव है भाई.
तो कितना मुश्किल हुआ
आजकल स्ट्रीम्स पे
ये ट्रांजिशन में? मुश्किल
नहीं, मुश्किल कुछ नहीं. स्टार्टिंग का 1 वीक थोड़ा ऐसा था, बाकी आईजल और हमने तीनों ने भी अच्छा कोप अप कर लिया साथ में, सब बढ़िया ही चल रहा था. कल थोड़ा हमने इंडिविजुअली थोड़ा चोको कर दिया. हमारा पहला मैच भी बेकार ही गया, हमें पकड़ लिया गया. तो अब रेडी है आज के लिए, सब सोच के आए कि कैसे कितने पॉइंट्स लेने हैं एंड कैसे कमबैक करना है. तो आज आपका दिल नहीं टूटेगा पक्का, प्रॉमिस।
स्लग, डू यू रियलाइज ना कि तुम्हारा लाइनअप इतना स्ट्रांग है कि हम सब उम्मीद करेंगे। तो भाई आई थिंक
आप सब करते हैं, फैंस वगैरह सब बहुत, कल
हम भी फैंस ही है ब्रो,
बहुत सारे के।
बिल्कुल।
अरे हम आपके फैन हैं भाई, ऐसे कैसे बोल रहे हो? आपकी कास्टिंग की तो पूरी दुनिया फैन है यार।
एक ने बोला था कि देखना आज ओजी ना पकड़ ले, तो मतलब अभी आपके प्लान्स है क्या, जाए जा रहे हैं?
नहीं यार, ऐसा ये सब नहीं करते यार, हम्बल टीम ये सब नहीं करते।
कल वर्सेटाइल की पकड़ी थी फिर आपने वीकेंडी पे।
विजगॉड के आखिरी के 2 एक नॉक और एक ऑलमोस्ट डैमेज किया ना सोमराज की टीम को वीकेंडी में।
वो मतलब बीच में आ गए थे, वरना ऐसा किसी को पर्टिकुलरली पकड़ने नहीं गए थे। मतलब रास्ते में आएंगे तो ऑब्वियसली पकड़ना पड़ेगा।
अच्छा, एक
किसी को पकड़ेंगे नहीं।
लास्ट ईयर आपकी टीम में भी शफल हुआ, मतलब कोर्स चेंज हो गए, मतलब वेज भी चले गए, ऐश भी चला गया, बिलीव भी चला गया, 2 ही रह गए। और कौन था, एक और बंदा था ना, एक और प्लेयर था ना आपकी टीम में? हाँ, ट्रिगर। तो मतलब ये जो पूरा नया कोर आया, अब सेटलमेंट हो गई है, ओजी इज बैक, मतलब बैक टू द ट्रॉफी लेवल, ऐसा
सेटल तो हो गई है, बस 2-3 चीजें चल रही है जो कि टीम लेवल पे सॉर्ट हो जाएगी, ये टूर्नामेंट की स्टार्टिंग में हो जाएगी, बाकी फिर मिलते हैं लैन पे।
बिल्कुल भाई, मैं चाहूंगा कि दोनों भाई, दोनों K9 भी मिले, ओजी भी मिले लैन पर। बेस्ट ऑफ लक बॉयज।
मेरा एक आखिरी सवाल रहेगा, बिकॉज़ अभी हमारा चैलेंज सीजन स्टार्ट ही हुआ है। वन क्विक क्वेश्चन टू बोथ ऑफ यू, क्योंकि मैं आप लोगों के थॉट्स जानना चाहता हूँ। अर्ली क्वालिफिकेशन या अर्ली अंडरस्टैंडिंग, आप लोगों के गोल्स क्या है शुरुआती हफ्तों में इस चैलेंज सीजन के? कुछ 4 हफ्ते का रहने वाला है ये।
मेरा अर्ली क्वालिफिकेशन, फिर K9 को हेलो हाय बोलने जाना है।
ये ऑप्शन तो था ही नहीं। हम लोग थोड़ा अर्ली अंडरस्टैंडिंग पे जाएंगे अभी, क्यों न्यू टीम वगैरह आईजीएल वगैरह है, तो हमें जीतने, ऐसा क्वालिफाई वगैरह का नहीं है, फाइनल्स में जीतने वाली हमारी वो है कि इस बार जीतना है करके, तो थोड़ा समझ आ जाए गेम अभी कैसे खेल रही टीम्स वगैरह, तो वो ज़्यादा अच्छा रहेगा।
I mean, fair enough, क्योंकि दोनों की सिचुएशंस टीम्स में काफी अलग है। एक नया रोस्टर एंड देन अ रोस्टर दैट इज जस्ट ट्राइंग टू विन, बिकॉज़ आई थिंक दोनों के वो फाइनल्स की क्वालिफिकेशन की तो उतनी दिक्कत नहीं होगी। बट गाइस, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर जॉइनिंग अस फॉर दिस इंटरव्यू। इनसाइट्स जान के आपसे मजा आया, एंड बेस्ट ऑफ लक फॉर योर मैचेस टुडे।
थैंक
All right, so when times are quite bleak, I feel like K9, they still have that confidence. They realize it was just day one and they massively choked is what they wanted to say. But today, they have pulled up their sock shadow. So do you think today is the day where we see K9 making a comeback? Because of course, it's also day 2.
100%. Now they have a read. Now they are very much aware how their foes like to play. So I think this should be the day for the players of Team K9, because this is one of those teams which have performed immensely good in the official tournaments, the previous third-party tournaments also. So Slug and the entire boys. Yes, the IGL has been changed, but like he also said, that the playing style is very similar. Mavi was also a very aggressive IGL. Omega is also so certainly aggressive IGL. So I think they have rectified all their mistakes and will be ready for a comeback today.
No, I still am, confused whether I could really put Omega in that aggressive IGL lot, because tactically sound, yes. Because last I remember Omega, when he was playing under Team Soul, not Ico Soul that time, when they won the BMPS, that time it was a whole different Omega. I think since their evolution, since they've matured, we've seen them taking a backstep, which is not entirely wrong. It's always better to be smart. It's always better to be cunning. But something isn't really fitting right for me, Shadow, because we don't see those sorts of aggressive pushes being initiated even when Omega was back in Carnival Gaming, leading the pack. All they used to do was just focus on the circles.
Even if K9 focuses on the circle, even if they change their play style and play to the style of Team Omega, they need to win those 4v4 fights, which was not happening yesterday. So I won't put the entire blame on Omega itself. The entire team was lacking yesterday. So everyone needs to build up that synergy and perform really good on day number 2. Because if day 2 also doesn't go well with them, then it will be the last day of week number 1. And day 3, we know how much pressure is there, and in so much pressure, it's not easy to stage a comeback. So the entire week is at stake. So week 1, if they want to be in the decent spot in the leaderboard, I think this day is of pivotal importance for K9.
It certainly is very important. And just to gain that little bit of a confidence, a little bit of a momentum, we've got Erangel coming first. It is going to be Group B and C going up against each other. It's going to be an exciting affair. We've got Erangel, Miramar, Erangel for Group B and C, and then we've got the remainders following up. So one quick look. So we, of course, have K9, Omega and his boys coming in to prove their mettle once again. But whilst all of that is happening, Josh Shelley, they have been sneaking through quite a lot of points. But I'll tell you, one of those teams that has really won my heart yesterday with their performance has to be Red Ross. Because this is a team that not a lot of people might be talking about. But hey, when you take a look at the overall standings, they find themselves cemented at the 4th spot. Of course, it's quite volatile, but still, I think for a newer team like that, of course, previously Hub officials, now coming under a new banner, doing so well, I think I want to see more of these lads, don't you?
Even I want to see the same thing, but if you notice, the majority of the points which they accumulated was in the map of Weekendy, where the circle heavily favored the players of Team Red Ross. Nothing taken away from their performance. Yes, it was a very good performance. They got 18 points, but Senok, they got 7 points. My main concern, my main worry is the map of Erangel, where they accumulated only 3 points. Erangel should be one of those maps where Red Ross should get at least 7 to 8 those average points. But I think they'll be doing that. They'll be rectifying all the mistakes which they did in the previous Erangel. I think Red Ross will be looking much stronger on day number 2.
We also witnessed yesterday a lot of these teams were deciding to just go all out. So I'm starting to fathom, is it another one of those days where we saw the likes of Haiku Soul, Reckoning, Phoenix? I think the list just continues. And who could forget that epic shelter fight where everybody, I think around 7 teams decided to charge in. DOD were also there. Hero Extreme Godlike also chimed in. And a lot of things happened. So do you think that there might be a little bit of a change in pace, considering that all these players and all these teams are aware that what happened in day 1, they've done their homeworks. Into day number 2, things could be different?
Could be possible, because if you remember in that particular Erangel, everyone just wanted to go for the late rotation. When so many teams are having a similar mind, a situation like that tends to happen. So maybe this time we can see some sort of proactiveness, some sort of change in the pace also from the side of few of the teams. But now we are heading into the very first Erangel of the day, where the flight path is going all the way from the side of Sivorni towards the side of Military Base Island.
It's going to be an exciting affair, folks. It is Group B and C as discussed. So a lot of big names coming in to play once again. Of course, these groups will be fighting it out against each other for the first time in the challenge season. We've got Aiku Soul, we've got Josh Shelley, Carnival Gaming, K9, Wingard, Phoenix, Empire, Genesis taking on Orangutan, Diesel, Cincinnati Kids, Red Ross, Mithy Sports, RNTX, Borami Sports, and Godstrain. Another time, another chance given to the players of Godstrain to prove themselves. What's gone wrong? Have they done enough homework? Are they prepared enough to maybe survive 3 matches that they have to play tonight?
They have to be. There is no other option. But I just want to see where the first circle is going to pan out, because yesterday's Erangels, the southern circle, proved to be an absolute chaos for so many of the teams. So I hope this time the teams are expecting a decent circle, but I want something up north towards the side of Stelber, where we have the players of Team Red Ross, because playing around those Stelber Hill areas, it's of extremely difficult for everyone. So maybe I would love to see that, or maybe a quarry circle where we have the players of Team Diesel Esports.
Interesting. I mean for Diesel, it's been a decent outing so far. I think one of those final games where they really swung in through that game of Erangel, so must be feeling quite confident. Gokul having a lot to prove. Same goes for Orlo. Last night I was streaming and Sham comes up and he's like, hey, Fixes Bhai, you're going to see more of me. And he also promised that he's going to make it to the grand final. So yes, Diesel Esports, a squad that is really high on confidence. But hey, it is another drop fight. And this time, God's Reign certainly have come in well prepared. One of the players of Bot Army Esports being brought down on his knees. But then again, Shadow, I think it's a little too far for a push to be committed by the players of GDR.
Yeah, I don't see that happening at this point, because God's Train, they'll be focusing on the basic loot which they need to force a 4v4 fight. At the same time, we have the players of Team Just Jelly also dropping in towards the side of Southern Island. Yes, they're a little on the outskirts of the military base, but maybe if everything goes right, they can try for a third party because Team Just Jelly is known for those third parties. But also at the same time, we have a rotational clash happening between the players of Team Empire and Ico Soul.
What? When the minute is just one, Team Empire, they've come with different endeavors, different nuisance in their heads as they are causing menace. As Ico Soul, almost on the verge of collapse, survived by just Ronnie. Now two players trying to surround him. Ronnie out in the middle, out in the open. He gets wiped out, and Team Empire feast on Ico Soul. Certainly one of the biggest names being taken down by one of the biggest underdogs in the scene. Talk about sparks lightning off. This is going to be one hell of a day. I can already feel it. So again, I feel like one of those games where Ico Soul, they had no monkey business. All they wanted to do was just get back to their drop location, and in turn, look at what happened. As Carnival Gaming, they're also engaging against Wingod. That's going to be an interesting fight also to witness.
Oh yes, certainly. Carnival Gaming have also taken few of the players down from the side of Wingod Esports. But speaking about the fight between the players of Team Ico Soul and Team Empire, I think Team Empire needed such kind of a start, such kind of a momentum boost. Early 4 finishes are definitely going to help boost their confidence, because day number 1 fixes, Team Empire was actually struggling. They were not having the best time. So these finishes, these finish points are definitely going to help their case. And also now they have the entire shelter and mansion to their name.
A lot of space occupied, especially even with the school apartments up for grabs. I'm pretty sure a lot of teams would be happy that Ico Soul, they've been dealt with. And the best part is Team Empires did not suffer a lot of casualties there. And seemed like this was one of those situations where Ico Soul weren't really prepared. But like you said, I completely agree to what you just mentioned, that it was a much needed fight for Team Empire by all means, because after this has instilled so much of that confidence, and I really want to see Team Empire at least get a podium in this game, because 4 finishes secured, have took down one of the big giants already, who have been going through a good form lately. And now Team Empire, after a very disappointing day 1, here they come in day 2, and all guns blazing. Lovely stuff.
But look at that. On the map feed, the players of Bot Army Esports, the moment they realized there is someone in the military base island, and since they didn't had a very good outing on day number 1, they decided to head off to the side of Novo Ripnoy, and Team Jelly also had a similar mind. Kyo Lamau is very much aware about the position of Monty Bay, but Monty is not even aware that there is someone just waiting for him, just waiting to strike. Oh, this is such an important moment for Kyo Lamau at this point.
Look at him. Monty, I assume he had some idea maybe that Just Jelly dropped down over here only, and Monty Bay must be kicking himself in the feet right now. I mean, really, this is one of those knock finishes which is not acceptable by any means. It was just yesterday, and Team Jelly had dropped down over here in Novo Ripnoy. How did they get even complacent that Jelly would have moved out, as a result of which have already taken an early casualty? And now Sam's position up top does not make things any easier, at least for Borami Esports. One team that was flying high in terms of their confidence, in terms of how they were engaging themselves in those battles, winning them out, taking down the likes of GDR is a big feat in itself. And they had done that without any casualty. But Bot Army Esports making these careless mistakes, this just did not cost them a limb, also cost an arm.
100%, hands down. In the process of escaping from the clutches of God's Reign, they just walked into the arms of Team Jelly. And seems like they'll be looking for some sort of an escape from that situation, because Bot Army is not in a position to take a fight at this point, especially when they're outnumbered. I'm sure Bot Army is looking for a little slow approach in this particular angle. That could be the way to go. But looking at the map, we have the players of Cincinnati Kids on the bridge and the players of God's Reign. This is going to be an interesting fight if they're going for the bridge camp.
It certainly will be. And I'm pretty sure it's been more than 100 times that God's Reign have had to deal with this situation. Be 8-bit, be Cincinnati Kid, does not matter. The banner has just changed, the players, the style of play hasn't. So of course, God's Reign, they'll have to time this right. And for Just Jelly, I think did have a very good day yesterday, but today There you have it, Devotee coming with a little bit of a response as Sam gets dealt with. Knocked and finished before any sort of cover fire could really be on its way, as now Devotee, he's been isolated from his squad, alienated as the flood comes in any given point. But there you have it, Henry also from the backlines. They want to fight this through. This is what I'm liking about Bot Army Esports, is when they've got the numbers equal. Now they've got things under their control, and there you have it, another nade being popped over. Trades coming in from both the sides. Scary Jordan and Zeb both down on their knees as Jelly gets a knock on towards Devotee, and somehow Josh Jelly, they survived the wrath of Bot Army Esports, which could have gone wrong in massive proportion, Shadow.
100%. The way that Nade perfectly connected onto Ninja at that point, for a second it looked like the entire fight will go in the favor of Bot Army Esports. But that S12K in the hands of Jelly definitely saved the day for the entire team. Bot Army Esports, another bad start for this particular team. And Jelly, I think he's going to be pretty happy because day one was in their favor and these 4 finishes. Yes, they lost onto the Sam, but I think they'll survive with 3 man. Speaking about the experience which Jelly has, I think as a 3-man army also they can do fairly well.
I think, Jelly, they've been getting the right mix of finishes and points. We saw yesterday also managed to get the chicken. The circle really favored them and they cashed in on it. And here comes the push. Come the players of God's Reign, Destro, realizing that, yes, they are in a whole world of trouble right now. It has been camped, and Cincinnati kids holding the doors over here. No ID, no entry. And God's Reign, they'll have to think of other means of entry inside the circle. As the circle takes another shift, slightly inclined towards northwest, which makes Katka and Pochinki to be the hotspots right now. Real estate prices really going high over there. As Myth Esports and Carnival Gaming, they're having a ball. They're enjoying themselves. A lot of area to them. And now, from there onwards, can really carve this chicken dinner out if and only if they play their cards right.
But the problem fixes is when you don't have to make too many rotations, when circle is favoring you, you lack that crucial information about the surrounding areas. I think that is where Myth Esports might lack if the circle falls into the city of Pochinki. But we have also the plus of Team K9 coming from the northern island towards the side of Rozok. They need to be a bit careful from the side of Team Empire, as Empire is just holding on to the school apartments. Also, we have the plus of Cincinnati kids in a close proximity to the plus of Carnival Gaming at this point. And the kind of split which Carnival is having at this point, they can't force a 2v4 fight, a fight which they are outnumbered. So they need to be just careful because even the plus of Wind God can do a third party in this situation.
Yeah, that can be a possibility, but more often than not, Carnival Gaming have really played such circles well. If not the chicken dinner, they somehow end up with getting a lot of finishes to their name. So I'm really excited to see how many points can they garner for themselves. But rightfully pointed out, Wingod will always be that constant looming threat around Carnival Gaming. One knock, and we know this young team of Wingod does bring in a lot of more promise. But K9 and Revenant X Park, right beside each other, almost they were about to collide. Eventually parted ways, one through Rozok, the other through the Volcano compound. But as things are, just inching in so close to Team Empire. Team Empire, so far, have slayed one giant. Can they go after the heads of Revenant X Park next? Is the big ask.
If I were in their shoes, I would definitely avoid that fight because Team Empire, they need those placement points. Yes, they've got the average finish points. If I were in their shoes, I would just focus on the placement points and would just focus on the rotation and wait for the next circle shift because Revenant X Park, let's be honest, it's one of those teams which is an aggressive force in the lobby and you don't want to mess with the... You just don't want to take the bull by the horn. I'll just say that. So Revenant X Park on the periphery of the circle at this point. There are few teams also going for the late rotation. Like we have the plus of Team Genesis who are taking the brunt of the blue and still around the shooting range area. Then we have the plus of Red Ross still around Yasnaya Polyana and taking the brunt of the blue. So maybe they'll be going for a very passive approach in this Erangel.
Let's see. Because at this point I'm starting to wonder, or rather even the players must be thinking where the circle, where the hard shift really takes place. Does it go below Pochinki or does it go somewhere around Katka, or does it take an even weird shift and goes up the hills, which we have, of course, FYI, witnessed it already. So at this point, I think for Team Empires, we know 4 finishes already in the bag. They have taken over school apartments. It's a good area to hold on to. A lot of escape routes. They've got their vehicles intact. Everything good in the hood for them. But then you've got the likes of even Team Genesis. Now, I want to shed a little bit of light on Team Genesis because honestly, in the open finals, this was a team that even if they did not have enough position points, they somehow used to make it up in terms of getting all those finishes for themselves. So at this point, day number 1, yeah, a little disappointing. Surely they would be looking for a little bit of more stability inside of this map of Erangel.
Hands down, because if you remember the first Erangel yesterday, they were the first one to be eliminated from the lobby. Even Miramar also didn't go entirely in their favor, just 4 total points to their name. Yeah, they did try to redeem themselves in the last game of day number 1, but the slow approach could be the reason of the downfall which they faced on day 1. And maybe this time they'll cash on it, but we also have the plus of K9 somewhere around the school area. Everyone is just waiting for the next circle shift, but except for Destro and Team Jelly, every team is inside the circle. Team Jelly is going for a super slow rotation at this point.
I think for Team Jelly, that really suits their playstyle, to be honest, because yeah, lately we've seen that improvement in engaging in those team fights, and given the fact that they're already 1 man down, so it does not make any sense to go out and play around the centers. It's always better wait for your opportunity, stay coiled up, hide in the bushes, and when 2 teams will be fighting, try and get the most out of that situation. I think should be the go-to approach. Even for Godstrain, if you can see around the map, just somewhere lurking around the noses of Carnival Gaming. And now everybody's just waiting for that shift to happen. The moment it does, the moment the circle rotates, that is where you're going to see a massive flood in come through. And Phoenix Esports, boy oh boy, looks like a Water City circle. So now Phoenix Esports, they instantly just get back to the position they were holding on to. A very good spot nonetheless. You can defend those compounds. It's not really easy to go in for a blind slam in. A lot of area, a lot of coverage. So for Phoenix, I think they have been blessed. All they need to do right now is convert. But look at that paw coming in from the south and the southeastern side.
There are going to be so many rotational fights, so many rotational clashes between all those teams. Could be between the plus of Team K9 and Red Ross as well. But along with the Phoenix Esports, I think Carnival Gaming also can do really well if they head over to the side of the ruins and hold on to that temple church area. So even Carnival Gaming can also do pretty well. The circle is favoring them at this point. The only looming threat around Carnival Gaming are the plus of Diesel Esports at this point, because they are going for a parallel rotation. But Red Ross, they're just holding on to the terrains, and I think they have spotted on the plus of Team Revenant X-Pac at this point. The spray comes in, but no connection from the side of Lucifer at all.
Now at this point, Revenant X-Pac aren't really interested in Red Ross. They are going up against Team Empire. Did manage to secure a knock, and Red Ross just firing down all that bullet does not make things easy, because they were holding on to this very slim dip. At this point, now everybody inside the circle knows that there's a team. So, yeah, Red Ross at this point have to be quite vigilant. Have no room for error, because there you have it. Just you could see the silhouette of Omega. And this was something that was ought to happen, wasn't it? And now we know K9, they're an aggressive bunch. Of course, they might have gotten a little rusty, but they haven't forgotten to hunt. So pretty sure, already doing some lethal damage at least to the vehicles of Red Ross. They'll have to protect this one. Because if the circle goes away from them, if they have no cover to play around with, they're basically goners.
Since K9, they do have a good compound to hold on to, I don't see them rushing towards the side of Red Ross. Yes, like you said, they'll try to do some damage to the vehicles and to the resources of Red Ross, but they'll just be defending that compound, because, like you said, the next circle shift is going to be so crucial at this point. But Red Ross, they have got their eyes onto the plus of Team Revenant X-Pac, and I'm not a fan of the spot where Red Ross is at this point. I think they need to reposition. Talking about one more team who's in a good spot is going to be the players of Team Genesis. They came all the way from the north, having a good compound to their name. All they need to do is just defend it.
Yeah, Genesis really have a good spot nonetheless. But, I was taking a quick gander at the map feed and saw Diesel kind of executing a really good rotation all the way down south. They took those Georgie bridges and now they've got that northern area entirely to themselves. But this also comes at a cost because there are very slim chances that the next circle shift really does favor them. So their entry inside the circle would be quite difficult. But for now, look at this. Omega, he's finally lost patience. He's decided to charge in, and this is going to be a bombing ground for K9 Esports as those grenades do come flooding in, and one after the other. Red Ross, they are under severe fire. Artillery strike on their way, and they seem to have no response. Omega from the backlines instilling so much hurt as the players, as his soldiers in front. They are doing so much damage. Was that intentional? Because had it been the case, that would be ludicrous as Red Ross being fired upon from multiple directions. One side it's going to be K9, from the other it is going to be Revenant X-Spark. And that being said, they have been taken down. Couple of shots fired, and look how things really turned out for them. But this vehicle does not seem to turn. Maybe a little bit of a nudge. It's fine.
Red Ross, oh boy, they grabbed too much attention, Fixes, let's be honest. They were engaging in a fight, they were peppering few bullets to the side of K9, Revenant X-Spark, and when you grab so much attention and you are in a pit of death, these things tend to happen. But for now, K9 have to deal with the plus of Team Orangutan as OG is holding on to the adjacent compounds. It's going to be an important one for the players of K9. Yes, they do have good finish points, but they also need to have those placement points because still we have 13 teams and 49 players in the lobby. Elimination at this point is not going to reward too many placement points. In fact, no placement points to the players of K9. So I think K9 will play their cards right, considering the circle is favoring heavily to them.
Slug is still struggling. He just needs to get his vehicle here, and maybe I think he's going to play that risky flank role because a little aloof from his squad, and they can also survive, dish in some massive amount of damage. Because for Orangutan to have very good control over that area, they should have taken a fight against K9, which they also are aware that if they do, God's Rain, or there are a lot of those teams that really specialize in those third parties. And whilst Jelly, he was trying to scour across the land, just maybe find a good spot inside the zone, Carnival Gaming make things even harder for Josh Shelley. And Hector, he's a smart man. He has been reading the finish feed. He knows that Josh Shelley, the numbers aren't really there for them. So hence he can really commit in for the push. Get those couple of free bonus eliminations to their names and move on. As the circle out in the open once again. Now this is where Red Ross could have really shone in through had they just kept their calm. Because this is a circle that's starting to favor them. And in the past, Shadow, we've seen so many of those teams executing some really nice plays out of that zone. Especially when you take over those little hills just over your left-hand side, and you could get a chicken dinner out of that one. And that is exactly, I feel like, where the circle will be heading on next.
Speaking of the rotations, Fixes, I'm having a second thought. Rotation players of Team Diesel Esports. Yes, I do agree when they were going for a complete... It was a good rotation, but suddenly, when the circle took an eastern shift, they are towards the southern side. So let's hope Diesel Esports make in time inside the circle, because Carnival Gaming is just waiting for them on the periphery of the circle. Not just Carnival, they all might also have to deal with the plus of Team Myth and God's Rain. In all this process, I like the rotation of the plus of Team Jelly. They don't have the numbers, but see how easily they have managed to carve their path inside the circle. But for now, Genesis, they also it's going to be a death from the skies.
It certainly will be, especially the numbers really not helping. The idea that Just Jelly survived with just 2 players, Genesis also being shot down from elsewhere, could be the players of Revenant X-Spark, as they have that sweet spot taking over the Rozok Hills. This is exactly what I was talking about. A good spot nonetheless, but Shiro, this is where he thrives. This is how he shines. Gets a beautiful knock. Spray Jord out in the open, gets taken down. All right, trades happening from different directions. As Sketch, he decides to be the brave one. Spray God having a lot on his plate right now, but still deals with it with a lot of bravery, with a lot of valiant effort being showcased by him. As Fragger just on the cusp of getting eliminated, and so he does. And Revenant X-Spark somehow survived this little scare, which comes in the form of Genesis without having a single casualty to the innings. 6 finishes. They are soaring high.
Oh, they certainly are. And they have got the perfect advantage of the circle as well. Genesis, they wanted to engage in a fight with the plus of Team Just Jelly, but wait a minute, we have OG also going up against the plus of K9, where Omega has been knocked out, a lot of utility being exchanged, the Molotovs being flung over, even Beast also goes down. So the entire pressure is on the shoulders of Slug, as Ninja Boy is down to a sliver of HP.
He certainly is, but Ninja Boy, look at him, he's done so much. Has taken down 2 players of OG with full HP, whilst he was barely on 20%. And now Wizgod could be the next on the hit list, as now he's gonna go in all for the cleanups. Oh my god, K9 Esports certainly have their claws and teeth sharpened up, and they're here to go after the Apes, as the Apes are struggling at this very moment. AKOP, look at him, barely even breathing in that situation. And Ninja Boy, well aware of where he is, and he gets eliminated. K9 survive this threat from OG, and that too without incurring any losses. But now they also know they have to get inside the circle. They've got Cincinnati Kids right in front of them as Carnival Gaming. They come closing in on towards the compounds of Rozok, where the players of Revenant X-Spark are. It is pandemonium all over the map as Ninja finally gets dealt with. Jelly, they bow out. But now Revenant X-Spark feels like they're just getting started.
Oh, they certainly are. But they're left with only 2 plus remaining. Diesel Esports, they're also aware about the position of the plus of Wingod Esports, as Wingod is trying to find a good spot inside the circle. And look at the circle. It is favoring the plus of Godsend and Cincinnati Esports. Very well, but Team Empire holding on to that Rozak Hill. A perfect nade right on the face of the plus of Team Diesel Esports takes them down. 4 finishes already there, but look at this fight between the plus of Team Cincinnati, K9 and Godsend. Delta can do so much in this fight.
Oh, I cannot process what's happening right now, but I'm enjoying myself. Cincinnati Kid get donned, they get dealt. They have been humbled by the players of K9 over there, as now Team Empires, the ones that slayed Aiku Soul, this time they're going after another one of those giants. Carnival Gaming could be the next on their hit list. Neo already being brought down on his knees. 2 players of Carnival Gaming stuck in those compounds, as now even for Team Empire, they have to make a run inside the circle. So much of those fights are happening, and this is where even God's Reign, they've made their presence felt. K9 had been quite stellar so far, but now they've been brought down to their final man, Ninja Boy. Just inside that thick layer of smoke. Right beside him is going to be Myth. And then in front of them, the entire squad of God's Reign. Now, we were talking about the timings. Finally, God's Reign, they've hit the sweet spot with all those grenades cruising through. And it is going to be the IGL himself, Destro, being the harbinger of death. In that very scenario, 1 grenade, 2 bodies, just splattering and blowing off into smithereens. This is lovely stuff coming in. But hold on, Phoenix Esports, they're still alive inside the circle.
But look at Carnival Gaming. They're going to slam onto the plus of Team Empire as Neo deals with Hunter. But Neo gets traded off instantly by Ace. Carnival Gaming, this could be a mistake of their life, as Viper is standing all by himself. He needs to go for the rescue mission. Even the plus of Godsend can also do a third party in this situation. Yes, they've dealt with the plus of Empire, but 9 finishes strong. Godsend, they have the numbers advantage as well.
Oh, everything seems to be just aligning for God's Reign at this point. I don't see a world where they give up on this chicken dinner. Certainly, Phoenix Esports could be a force that really tests them out, but now the circle heavily favoring them. And for God's Reign, 9 finishes secured already, and they want to redeem themselves. And have they not already? The way they kick things off over here in Erangel for Phoenix Esports, Carnival Gaming, certainly 78 meters inside the zone, but sometimes the 78 meters feels like 1,000 because you've got the entirety of God's Reign watching you. You need to have your U-tail. Of course, they have a lot of it. Abundance present over there. Now there you have it, Delta also chipping out and eventually making sure that Hector is down on his knees. At this point, Phoenix Esports, they finally decide to drop in those smokes. Would be very interesting to see how they carve their way inside the circle.
Look at the amount of utility which the players of Godstrain are having. 8 smokes, 6 grenades towards the side of Destro and Justin. It's a perfect laid out plan for the players of Godstrain. This is their game to lose. All they need to do is just defend the terrain. Yes, I agree that Phoenix Esports, they have made a trail of the smoke, but look at that barrage of grenades which is coming from the side of Godstrain. I wonder if the players of Phoenix Esports can survive this one, as Destro has got his entire focus towards Carnival Gaming. As Viper has been knocked out, the confirmation point is already there. Hector also goes down. It's a 4v4 battle between Phoenix Esports and Godstrain.
Oh my god, look at this. Phoenix Esports making good work of their former club members. It's going to be Godstrain who would be on the swivel, but no. Seems like it did come down to the final last 2 men. And feels like Godstrain might just have it in the bag. What a game of BGMI was this. The plot did thicken towards the end. And Phoenix Esports nearly in for such a well-timed push. Everything just down to the T. But it was, I guess, Destro, who was a little aloof from his squad, did find that little window of opportunity. As a result of which, Godstrain bag of beautiful winner chicken dinner in their bags. Yes, no doubt. Had to be the man himself, had to be Destro, who had to bring Godstrain from the depths of darkness.
9 points total yesterday. Godstrain, that's what they accumulated in the last Erangel. But today, the way they have started off from the very first game, so many finish points, and mind your fixes, even the circle was not towards the south, where they like dropping in. It was not a military based circle that they had the comfort of the circle. No, nothing like that. They had to travel all the way from the southern side. They went for the late rotation. First it was Cincinnati Esports players who were going for the bridge camp. Destro held on to his grounds, went for a late rotation, and after that, the way they defended that little terrain, that was so fantastic. Even the push that came from the side of Phoenix Esports, I think Destro was placed at the perfect position to deal with them.
Yeah, I think brownie points to Phoenix Esports. They did everything right. The moment they laid down those smokes, they sort of did not just instantly charge in, because they knew that there is going to be that barrage of those grenades coming in. So they kind of just mellowed it down. And just when the smoke was about to dissipate, that is where they striked. And they did everything right. It was just about Destro, who had his hands full initially after the players of Carnival Gaming. Suddenly, he wiped them out, and then he had an ample time to deal with the remainder players, because I think Godstrain, they were brought down to their last man. And for Destro to clutch it out, being the IGL, we've seen him evolve even as an assaulter in the recent official tournaments. Individually, he's been doing phenomenal. So all our complaints, I think one half of it has finally been resolved. On one side, we had K9, who were quite exceptional, not just in this fight against Red Ross, but that push coming in from OG, a team like OG, and then still dealing with them without incurring any casualty. That goes on to speak in volumes about how much K9 have improved as a squad just in one night.
Well, K9 have definitely improved, but I have my disappointments from the side of Team Just Jelly, because yes, they were going for those good rotations, but not having the numbers, scrappy fights coming in, except for the first fight which they had against the players of Bosch Army Esports. Even the players of Cincinnati Esports were also doing decent. The way they took that fight against the players of K9, where Slug chimed in at the right moment and dealt with the last player. But this barrage of grenades which Godstrain was doing, not just on Phoenix Esports, I think just by utility, I think Godstrain has got too many finishes.
Oh, they do. I think last we witnessed them, they had 9 finishes to their names when they took down K9 over there. And they also took down Myth Esports, and taking down 2 players of Carnival makes it 11, and then 4 of Phoenix Esports make that increase the tally up to, I think, 15. So a brilliant game coming in from Godstrain, exactly what we wanted. I think this was the complaint. Too much of those unnecessary engagements, and Godstrain knew that they have to make sure that all the fights they're taking, they have they exercise extreme control over them. So this time, a really more controlled, aggressive approach comes in from their side, and this is exactly how they had to fine-tune it And this is now looking promising. For K9, all we wanted, all our complaints were regarding them having such an aggressive lineup and still not resorting into taking fights. This time they started forcing fights. This time they also defended fights. And Ninja Boy, take a bow. This young man refused to give up because I could see he was barely with this much HP, and suddenly 2 full HP players from OG come pushing in, and boom, boom, 2 players instantly brought down. And he somehow resurrected this entire team from being dead, right? Otherwise, had he been taken down, OG would have pretty much won that fight. Then he just moves out, takes down AKOP also. Sublime stuff, but here it is, match MVP, one of those usual suspects, finally getting his spot back. Ninja.
I think he's used to it. Every single tournament, this guy becomes the MVP, no matter under which banner he's playing. He's a power-packed player. 6 finishes to his name, 40% finish contribution, 10% map impact. I think Ninja Jord did too much in that particular fight. Not just in that fight. I think every fight which the players of God's Reign did take. Not only Ninja Jord, the perfect synergy was there from the entire team, because it's not easy to deal with so many teams at one time. They were taking a fight with the players of Carnival Gaming as well, where Viper was taken down by Destro, then Hector was also finished off, and at the same time the entire team was also dealing with the players of Team Phoenix Esports. So much was happening around God's Reign, and I think without facing any sort of casualty, they came on top.
Oh yeah, for sure. Even for Phoenix Esports, really impressed with how they played it, because this used to be one of those teams that always used to engage in those battles. But what a scenic finale it was towards the end, right? Yeah. Former God's Reign going up against current God's Reign. I felt like there was a slight, air of uncertainty there, a slight air of, a little bit of that bad blood maybe. They might be friends outside the game, but it does hurt that you are removed, somebody else replaces you. You want to show that org that, hey, that was a wrong decision. But brave efforts by Phoenix Esports nonetheless, because it felt like they made the most out of that scenario. I'm just pondering if they had confirmed those 3 knocks out of God's Reign, because 3 important points even for Phoenix, because to be honest, they had a decent day yesterday, and we saw 2 different variations of Phoenix. One where they go all ham, and today they notched it down a little bit, got a 2nd position, quite decent.
Yeah, I think Phoenix Esports played really well, considering day number 1, they didn't have the top-notch performance, and this time coming so close to getting a chicken dinner, the confidence was definitely oozing out of Phoenix Esports. That's why they were able to rush directly head-on for a 4v4 fight against God's Reign Esports. So yeah, nothing taken away from the side of Phoenix Esports. But let's head over to a break. We have the map of Miramar coming up next.
और कहीं दर्द हो रहा है?
थोड़ा सा शोल्डर्स में, बैक पेन।
हेलो, डेंटिस्ट।
वसूलना तो पड़ेगा। 10 नंबर। वसूल तो करना पड़ेगा।
फुल वसूल करने का है शौक तो डू इट लाइक अ बॉस। BGMI रॉयल पास, यहाँ मिलते रहेंगे अमेजिंग इमोट्स, कूल स्किन्स और बहुत सारे रिवॉर्ड्स, और साथ में फुल कैशबैक यूसी में। तो अब सोचना क्या, गेट फुल वसूल विद BGMI।
Savage love, just when I had enough of us. Ding ding. Why you just have that look upon your face with the underestimation? It is still yesterday. 'Cause baby, I can't fly without you by my side. I can do a whole lot more than just look pretty.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Oh my god, what a game number one it was. And feels like Necro, I think all our qualms, all our complaints have been resolved. God's Reign, K9, all of them are back.
Fixes, tell me something else. I told you K9 Esports is going to pull off a GT, and that's what they literally did, performing so well on day 2, and on day 1 they completely dropped the ball. A lot of these teams do understand the fact that yes, it's a marathon, we need to take a slow and steady approach, and it's working out for them. K9 Esports, slow and steady win towards the finish line is something that they're going to be aiming for. God's Reign, they got a solid chicken dinner to keep things off with. Off the rip, if they're going to get such a great chicken dinner, we already know what the future holds. Now God's Reign, they've got a decent cushioning to play with. Even if in the upcoming games they screw a few things up, it's completely fine. God's Reign still, they're going to have that little bit of the benefit of the doubt.
Oh, they certainly will be. I think a lot of those teams that did not perform well impressed us in that first game. But there was one team that severely disappointed me. And I have to really be critical about it. Bot Army Esports. What were they even thinking heading over to Nova Ripnoy like that? They should have anticipated Jelly, weren't they?
In my opinion, I think Bot Army Esports, they are a bit too confident in some of the fights that they're looking for to approach, and it makes a lot of sense too. In the Open Finals, Bot Army Esports dominated their way to the challenge season. So Bot Army Esports, somewhere down the line, they do not really want to make any sort of changes to their playstyle. Instead, they want to be super aggressive in these lobbies as well, but they forget we've got 16 invited teams over here, and these teams, they've got a lot of experience. They can easily tackle you down. But you know what? For now, let's move on towards the match rankings. God's Reign, after getting that chicken dinner, they got 25 points. That's a mega game. You move on towards CG with 14 points, Phoenix Esports with 11, and Team Empire with 9 points.
I think even Team Empire, a team taking down the likes of Iku Soul, instilling severe hurt to Carnival Gaming. Surely they were men on mission, and I presume that they did get a lot of points over here. But now the concern comes down towards Orangutan and Iku Soul. So for OG, couldn't really figure out if they had their heads straight, especially after the interview where AKOP did tell that they might be going after K9. And what a debacle it was.
It indeed was, right? The bottom 5 getting 0 points. Genesis, you also had OG in the mix. You also had Iku Soul, Red Ross. Even Red Ross, so far, it feels like the consistency's dropped down since the last time they got the chicken dinner. So far, Red Ross, it really makes me wonder, was that a fluke? Or Red Ross was actually playing super well in that chicken dinner that they got?
Thing again, this was one of those very important points Shadow raised, where even in Erangel yesterday they seemed to be struggling, and the struggle somehow continued today, just giving up their position, and we all know how they got screwed there. But now moving ahead, we've got the schedule in front of us. It is going to be the map of Miramar, same groups B and C partaking in this one. So we've got a little bit of those rivalries really budding up in Erangel we've seen, and we're going to see more of that. God's Reign against Bot Army Esports, but heading on towards Miramar. Seems like the plot might get even more interesting around San Martin and Picado. Carnival Gaming, boy oh boy, they're flying high. Still second placed even in this game.
That's what you expect from a banner like CG, right? You really do expect them to perform at the top. And once again, CG's doing pretty good for themselves. Now, the real conversation is going to revolve around Iku Soul. Yesterday as well, they did not really have any sort of remarkable performances. Today, game 1 itself, they got taken down with 0 points. That too by the hands of Team Empire, a team that we considered 3 points on the map. And still, Team Empire was doing so good against Iku Soul. I'm loving this improvement from Team Empire. They need to keep it up. But speaking of Iku Soul, they need to do something here, Fixes. Day 2 is already on the board. First game is done and dusted. Still 0 points on the board. Iku Soul, it's now time to step up. And I think so in this game at Miramar, Iku Soul can actually bag a chicken dinner.
Last season on the Hindi desk, we categorized Iku Soul to be one of those members of the Badmosh gang, or in English you could just say the Notorious Crew. And this time also they've had a similar start, but we've also seen different layers in Iku Soul, where in a single game they go all out, and then suddenly in Miramar they kind of go inside their shells. They focus for those circles, they play it by the book, and suddenly get a chicken dinner, and the momentum swings in their favor. So Miramar heading on, this is a perfect time for Iku Soul to redeem themselves as folks be charter in through the desert. It is going to be quite stormy, quite windy over here. as now the flight path trajectory all the way from Torre Amuda towards La Driera. A flight path trajectory I don't think a lot of players would be complaining about.
Yeah, it's pretty decent considering a lot of teams, wherever they want to go, they can easily extend towards that drop location. Maybe God's Ring are going to have a bit of that struggle, but it's completely fine when God's Ring can get their hands on the basic weaponry, get their hands on the vehicle, and then move in towards their drop location. You've also got Team Empire in the mix, where Team Empire can actually try and go for a few battles if they do want. Myth Officials, so far, they haven't really found that groove, but I'm just going to hope that inside of this game, they can definitely find that momentum that Myth Official is looking for. In the Open Finals, Myth Official was doing so good. Off the rip, one of the most consistent underdogs that we've seen so far. But now, in the challenge season, the same Myth Officials is not seen, and we would love to see them. Team Empire dropping towards Power Grid, a few teams around the corner. You also do see CG dropping towards Picado, OG moving towards Chumacera. That's going to be their classic drop location.
IST Esports feels like they're quite nervy at this point. Seems like they need to pull off what Team Empire did, but hold on, we've got some early collision. Of course, Sparks had to fly out. It is going to be that quite an infamous battle we've seen from a long time. Of course, going up against Revenant X-Park. And we have seen the tides turn. We have seen the tables flip. We have seen Ninja Jor clutching out in this situation multiple times. But guess what? He's not anymore in this lineup. So let's see if Revenant X-Park is ready to deal with the wrath of Phoenix Esports.
Let's keep this thing in mind. Even Joker is super capable of pulling out clutches. And looking at the circle too, it's going to shift down south. What a zone this is. It's been a while since we've seen a circle like this. What if we see a Partona shift? Oh boy.
Would love it.
I can only imagine what's going to happen when the circle goes down south already. But yeah, Phoenix Esports, it's one of the most capable teams in the lobbies to take down a team like Revenant X-Park. And once again, the stubborn bunch, they decided to take a fight against Revenant X-Park. But so far, we aren't really seeing any sort of sparks being ignited. K9 Esports up against the players of Genesis, and K9 is one of those teams that's not going to back away from a fight like this. They've got all the advantage they can ask for. Omega wanting to create that flank angle, and he finds the perfect connections too. Grind as well will be taken down, and Omega single-handedly shuts down both the players. And just like that, K9 Esports, they kick things off on a beautiful margin.
Omega, the IGL, leading the force by example there. 3 finishes already to his name as we come back to this standoff. It's a little bit of a standstill over here. Both these teams quite even. Steven, Venom having a little bit of that flank angle, whilst Altu, Phantom Fury setting up beautiful crossfire. And for Revenant X-Park, the idea would be to somehow isolate Venom and maybe initiate that fight against him. Somebody needs to create that ripple. Somebody needs to create that turbulence. And seems like Revenant X-Park running out of patience.
They indeed are. Both teams on the defensive posture. And Revenant X-Park, they want to move out and make the push against the man who's all by himself in that building. And they finally do so as well. But there's someone looking down from that window. Revenant X-Park do see this coming. Spray God's going to take a lot of damage upon himself as he gets knocked out. Fury from the back, of course you got to expect it. He finds the first knockout already. Revenant X-Park down to a 3-man squad. Getting the revival on the fallen players now seems next to impossible. But still, Sarang is going for it. Venom in the outskirts as well, playing in the balcony, making sure his teammates are going to have that line of sight. I love this play from Phoenix Esports. Baiting the opponents into wanting to take down Venom. And that's where the main advantage was there in the hands of Phoenix Esports, as Venom once again finds a knock on to Spray God. But Sarang is there to get the trade. Venom knocked out. The confirmation instantly follows up, but still Revenant X-Park, they've got the upper advantage.
Oh, they definitely do. And suddenly, Revenant X-Park might have bitten more off than they can chew. Phoenix engaged in that fight, especially the positioning of the players. But Sarang, he might have something to say about it. Just when Phoenix Esports were doing so well for themselves, Sarang instantly responds back. This beautiful man now going after Altu, not having the best of HPs. A Vector has 7 bullets, and now Altu, he's got to retreat. And suddenly Phoenix Esports, from having such an advantageous position, the tables have flipped once again.
I can't believe too, Phoenix Esports, they messed things up big time. A team that we thought stands a big chance to win this fight, but still somehow Phoenix Esports, they mess things up big time as well. Spray God gets caught. Beautiful knock. That's once again going to keep the players of Revenant X-Spark humble. Shadow, Sarang, the two boys, and they've got a big task ahead. Altu, the only man surviving, and at this point in time, Phoenix Esports' job is just going to be do as much damage as possible to this team. Altu will try to squeeze at least one elimination away before he gets taken down himself. Sarang making moves too slow and steady. Altu with the Tommy gun in his hands. He does not even have a shotgun to back him up. That's not going to give him the edge that he wants. And Sarang is making the climb slow and steady. Altu can hear the footsteps approach. And Altu is still not going for any sort of peeks. Finally, positions compromised. A few pre-fires around the corner, but Altu himself inflicts a lot of pain and hurt on the opponents. And now is holding down the staircase as well, just waiting for the opponents to funnel in. And here comes Sarang. He's going to be the first man to make the push. Altu is trying his best to get something done. Beautiful. He does find the first knock, but that's all he's going to find. Valiant effort from Altu, but Phoenix Esports, they mess things up big time.
Sarang take a bow. That young lad feels like Phoenix Esports just threw their fight, especially having such a commanding position in that battle where Revenant X-Spark were literally on the verge of a collapse there. And suddenly Sarang becomes the hero. Takes down 3 players, and Altu also getting dealt with, and Phoenix Esports left with nothing but kicking themselves in the foot over there, making severe mistakes, especially after that sheer brilliance they showcased in the early stages of the fight. One after the other, without no cover fire, just pushing at Sarang's direction. Of course, they had to be cocky, and seems like that really went against them. 3 finishes. This young man, we know he's special, and he delivered that. He showcased that, and reassuring the fans that yes, Revenant X-Spark, they're just not here to play in this tournament. They are here to dominate.
This circle shift is definitely going to catch a few teams off guard. And as I mentioned, if it does shift towards Partona, it's going to be even better. You can already imagine what's going to be the course of action if it does shift towards Partona. A small city, everyone wanting to get their tickets towards Partona. It will be tough to cross that bridge as well. Even Valadel Mar will be choked up. The only possible way you can see is water. And a lot of fishes will be caught by the fishermen too. I would love to see that outing. Team Empire, a team that's been looking pretty okay since that previous game. Only expectations, they keep on amping up. K9 Esports, even this is one of those deadly teams to watch out from. 4 elimination points garnered already. And K9 Esports, it does not seem like they're going to be stopping anytime soon. Slug was the casualty in that fight, but it's completely fine. Still, 3-man squad is more than enough, and they're more than capable. A team that I'm a bit worried about is Cincinnati Kids. They haven't been able to showcase their true potential.
Could be this. This could be their game to shine. We've seen Juicy and the boys. They have a little bit of a specialty in those certain circles. It's all about the rotation timings. They've got Meet Esports to deal with right beside them. Whilst a lot of these teams anticipating the circle to go down further south, you could see so many of those teams starting to pour in. You've got Wind God on one side, Orangutan, also Rancho Macera, Carnival Gaming right beside them, and then there are the players of Team Empire flying high, soaring with confidence, just cruising through right beside them. And Red Ross, a little under the weather today, so far, just kind of funneling themselves from that western corridor. Now it all rests upon this next shift. Does it go towards Partona? It's going to cause a lot of nuisance, but a little bit of a concentric shift. And OG might be really happy about it. And now Borami Esports also injecting themselves from that southeastern side. Just on their tails will be the players of God's Reign. But a lot of teams still lurking around the northern side. You've got Ikusol. This is what I was talking about, right? One bad game and suddenly they go back into their cocoon. And now they have a very methodical, very slow approach towards the game. Maybe if the timing goes a little awry, Ikusol might lock horns against Revenant X-Spark.
As long as it works out, that's all that matters, right, though?
Look at this.
Just Jelly and K9 locking horns out in the blue. Soon enough, the wall of death is not going to have any mercy. These two teams, they need to be a bit more quick on their feet. Beast gets spotted, shots taken. Luckily enough, Beast instantly squeezed himself back in that cover. But he's also quite chipped up. Ninja Boy walks from the back and he gets shot. I'm not exactly sure what Ninja Boy was thinking in that scenario. But Jelly, for him, that was a free frag. Even Beast gets caught out in the open. A lot of rookie mistakes made from K9. Omega was there to try and save the day. He does find the knock on to Jelly, but still, a lot of things are messed up big time. Lindsay and Keel Lamau, they get rid of Omega too, and with that, the elimination of K9 Esports hits the lobby. K9 Esports once again back in the lobby. But what just happened? Such a big blunder from two of the players of K9 Esports. A complete disconnect.
Yeah, adrenaline coursing through their veins and a little too much. And few of those reckless mistakes costing K9 the heads over here, especially how important this game of Miramar was, considering the fact that they had a couple of those early eliminations and completely outplayed by Team Jelly as they baited this one out perfectly, lured the trap, and K9 just walked in right by with their arms open. But for now, as things stand, majority of the teams have made it around those central areas of the circle, whilst a couple of the first game would look forward to redeeming themselves in this one.
0 points out of that Erangel. That's going to be a tough pill to swallow. WinGod Esports, they need to maintain that average. 6 to 7 points per game is all you need, my friend. And LeBron is constantly taking shots. Bot Army Esports on the receiving side of things. Luckily enough, no shots connected. Bot Army Esports, for them, these were the warning shots. WinGod Esports from the top, they've got so much intel to play with. It's crazy. They're constantly pinning down a few more players, a few more teams. They're instilling that fear in the opponents. And that's exactly what you need if you've got the high ground. As long as WinGod Esports is confident, this high ground can work out. But as soon as that confidence starts to fade away, WinGod Esports can also be on the receiving side of things.
Oh, yeah. They have to be very careful with their approach because surely they've got a beautiful spread going on from their side, but that leaves them vulnerable to threat from different directions if they cannot hold on to their flanks. If one of those players gets taken down, completely exposed to attack, not just from one angle, but multiple directions there. As we speak of, we've got a little bit of a fight also happening. See that come down to the very end. Teams really slowing down the pace. Now everybody's just waiting for the next hard shift. Orangutan, they're also playing with fire. A 2-2 spread coming in from their side. And I think that will really pay off pretty well if they can somehow manage to regroup their forces after that hard shift. As Myth Sports did manage to get a knock before. I haven't really gotten any confirmation. Of course, the distance being a little too much. But for Myth Official also, it's going to be a very important game, this one.
I'm not exactly sure. What is Revenant X-Park doing still outside of the circle? Such a slow and steady approach. They're still in the blue, by the way. Considering we've got the map feed, we can see it. But now they're finally deciding to move in the safety lines. And speaking of Myth, it does feel like Myth now, they've got a much more better standing in this game. This is how Myth like to play in the open finals. And once again, Myth have got the same stance. Hopefully it's going to work out this time. The next zone shift is going to be on the screen soon enough. And that's going to be the main decider. The major pace will be changed right here. That's the next circle. Everyone's waiting for that. Myth right next to the players of God's Green, Cincinnati Kids as well right above them. Myth is in a really bad spot. If they decide to take a rotation from here, they will be screwed. But look at the circle. It shifts on the left side of the map. It's completely out in the open. There's not a lot of compounds to play with, but there's definitely a lot of ridges and high grounds to play with.
I think this game really opens the floodgates for IQ Soul. Revenant X Park can completely understand the fact that they had to engage in that early battle. They'd have a scarcity of loot there. And after that, they took their sweet time. It was still stage 2, so can't really complain. But this is where things might really go awkward for them. They've not seen IQ Soul in the nearby vicinity as Carnival Gaming. They're also being struck. It is going to be the apes themselves. OG comes striking in. Trades from both these sides as AKOP somehow trying to fight it out, duke it out. But there you have it. WizGod also getting taken down in that situation there as OG having no trouble whatsoever to deal with the force of Carnival Gaming. Just blitzing their way inside this fight, inside this compound, and annihilating Carnival Gaming, and a reality check for CG.
A quick burst of action, costing CG's life, and OG as well losing out on 2 players in that span of 10 seconds. Damage was dealt equally, but still OG, they were the one to come through victorious. Team Empire still at the top. They've got such a great stance to play with. If Empire can hold on to this position for too long, there's a big chance they can squeeze a chicken dinner away as well. WinGod Esports, same thing can be said for them too. They've had this high ground for such a long time now. Myth Official's on the move as well. Oxen has found his team a good spot to play with. Myth, slow and steady approach, baby steps. They're not wanting to go for a big leap. Instead, just moving from compound to compound. Godsreed under heavy fire from Just Jelly, and already 2 knocks are found. The backline's not so secured, and Godsreed messing up big time. After getting that previous chicken dinner, this seems like a big dip in the performance.
Really did not see this coming, did they? Felt like they were the last teams having their backlines cleared, but Jelly just being a little too patient. Waited for the right chance, right opportunity, and pounced the moment they got that. But Delta seems like his position hasn't been given away. Same goes with Destro, but even for the likes of Team Jelly, they're aware of that. They know there might be 2 foes somewhere in the compounds over there. As Delta still trying to line somebody up, needs to thread the needle, needs to find some opener. Even if either of the team gets that, leaves them to fire or leaves them to get third-partied by WinGod. We're constantly keeping watch on this direction.
Feel the silence. After that quick burst of action, everything once again goes quiet. Dust once again starting to settle down. But as a few shots are taken from Sam, Bot Army Esports once again on the receiving end. It feels like Bot Army Esports, they just can't take a breather. Constantly under fire by either WinGod Esports and now Jelly. Godsreed, the final 2 players surviving, but as soon as I say so, it seems like even Destro gets knocked out. By a beautifully placed nade from Yush. And WinGod Esports, they're definitely uncontested so far. They're doing a fantastic job in making sure that their attention is spread out equally on all the different angles. And that's why WinGod Esports is still uncontested. Delta's position was given away a while ago, and Just Jelly knows exactly where Delta is placed. Utilities tossed inside of that shack, and Delta is taken down to barely any sort of HP. Pulls out the shotgun. He's up against the 3 players of Just Jelly. He finds the first strike, but eventually Delta gets dealt with.
He does, and had no answers really. A valiant effort, but to no avail. No finisher secured out of that one. It's the 3rd circle. Need to get some bandages on, and he's going to be as good as new. But for now, Team Empire, look at them. They've got a circle where they can really go in for the conversion. But you've got so many of those bigger names inside the zone already. IQ Soul on one side, Revenant X Park on northeastern areas. Whilst the center are still out for contestation. Red Ross, they're vying in. They want to go in for the climb. They want to take fight against IQ Soul. Mania has got a beautiful compound to really work things out. But we might see a lot of power coming in from the south and that eastern areas. Cincinnati kids, they have to get inside the circle, have got a nice spread working in for themselves, but have to be very wary of the position of the players of Revenant X Park and Team Empires, respectively.
Jelly's got 5 finishes all by himself, by the way. Being an IGL,
Nice.
still doing so good. A big step up by the man. Leading by example. This is what you call. Hold on to that thought, though. Myth taking a few shots against Bot Army Esports. Once again on the receiving side of things. I'm not sure what's happening to the players of Bot Army Esports. A team that punished the opponents, but this time they're getting punished themselves. Aiku Solmanya, all by himself on top of that roof. Even he's getting contested. A few shots connected from Red Ross Phoenix. But no follow-up after that. Arto, Lucifer, Beast, right next to each other. Even they've got a solid place to play with, but the only team that's causing any sort of issue is Aiku Sol. There's Knuckle in the back lines too. Lucifer needs to watch out. Lucifer can be punished heavily.
Oh yeah.
Red Ross, still they've got a good position to play with though, so they can easily maneuver for safety. Cincinnati Kids next to Bot Army Esports. This can be a tough fight for both of these teams, but Cincinnati Kids, they've got the man advantage, so they can easily roll the players of Bot Army Esports if they want.
With the circle still closing in, they have to make a choice, and they've decided to stay. They've decided to see it till the very end, considering the fact that a lot of those keepers would be keeping a watch. Cincinnati Kids, they have to make this job done, or rather complete it in a rather quick fashion, and hence deciding to retreat as Team Jelly. They decide to strike in on the apes of Viron, one of the only players inside of this compound, and he is under severe threat as Team Jelly looks like they are men on a mission, looking nigh unstoppable, and Jelly, in fact, as an individual, increases the tally from 5 to now on 6. 8 finishes already accumulated for Team Jelly. They've secured the bare minimum. Here onwards, whatever they can carve for themselves would be an added bonus as Team Empire. They decide now to lock horns against Team Jelly, a rather wounded one at that, and now maybe this could mark the end for Team Jelly as Cincinnati Kids closing in. They've got Team Diesel to deal with, but they decide to just pass by, leaving them exposed to a lot of fire coming in from the players of Cincinnati Kids. But now they're not out of the woods yet, because right in front of them are the players of Team Empire with Team Jelly closing in. This is going to look oh so intense for Cincinnati Kids.
Myth has taken too many fights at the same time. It's not looking too good. Myth, they've got so much to worry about. Empire next to him, even Just Jelly approaching the fight. They're also getting shot at from the back lines too. Nothing seems safe. Just Jelly, they decide to take a fight against the players of WinGod Esports. As Team Empire, they take an exit from the vicinity and straight up book for the zone, which can be a good option, but considering it is the late game scenario, I'm not exactly sure if that's a great move or not. Depending on the cover, I'm not sure. Team Empire squad exposed. A few utilities tossed right on top of them. Hunter's gonna be hunted. Beautiful Molotov. The man's burned to death. But still the confirmation hasn't followed up. That was his own Molotov, actually. Myth officials still quite exposed. They're taking a lot of hurt, even from the players of WinGod Esports. And Just Jelly now is taking fight against the players of Myth as Oxen tosses out a beautiful nade. And that's gonna mark the day for Jelly. Jelly was being a little bit too confident in that scenario. Too many finishes racked up for Jelly, and that's why he could feel that adrenaline. He wanted to make the push all by himself against Myth, thinking that he can take care of him, but Myth wraps him up. Aiden and Oxen moving together. Just Jelly's completely in shambles. WinGod Esports, they've got the upper edge in the fight. It's just Ninja standing on the floor. He can't stand for too long. We all know that. He's got a little dip to play with, tossing out a few smokes, and those smokes are going to be hope. But those hopes are soon going to fade away. And with that hope, even their lifeline will.
They really got pinched so bad in that situation, Team Jelly. But look at this, WinGod. They've suffered some casualties of their own as Myth official. They decide to strike in on the Empire. There you have it, those nades being flung over. Maxioso still alive for how long is the question as grenades keep on pouring through. And it is going to be Red Ross who get the final laugh as Empire just dismantling himself and the entire squad. What's going on there? As now Ace, being the final surviving member, has to come to aid for his fallen comrade out there in the open. Ace still surviving, still breathing. For how long is going to be that question as the circle takes another shift pretty much out in the open. Everybody exposed, but Aiku Soul, they're gonna have a fiesta of finishes. Spray God being one of those players being taken down far from aid from his teammates. Cover fire at this time is going to be rather impossible, as Aiku Soul, they also have to carve their way inside the zone, given the fact that Sham is the only member from Diesel to have control over the circle. But again, at the cost of what he's so much exposed, anything and everything could go wrong for Diesel if they're not careful.
He does not have the control fixes. He's crossing his own fingers and hoping that he's not going to be spotted inside of that circle.
Exactly.
In the smack center. Soon, a lot of teams are going to approach the zone at the same time, and Champ can't do anything. He will mess things up, and that's destined. Wingard Esports up against Red Ross. Numbers equalized as Beast gets knocked out. Wingard Esports. Things looking okay, but still backs against the wall, and that's a big sign of concern. Beast will be confirmed instantly. Ikusol saw my steps in the fight. A death blow handed out to that player. Ikusol constantly taking shots all across the field, considering they've got the high ground to play with, and they seem like the supreme one, raining down hellfire against the teams on the front. Sham's position still uncontested. Man's behind that little shack. He's looking okay for now. But soon enough, even that hay belt's gonna be checked. So he's not looking so safe so far. Sham gets spotted, shots taken, man gets knocked out eventually. Wingard Esports, they wanted to contest that ridge, but then Revenant X-Park, they welcome that player with open arms as Revenant X-Park 2. Now they finally make their presence known. Red Ross as well, stepping inside of the safety line slowly and steadily. Even Ikusol on the move, so much to worry about. The top three, they seem pretty devastating. 4 more teams in the lobby. Red Ross in the mix. And they've got a lot to worry about. But the real contesting is between the 3 teams that you see on the screen right now.
Oh, look at this. Phoenix. He has his eyes pinned on the players of Ikusol. As now Revenant X-Park having been dealt with. Ninja still breathing, still alive. I do not know how, but he's made that possible. Ikusol being the favorites to win the chicken dinner. But hold on, there you have it. Ninja opening things up against Phoenix. Gets another knock. Makes it rather easier for the players of Ikusol as now Red Ross in complete shambles. It is going to be just Lucifer, the king of hell, against the giant mammoths. Ikusol inside the lobby with his position compromised, with those grenades being flung over. We knew Ikusol had foreseen this. Manya Knuckle coming in with the push, goes in for the wraparound. As Diesel, they're still alive, somewhere far off, maybe in a different planet. Yeah, of course, just med-stratting his way. 3 finishes, 6 points. I'd take that if I were Diesel.
Of course. 9 points in total from this game. Consistency on the board. As I mentioned, you need 6 to 7 points per game to have that average up. And Diesel Esports, they've already touched that in this game. It's completely fine. A few more points at the top, so Diesel Esports is looking pretty good and dandy. If Albie can squeeze away 1 elimination point before he gets taken down by the zone, that's going to be a top-off.
It's too far.
Ikusol's quite exposed. Yeah, it's too far. Known. But still, maybe if the luck favors him, and if he connects a few headshots, something can definitely happen. Last first aid popped out. Yeah, he's not going to be able to squeeze it away. Let's be honest. A bit too far away from that ridge as well. And that's going to be Albie dealt with. And with that Ikusol, they secure that chicken dinner fixes. My prediction was right.
I mean, of course, we both were pretty much on the same page with that one. With Ikusol having just changed their pace, changing their approach. I told you, this is one of those teams, if they want a chicken dinner, they know how to get it. And Miramar has always written those comeback stories of Ikusol. We've seen them being over-aggressive, that not really paying off, and they realize they have to be in the competition, if not on the top, somewhere around that 5th and 6th spot. And this chicken dinner cements that in style. But, you know, what I loved was how Red Ross were given a taste of their own medicine. Now, I'm going to take the viewers back yesterday, if you remember that game of Vikendi, where Versatile were really on the cusp of winning it, and it was Wizgod from the backlines. And this time had to be Ninja doing the same to the players of Red Ross. What a change in the script, and making things so easy for Ikusol. I mean, they could have still secured the competition, could have gotten a few extra finishes, but just making things easier, I think, with open arms, Ikusol just embraced this chicken dinner. Whilst Diesel, they realized that they are pretty much messed up, right? The moment Sham was out in the open, we knew he's just a member surviving for the next couple of seconds, instantly whooped. But Albie, being ever so clever, so smart, he somehow managed to survive, which brings us again to a point, Necro. We need to bring this upon K9 and GDR. One good game, they lift our hopes up. And suddenly the next one, they come crashing down. What's happening?
Maybe, as I mentioned, look, I'm just going to be repeating the same thing like a broken record, but I just think that these teams know they've got so much more time to go in the future, and somewhere down the line, maybe they're too confident in knowing the fact that they can easily qualify till the challenge finals. Maybe that's why they're pulling off some weird shenanigans, but you cannot really overshadow the fact that K9 Esports made a lot of rookie mistakes in that fight. The players were running out in the open, they were taking so much damage. I'm not even sure what Ninja Boy was doing when he challenged that fight straight up head on. He was in that buggy, and he saw Jelly right in front, but he still was in that buggy, and he was driving pretty slow as well, by the way.
Yeah, you know, I'm still not over this fight. How on earth could have Phoenix just thrown this away? This was literally their fight. They had everything in their control, and suddenly, one after the other, the players keep on making the same old mistakes. Especially when you've got such a bitter rivalry. And even this, it felt like K9, they were completely folded there. And even in this situation, Carnival Gaming felt like they had no retaliation. It was so chaotic, and OG in a jiffy just wiped them out.
It was a burst of action. 10 seconds and CJ was already outside of the game. And OG lost out on 2 players in that instance as well. So you can't really overshadow the fact that, yeah, that action was super unpredictable. Maybe that's why CG got caught off guard, which is completely fine. CG's still doing pretty okay in the overall standings, right? The same thing can be said for Revenant X-Park, slipping under the radar. We're not really seeing Revenant X-Park pull off any sort of poppy plays, do any sort of flashy plays, but still, they're getting that consistent points on the overall standings, and I'm pretty sure they're going to be in the top 3 at the end of the day.
Yeah, of course, because when we looked at the finish feed, I think they had around 11 finishes before they got wiped off. And had a picture of 2 different stories where IQ Soul, not a lot of finishes initially, they racked up quite a lot towards the very end, but it was Revenant X-Park that had done majority of the heavy lifting, taking down one of their biggest foes, Phoenix Esports, and after that they took their own sweet time to loot, and then they injected themselves through from the northeastern side of the circle. So took a couple of fights here and there, got a lot of those floating finishes for themselves, increasing the tally. They knew they'd gotten the average, but boy oh boy, how good were Team Jelly, not just winning those fights, but even for Ninja as an individual to survive till the very end, to get maybe a 4th position finish isn't too shabby. And the man himself, a lot of fingers pointed at him, and look at him answering all of them back with his performance. Action speaks louder than words. Jelly is just starting to prove it.
Exactly. I mean, finally stepping up individually too, and as an IGL as well. Jin is looking really good in all the departments. 55% of the finish contribution, map impact of 11%. Just Jelly's looking pretty strong. You move on towards the stars of the match, and yes, Shadow is also going to be there, being the best companion for his team, saving a lot of the time, especially off the rip. The fight against Phoenix Esports, we thought Revenant X-Park is pretty much done, but still somehow they make a big bounce back in that fight because Phoenix Esports, they were making a lot of rookie mistakes as well. We indeed saw a lot of the players stepping out in the open for no reason, and the same thing can be said for K9 Esports too. In that fight, it felt like K9 Esports was like, you know what? We're pretty much done. We've got one good game. Now we don't really care. You can take us down. That's what it felt like in that fight.
Sometimes I really hate these stats and figures because honestly, Shadow getting the companion, I felt like Sarang did so much for his team there because everybody was knocked out. It was just him alive. He kept the boat afloat and took down almost the entirety of Phoenix Esports, had a crucial role in also tanking that damage when they went against a fight with Alto. Had Sarang really not gotten them back from the dead, I don't think X-Park could have even started to get any of those finishes to even begin with. So that is how underrated Sarang has been for this squad. Even when the big guns fail, this player, you can always expect him to be consistent through and through about.
I mean, yesterday we saw Revenant X-Park pull off some weird shenanigans. Spray God tossed his own nade onto his own teammate, and then he got knocked out. And because of that one reason, they pretty much lost the game as well. And yeah, it's pretty much easy to get the best companion 2 fixes. Just knock your own teammates out, get the revivals over and over again, and you're there on the stats board, right? Best companion. It's an evil idea. Don't do it.
You're touching a nerve. Takes me down to Robin. What's in the official events? If the viewers are aware, let us know in the chat section. Yes, sometimes stats and figures really do not justify to how crucial the players have been playing. Nonetheless, a great game of BGMI so far. 2 games already done and dusted. 1 more remaining for these 2 particular groups after this short little break.
If you think you'll stop somehow, just let us do our thing.
सो नीरज, फ्लाइट पाथ देख के आपकी लैंडिंग स्ट्रेटजी क्या होगी? बस सही एंगल, राइट ग्रिप, फोकस, और फिर इसको फेंकना नहीं आता। ओके, फाइनल सर्कल, 20 बंदे बचे हैं, क्या करोगे? प्रेशर नहीं लेता मैं सर, जेवलिन में दिमाग को ठंडा रखना पड़ता है। और फिर इसको फेंकना नहीं आता यार। नहीं आता। क्लोज रेंज में आपका फेवरेट वेपन कौन सा है? सबसे स्ट्रेटजी और टाइमिंग का खेल है सर, जेवलिन की तरह। अरे मेरा मतलब गन्स, M416 ग्रेनेड फेंक देंगे सर, सब फेंक देंगे। यार इसको सच में फेंकना नहीं आता। नहीं आता। अच्छा ये लो, नेट स्पैम करके दिखाओ। वाओ, इसको फेंकना नहीं आता, मगर इसको नेट फेंकना आता है यार। आता है। नीरज तो फेंकने में पास हो गया। आप भी BGMI खेलो और रश करो और चिकन डिनर। यार तुम तो फेंकने में चैंपियन निकले। चैंपियन नहीं सर, कॉन्करर। ओ यस।
do our thing. Ain't never do the Broncos thing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop us somehow, just let us do our thing. Ain't never do the Broncos thing.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, after that short break to once again Snapdragon Pro Series BGMI. 2 games done and dusted, and especially speaking of that previous Miramar game, a lot went down. Off the rip, we saw Revenant X-Park take a fight against Phoenix Esports, where it felt like Phoenix Esports, they had the upper edge in that duel, but still somehow they messed things up big time. And Shadow, what were your thoughts about K9 Esports getting wiped out like that?
K9 Esports seems like, Neeraj, their misery is still continuing, because if you notice, the previous Erangel went a little decent. I won't say it went really good, it went decent. They got those average 7 points to their name. But cut to next game, Miramar again wiped out so very early in the game. K9, they need to buckle up, because day number 2 is the last game coming for them. If they don't perform in the last game, I think the entire week would be a disastrous story for the players of K9.
K9 Esports definitely does seem quite stubborn, taking all the fights that they see in front of them. And that's one of the main reasons why K9 Esports is also struggling a bit too much. But I genuinely think so. K9 Esports is just trying to adjust according to the lobby. They're taking these games like the practice games, and they're probably going to buckle up maybe in the future. Because you clearly see that the approach K9 Esports are taking, it does seem pretty rookie. They do not really feel like they've got the proper surrounding awareness. The players, they just straight up march on forward to take the eliminations. Sometimes they do come out on top, but sometimes, just like the previous fight, they fail miserably.
I think they're just second guessing, because if you remember the fight which happened against the players of Team Orangutan in the first Erangel, I think that was such a clean fight which K9 executed. But cut to Miramar, again those rookie mistakes are coming in. So K9, they're just second guessing themselves I personally feel that.
K9 Esports is one of those teams that is mechanically stacked. They're a powerhouse, but still for some reason, we're not seeing that power being implemented inside of the game. But hold on to that conversation. We've got the match ranking popping up on the screen. IQ Soul getting 19 points, Just Jelly getting 15. You've also got Revenant X-Spark getting 14, and Diesel Esports touching that average. Even though they finished things off in the second spot, still they've only gotten 9 points because they did not really have a lot of elimination points to start things off with at the end of the day. Red Ross as well, decent amount of points on the board, not exactly a lot, but still touching that average. Even Team Empire is doing pretty good for themselves.
Oh, they certainly are. And if you remember the push that came from the side of Team Myth officials, speaking of Myth, the fight against Team Jelly was so precise and perfect. But cut to the moment they had to push that rush against the plus of Team Empire, I felt that was so uncalculated because they were not aware. They were in the entire team of Team Empire, and suddenly Myth, they got dismantled. These sort of mistakes are not expected from the side of Myth officials because this is one of those teams which is performing really good in the open finals.
Exactly. Myth, it feels like they're definitely crumbling under the experienced ones, and for some reason the experienced one as well, they're just not letting the players of Myth official have any sort of breather. It makes a lot of sense too, right? Myth, they're just getting grinded in between a lot of those teams. They're trying to execute the same playstyle they did in the open finals, but Myth officials, they just forget the fact that they're playing against some of the best teams in the Indian region. In open finals, it was a mix. There were some of the best teams as well. There were some of the rookie teams as well, and that's why maybe Myth were able to sail through. But now things get much more serious. And Myth, it's time to put in a lot of hard work and also a lot of homework. When the games are done, go back to your home, learn what exactly is going wrong, watch your VODs, and try and do the research. As we move on towards the overall rankings, the first team on the overall ranking is still VXT with 51 points, but CG is not that far back. 50 points accumulated so far. And speaking of CG, even in that previous game, we saw a fight between CG and OG, where OG was the one to come through victorious, but it was such a scrappy fight.
Agreed, 100%. But I think Carnival Gaming, they have done the majority of the heavy lifting on day number 1. So 1 or 2 bad games they can afford at this point. Orangutan, I think they are stepping up big time. They are sitting on the 10th spot with a total of 30 points. Even Diesel Esports, with the way Diesel is playing today, I think they are getting those average points in every single game. This time in Miramar, they also fared off really well. But then we have few players like Team Genesis, Myth officials, who are still underperforming. Genesis, yesterday, they were getting early elimination. The first game, they were the first one to be eliminated. So I think Genesis and Myth officials also need to buckle up at this point.
Look at K9 Esports. In the span of 5 games, they've only got 15 points. Cincinnati Kids do only 10 points. What is going on? Bot Army Esports, once again, another one of those teams that dominated in the open finals, and now they've only got 9 points on the board. This is something that needs to be dealt with as soon as possible. Bot Army Esports, this upcoming game, it has to be chicken dinner, or at least they need to be on the podium.
Agreed. Bot Army Esports, they need those elimination points because it is one of those teams that rely heavily on the finish points. Bot Army is not one of those teams that focuses on the placement points. They always go for the aggression, but sometimes that aggression needs to be the controlled aggression. They need to be aware about the surroundings, and that was something which is lacking from the side of Bot Army in the previous 2 games.
Bot Army Esports, for some reason, it feels like they're just not able to reply back to the lobby. The same thing that's happening with Myth is now happening with the players of Bot Army Esports. Bot Army Esports was one of those teams that is driven heavily by momentum, but they're just not able to find that first game itself, and that's why we're just never seeing that momentum build up for the side of Bot Army Esports. They're crumbling down every single time, no matter what action they try to step in. Even in that previous game in Miramar, you saw Bot Army Esports so many times on the receiving end. First, it was WinGod Esports from the top taking shots against them. Then we also saw Just Jelly taking constant shots against the players of Bot Army Esports. So yeah, it does feel like Bot Army Esports are placing themselves in such scenarios that they're getting targeted heavily.
Maybe they just need the read of the lobby. I think day number 3 or week number 2 might be a little better for the plus of Team Bot Army, but I think as soon as they stage a comeback, as soon as they feel comfortable in week number 1, I think week number 2, they can afford that extra risk, because week 3, you can't just depend for the 11th hour to buckle things up, because sometimes the situation might not go in your favor. But there is also one more team, Neeraj, that is performing really good. I think Red Ross Esports.
Red Ross is definitely doing pretty okay. Slipping under that radar, getting the consistent points. Even in that previous game, Red Ross was there, somewhere in the top 4. So yeah, Red Ross is definitely doing pretty okay. This upcoming game of Erangel is going to dictate everything though. If this Erangel is not going to be as smooth as the players want, then the real problems are going to start to stack up. Let's be honest, Miramar and Erangel, they're quite the classic maps, and those are one of those maps where you need to perform, because on the map of Sanhok, things are going to be much more haywire. Things are going to be much more aggressive. You expect a high-octane Sanhok gameplay, and you never know where you're going to get taken down from. Sanhok is so unpredictable.
Even Vikendi is, you need to be in the circle, you need to have the good position inside the circle if you want to have a good outing in the map of Vikendi. As you saw yesterday in the Vikendi, that how the players of Orangutan, Visgod specifically, ruined the game for the players of Versatile by not letting them get that winner chicken dinner. So I think Sanhok and Vikendi are two off maps where you can't expect a comeback. So you have to place good in the map of Erangel and Miramar.
You indeed need to. The plane flat pad starting all the way from Sosnoka military base towards Kameshki this time around. This plane flat path heavily tilting towards the right side of the map. If you want to move in towards the left side, which is Georgia Pool, it's going to be a tough stretch. The teams will need to drop onto a pit stop, get their hands on the vehicles, and then move in towards Georgia Pool, which seems like a tough task. If there's a lot of teams thinking the same way, there definitely will be a lot of clashes.
Oh, there is a possibility of that happening, but I just want to see where the first circle will go. If it goes towards the side of Georgiapul or the big mountain of Georgiapul Everest, maybe that is going to make things a little tricky for all the teams. And Neeraj, since your predictions I heard are coming so very true, I want to know from you which team you think is going to come victorious in this one.
K9 Esports, I'm going with him. First Erangel was decent, second Erangel chicken dinner. I think so K9 Esports, they've learned their lesson. And knowing the fact that they've only got 15 points in the span of 5 games, now it's time to step up. And speaking of stepping up, Bot Army Esports too stepped up by a big margin this time around, striking down the players of GDR, left, right, center. One more man in the front lines, and he does not stand a chance. It's the second time God's Reign have been wiped out by the likes of Bot Army Esports, and you love to see it.
Bot Army Esports, this was so important for them. In the first Erangel also, they had to drop clash with the players of God's Reign, but immediately they backed off from that fight and they went towards the side of Novo Rupnoy, where Team Jelly was just waiting for them. But this time, Bot Army Esports, they come prepared, Neeraj, and they came prepared heavily. They eliminated the entirety of God's Reign. Seems like the revenge has been taken. 4 finishes towards their name and 1 casualty, but K9 Esports, slug on the rooftop, is aware about the players of Team Revenant X Park in the same compound.
Monty getting 4 finishes from that previous fight. Single-handedly manhandling God's Reign. That's what you expect from a team like Bot Army Esports. And taking down such a remarkable team, that's going to give you the confidence as well. The momentum that we spoke of. Bot Army Esports driven heavily by that momentum. And let's just hope in this game Bot Army Esports can make a lot happen. Revenant X Park getting approached by K9 Esports. A fight that happened off the rip, and as I mentioned, considering the plane fly path was so far away from their drop locations, both the teams, they had to think through every single decision they were going to take. And right now, both of them in that same spot. Both teams thinking the same way. Spray God's taken down pretty low. One single bullet, and Spray God, he might just meet the makers. Utilities tossed out. K9 Esports for now. They've got the advantage. Where's the remaining 2 players of Revenant X Park? That's my question. We're not able to see the boys. And Revenant X Park right now, sitting in a really uncomfortable spot. Even the elimination feed's going off. Phoenix Esports is fighting Genesis. And you can have a look at the fight as well. Phoenix Esports too, they've taken heavy casualties upon themselves. The same thing can be said for Genesis too. But even the fight between the players of K9 Esports and Revenant breaks out. Revenant X Park as well. Not looking too healthy in that scenario. Genesis, they wipe out the entirety of Phoenix Esports. Another name that's been struggling so far is also Phoenix. You can't really overshadow that. Revenant X Park 2 getting completely broken in half. As K9 Esports, they're the one to come out on top in this fight. But still K9 Esports, they need to take care of 2 more players of Revenant X Park.
Well, they certainly do, but Genesis, They dealt with the plus of Team Phoenix Esports, but Aiku's soul is also just ready for the fight as Grind is the last man standing needed in this situation and a very low HP. He needs to make a quick escape from the situation. He needs to scuttle back to the safety because he has got no medkit whatsoever, and Aiku's soul just getting those finish points confirmed. 4 finishes already in the name of Team Aiku Soul. A good start for Aiku Soul as well. And going for the 5th one with a vehicle run over Genesis. They are surviving with only 1 player remaining. Their victory was very short-lived. And speaking about the fight of K9 Esports and Team Revenant X-Park as well, that was a drop clash happening. And Revenant having such a huge split between the 2 players did help their case. They were outnumbered in that fight.
You can't really blame them, though. It's one of the most unexpected drop fights, and somehow K9 Esports found themselves on the right side of the spectrum. That's a great thing for K9 Esports, but not so great for Revenant X-Park, a team that's heavily booking on the consistency. But it's completely fine for Revenant X-Park. They're already doing so good in the overall standings. 1 single game left out, okay. It's not going to be that big of a dent. They can easily recover from this. Just Jelly on the screen. And this is one of those teams that is being showcasing a lot of potential. And you're always left craving for more. Nenze is one of those players with a lot of potential as well. Kula Mao has put some incredible stats in the previous tournaments too, so you expect the save from the boy once again. And he's been delivering pretty well. This entire lineup seems pretty stacked. And so far, they've been showcasing why so. And looking at the map so far, CG, they've got a nice split going towards Gatka. Also in a really good spot inside of the circle. If they want, they can go for the big boy mountain contention. It's not taken by anyone. Myth towards Pochinki, uncontested as well. Cincinnati Kids down south towards Farapir, looking pretty good. Bot Army Esports constantly wiping out the likes of Godsreen. And this has to be a wake-up call as well for Godsreen. This is the second time this has happened.
Agreed. God's Rain, yes, they did the heavy lifting in the first game, but they also need to remember that day number 1 was not entirely in their favor. So God's Rain, they need to buckle up for day number 2 as their matches for day number 3 as their matches for day number 2 are already over. Speaking of Team Jelly, I think the first Erangel also didn't go entirely in their favor because the rotations seemed off, the individual players were getting picked off, and in the final circuit it was only 2 players remaining. They were also taken out pretty early in the game. So Team Jelly, they need to play as a unit. Yes, I agree that Miramar and day number 1 was in their favor. They have got that extra cushion to go for that extra risk in the maps. But still, I'll say for Team Jelly, it's better to be cautious. And for now, they have the entire control of the Nova Ripnoi, but they need to be careful of the players of Team Empire. But my main concern is towards the players of Team Bot Army Esports, Neeraj, because every single time we have seen in Erangel that Cincinnati Kids, they go for the bridge block. And if that happens again, this time it will be Bot Army Esports on the receiving end.
It will be. But I don't think Cincinnati Kids is going to hold on to that bridge for too long. Even they themselves realize the fact that, yeah, things are a little bit too dicey, even on their end. They do not have a lot of points in the overall standings. Being proactive is something that's going to help their case. So Cincinnati Kids, they're definitely going to try to fall back as soon as possible. Right now, they're camping it. But even Bot Army Esports, there's someone who knows what happens. So Bot Army Esports is not going to go for the rotation just yet. They're going to wait it out for as long as possible. Even Cincinnati Kids still getting their loot topped off. They do have decent loadouts to play with. Everything's looking good in the hood for every single team so far. Even K9 Esports moving towards Severny. Considering the plane flat path was pretty far away, K9 Esports, they took a little bit of that pit stop. Took down 2 players of Revenant X-Park. And now they're once again on their merry way. CG, all the 4 players up against the players of WinGod Esports. Somewhere down the line, we all knew CG's going to go for this high ground. And they do the exact same thing. Which makes a lot of sense too. Once you get your hands on the high ground, it also means that you're going to have a lot of intel to play with. And WinGod Sahil, taking a few shots against CG. Nothing found just yet. Now it's going to be the nade parade coming through soon. Goblin in the front lines, tossing out a few nades in the close quarters. Making sure that there's going to be no one around the fray. Another nade tossed out. Sahil, that reposition's gonna save his day, but Goblin gets caught. What just happened? Overextension from Goblin. It might just cost CG the game. And Sahil is the only player up close and personal. A few more nades tossed from his own teammate, and Sahil is still making the push. He actually finds the second knockout as well. And how is Sahil not getting taken down? That's my question. Eventually, Sahil does get taken down, but at the cost of what? 3 of your own teammates. CG, they messed this fight up big time. A lot of shots missed and whiffed, and a lot of rookie mistakes made as well. Those over peaks were not needed.
Time and time again in the open finals, we saw that when God every single time in such kind of circles likes to have a piece of that big Georgiopol Everest. And this time, kudos to Sahil that he was able to bring down 2+ of Carnival Gaming down. First, it was Goblin who was overextending. After that, it was Hector. And immediately, the cavalry was there when Sahil was traded off. So, perfect synergy was showcased by the plus of Team Vingod Esports. But I do agree that few mistakes were also made from the side of Carnival Gaming, because of which they have to face an early elimination in a game which could have been a very good game for them, because look at the circle. It's a completely northern circle. And Genesis' last player, Crine, is holding on to Zarki, so maybe he'll be rewarded with good placement points this time.
Maybe. Still a big maybe. And look at Bot Army Esports. They're taking it so slow and steady. They know exactly what's happening on the bridge, and that's why Bot Army Esports, they do not want to be too quick on their feet. Wait it out for as long as possible, go for the late game rotation, but the zone's panning out up north. And Bot Army Esports themselves do realize the fact that they need to be a bit more quick. Cincinnati Kids, they should do the same thing too. Leave this bridge camp and prioritize the zone. All the good slots are going to be taken away soon, and Cincinnati Kids, they've already been struggling with the points too much. They cannot afford to take any sort of risks anymore because their 4-4 fights, they haven't been looking that strong.
But here is the thing, Neeraj, that Cincinnati Kids already know that God's Reign, they have been eliminated. Now they're just waiting for the plus of Bot Army Esports, because every single time we have witnessed that God's Reign, they can dodge that bridge camp, they can breach into that so very easily. And every single time, Cincinnati Kids have been left with no finish points at all. But this time, they want those 4 finishes. They're hungry for that. And maybe that could be the reason for the late rotation coming in from their side. But hold on to that thought. We have the plus of K9 and Red Ross in the city of Siverny. And seems like they are in sort of a kerfuffle as Ninja Boy is trying to pep a few bullets towards a rotating team of Red Ross, especially onto Ortho. And Ortho down to 10 HP. Just a single more bullet and maybe he could be taken down.
Shots definitely taken, but no connection being found so far. Ninja Boy's giving it everything. But the player's a bit too far away, and I'm not sure why he's still taking those shots. Burning through the ammunition. Looking at the elimination feed, K9 Esports. Big blunder. Omega was out in the open. Man gets caught. Beautiful knock from Lucifer. And the man will be rewarded with an elimination point. K9 Esports, they're quite spread out. I'm not a big fan of this approach. Slug needs to reunite with his own teammates. And look at Arto. He's making that push against Slug. And Slug himself is backing away now. That's a great decision. Quite a mature one, quite a wise one. Not being too overconfident in that scenario. Realizing that it's Red Ross that you're playing against. Respect this team. K9 Esports too, playing it a little bit on the back end. We're not seeing the same team as we did back in Global Esports. Even if these 3 players are surviving, I'm pretty sure back in Global Esports, they would have been still aggressive. We would have still seen the players of K9 Esports on the hunting side of things. But this time around, K9 Esports, they're being humbled. Ninja Boy on the run. He does not want to be part of the action as well, as Red Ross is constantly taking shots against him. They do not want to leave the trail. And Red Ross, they straight up book it to the centric part of the circle, which makes a lot of sense too. IQ Soul, they might just face off against the 2 remaining players of Revenant X-Spark. Shots were taken. A few connection found as well. Joker gets softened up, and even Shadow is there in the fray. More shots taken, but this time no connection found. Revenant X-Spark, they make a move quickly.
Both both these teams, Igo Soul and Team Revenant X Park, they were trying to migrate inside the circle from the eastern side. That is exactly where the players of Team K9 are also there. So both these teams need to be careful as everyone wants to head to the center of the circle. Even the players of Team Just Jelly, they're holding on to the Northern Georgia Pool apartments. A good area to hold on to, in fact. But Zarki is still unoccupied. It's only Grind of Genesis holding on to that area. Even I like the rotation of the players of Team Wingod as they're trying to traverse from the complete southern side. So they could potentially look for the southern dominant control. But my main question, coming back to that fight between Red Ross and K9, what was Omega doing out in the open? But wait a second, we have Albi locking horns with the players of Team Ico Soul as Mane has been taken down.
Orlo still pulling off a few parkour moves. Ico Soul, look at Same. He's left unchecked, and he's going to punish Orlo. That's what happens. Diesel Esports Orlo not checking the corners, and now the man needs to pay the price for that. Same gets a free hand against him. Instantly, Orlo gets punished, but now it's down to just LB. One single man can't really pull off a lot. Once again, LB's not checking the corner. What is going on? Diesel Esports, check your corners. You're making a lot of mistakes, and that's why Same, he got so many free hands against you. And now OG, even they close on up. They want to go for the third party. Ico Soul is quite hurt. Veron in the outskirts. Same needs to find the first knock. Look at Same. He's like the cheeky ninja, cheeky assassin hiding in the smokes. The smoke criminal. Two of his teammates get knocked out. Same, the only glimmer of hope left standing in this scenario. As Ico Soul, they realize all of their pieces, they're starting to fall down. It's the domino effect that's hitting the players of Ico Soul. And Same, once again, he was able to find the first strike, but that's all he's going to find this time.
Ico Soul, just the minute they eliminated the players of Team Diesel Esports by breaching into the compound, they were not prepared for the rush that came from the side of Orangutan. Because if you notice, the HP of the players was pretty low. One player was already taken down, then Ronnie was also knocked out. It was only down to Some, and even Some was not full to his HP. And Orangutan, they strike at the right moment and were rewarded with free finish points. 5 finishes, they are looking pretty strong. But right now, the players of Myth Officials, Oxen in the crosshairs of Beast, and Beast knocks him down. We'll be looking for the confirmation point as well. Myth Officials, mind you, Neeraj, they were also struggling yesterday, so they need those points. But Red Ross, well, they're running high on the confidence at this point.
Myth getting the revival onto Oxen. Taps are there, but the connection, that's missing. He wants to puncture the tires too, blow him out, which will be tough, but this Nate's going to find the mark. I already know it. Nate should catch a 2-piece, and it does. Even Spear falls down. Myth Officials, what a big blunder this is. Myth is never able to find a breather in the game. Always getting punished constantly. Beast finds the confirmation from the back. It's also just Jelly. Where do you go? Red Ross looking clinical. And they should continue the same approach. Lucifer's catching a lot of hurt. But he's found himself a bit of that rich to play with. A piece of cover. And he's going to back away from that spot. Give it away. Which is, of course, a wise option. Red Ross, they've got so much control. This entire position Red Ross is controlling. It feels quite dominant.
It certainly is, as they are being the king of the hills. And I love the circle, as 20 to 30% of the circle is still inside the water. And Red Ross, they are placed perfectly. Their backlines are pretty much clear. They're aware about the surroundings. They're aware where Team Just Jelly is holding on. Myth Official, they are left with only one player remaining. In all this scenario, along with Red Ross Esports, there is one more team which can have a good outing, and they are the players of K9 Esports. Because if you look at Neeraj, K9, they are making their rotation from the northern side, complete northern shorelines. But Slug also needs to be a bit careful because he's too far away from his teammates. I agree that he's scouting the area for the team, but he needs to be careful because there's still 11 teams and 34 players remaining. Whereas if you look at the players of Team Bot Army Esports, they're taking their sweet time to move inside the circle coming from the eastern side, and maybe they will also opt for the same route as the players of Team K9 did.
Still a big maybe though. It's now the patience game. was having a look at the map as well, and K9 Esports, they're playing quite from edge to edge. Slug is a bit too split out from the pack, and that's what he's doing now, reuniting with the boys as the next zone's going to shift out in the open, catching every single team off guard. Where do you place yourself? K9 Esports, they need to worry about another threat that's approaching them. Bot Army Esports right on the tails. Monty was one of those players that did take down all the 4 players of Godsreen, and he's already feeling at the Cloud9. K9 Esports still there around the fray. Everyone's grouped up. And there's Ninja Boy wanting to create that flank angle, but it feels like Monty knows what exactly is happening. He will get control of this warehouse for now. And Bot Army Esports just stuck in the blue. They're getting camped out by the likes of K9 Esports. Where do you take an exit from? That's their question. Henry's scary. Everyone wants to move in tandem. But K9 squad, they're really making things tough.
They certainly are, but if you look at the rotations which the players of Team Empire are pulling off, yes, I do agree. They have got the players of Team Cincinnati Esports on their tails, but the rotation of Team Empire was so smooth inside the circle from the southern eastern side, and now they are somewhere towards the centrish position. Yes, I do understand it's an open circle. They need to defend that area so very well. It's not going to be an easy job. But for the players of Team Orangutan, they're also holding on to the northern eastern periphery of the circle, where Wizgod is trying to spot someone out in the open, and seems like he has spotted one of the foes and might be peppering few bullets, might be looking for the knock and the confirmation point, because Orangutan, they're also running high on confidence. 5 finishes already to their name, and the way they annihilated the entirety of Team IQ Soul, I think OG will be looking for that aggressive approach in this one.
They will be. Even Red Ross are now starting to face the brunt. They're catching a lot of hurt upon themselves. Bot Army Esports on the move. A few shots connected. Beast is able to hurt the players, but not find any sort of confirmations, and that's the problem. Bot Army Esports taking the upper edge in the fight, gaining the zone control, and now K9 Esports, they need to do the same thing, but they're going to find quite a clean breach. No one's there to contest him. Considering K9 Esports, they were playing from the back lines. Now K9 Esports knows there's no one gonna backstab. And that's why K9's looking pretty confident. Bot Army Esports, they want to play from the edge. They don't exactly know what the future lines hold. Bot Army's constantly taking shots on the right against K9. And even IQ Soul now. It's actually OG. OG still, they do not want to be part of this. Aru and Baron, they're trying to play it as safe as possible. As Team Empire, they crash against Cincinnati Kids. And out of nowhere, that quick burst of action is going to give us the result as Cincinnati Kids, they've been eliminated from the game. And this is exactly what I was talking about. Cincinnati Kids wasted so much time to the point where now they just did not have a good position to play with, and Team Empire contested that.
Team Empire are proving to be the dark horses at this point. The way they are taking those fights, they're looking so confident in their rotations, and the circle as takes a northern shift. I think the players of Team Orangutan are also going to be pretty happy as they are on the northern periphery of the circle. But wait a second, the last player of Team Myth Officials has been spotted on by the players of Team Just Jelly, and they're just rushing onto his compound. A Molotov has already been thrown, but Maxi is not moving a single muscle. But look at the players of Team Just Jelly, all the 4 players ready with those grenades, those utils. But Maxi is just holding on to that one corner of the compound with S12K in his hands. But even the players of Team Jelly are ready with this DBS, and the S12K Maxi gets 1 knock, 2 knock. And the cavalry was there. Kyo Lama was also left on a sliver of HP, but he saves the day for the players of Team Jelly.
Maxioso, solid stuff before getting taken down, but still the confirmations did not hit. No points accumulated. Red Ross, Arto, one with the nature, hiding inside of the bush. He's quite a venomous snake, waiting to inflict some pain and hurt. Soon enough, maybe he can be spotted by a beast. Because Beast is still lying around in that same area. How did Beast see that player? Because I was not able to see him on my screen. But Beast, solid spot. The man's got an eagle eye.
Well, K9, yes, they have got 6 finishes. They have got the eagle eyes. But wait a second, we have the players of Team Empire also locking horns with the players of Windgod. Lot of utils being exchanged. There is smoke trail to deny vision and have a soft cover as well. But Windgod with those vehicles are trying to create those flank angles as Infinity has been knocked down, but not just by Team Empire, but by K9 Slug. So K9 is also doing a third party in this situation, Neeraj.
Empire's got the advantage. Windgod Esports on the receiving side of things as even another man falls down. Infinity and LeBron the casualty. Yash and Sai, the last 2 remaining players, says Windgod. They want to get away harms free, but it feels like they're not going to be let so. Predator's still there, wanting to reply a few more players of Windgod Esports. Yash, he makes the escape, but there's still one more man around the corner, around the fray, and that's going to be Sahil OPAF. And even Sahil's catching a bit too much off that hurt from the blue itself, and even from the players of Team Empire. But Sahil can also bring in that X Factor and strike down a few more players of Team Empire. Now his position's uncontested. No one from the Empire knows that there's still someone in the backlines. Everyone thinks they've taken an exit. Empire's completely overshadowed the fact that there is still someone in the backlines. They do not know. They're unknown of this fact. And look at Sahil. He's roaming freely. One single spot from Empire 2 can actually get the job done, but no. Instead, Sahil, he fails to pop that first aid in time. He gets taken down by the wall of death itself.
Oh, certainly he has been taken down, but on the other side, we have the plus of K9 locking horns with the plus of RNTX and Jelly as well. K9 Esports, they have got 7 finishes and a lot of information to work around with. They have spotted down the plus of Team Just Jelly, but Jelly, they are in a kerfuffle with the plus of Team Revenant X-Pac as well. Lot of nades being exchanged. A Shadow is also trying to find some sort of connection with that grenade, and finally Jelly gets taken down, and Shadow will be looking for that confirmation, but Jelly has been knocked down by Slug of K9. K9, they are doing third party so much and getting those finish points as well. And now Kiolamau is left all by himself. Might be looking for the confirmation as the wall of the death is also closing in at this point.
K9 are always the stubborn bunch, and that's what you expect from them. But a team that has surprised me so far is definitely Team Empire. They've taken so many fights and still came out on top. Eventually, Team Revenant X-Spark as well get eliminated from the game, not really having that comfortable of a spot. But still, off the rip, they were down to a 2-man squad and still surviving till the late game. That is quite impressive. Team Empire now looking to take another fight against the players of OG. This will be a tough one. But Team Empire, they want to establish their own empire. Take it away from every single possible threat. And Empire already, they've also got the zone in their court. What else can you ask for? The only team that can be a solid threat is the players of K9 Esports. But if they do deal with K9 Esports, this game will be Team Empire's. And Team Empire, they've been remarkable so far. They've been so good. Smoke's tossed out from K9 Esports. They want to move up a bit more. There's still one person inside of the smoke of Windgod Esports, and he can play the major spoiler. K9 Esports, they need to be quick. They also need to be super vigilant. That man in the smoke, he can be the table turner, and Yesh is exactly waiting for the right moment to strike. But I love this play from K9 Esports too. They're spreading themselves out.
They certainly are. That also means that Ninja Boy, who has been knocked down by Yash grenades, won't get a rescue mission as Slug is so close to the plus of Team Empire. Yash also gets a confirmation point, but Beast takes down Empire of Team Empire. Ace is there to go for the revival onto the fallen comrade, but Beast is looking for the confirmation point as well. If the vehicle blows up, Ace can also go down, and that will leave Team Empire with only 2 players remaining. And look at the domination of K9. 12 finishes strong already, and Slug's beautiful grenade strikes at the right moment at the right player. Empire gets taken down again, and Ace might have to go for the rescue mission one more time.
Beast couldn't really blow up the vehicle because he did not have a lot of spare ammo. And that's why Team Empire still in the race. Windgod Yesh, this man won with the nature in the bush. Looking to catch the players of K9 Esports off guard. And Yesh was the person who took down Ninja Boy as well, but K9 Esports. Slow and steady moves. Slug's position's known. Utilities are being tossed towards that buggy. And Slug makes a distance between himself and that buggy itself. A 3-on-2 scenario. Add on Yash 2 in that. Maybe if Yash does find a knockout against Team Empire, things can still be brought back in their own hands. But instead, K9 Esports, they lose out in Beast, and that's not a great thing. Team Empire, they finally gain the confidence as they start to do the March of Death. It's one more man to go from K9 Esports by the name of Slug, but can he clutch it out? Usually Beast is supposed to be the clutch meister, but this time it's Slug put in that same shoes. But Slug won't be able to finish the task as he gets taken down as well. And what a game that was from Team Empire. Impressive stuff.
It was coming, Neeraj, because the way Team Empire has been playing since yesterday, every single time these guys have worked on their rotation. When everyone was going through the cluster, Team Empire so smoothly got inside the circle. This team has been working on their game after the open finals, and this chicken dinner was definitely due. Team Empire played it to the perfection, even the plus of Team K9 Esports as well. I think the amount of finishes which they have accumulated is definitely going to cover up for the previous two games, because the previous two games didn't go entirely in their favor, especially Miramar. So after this game, maybe the plus of K9 are also looking on a decent spot.
Indeed they are, but this chicken dinner, man, Team Empire has impressed me, and they've also caught me off guard. A team that we all overshadowed. A team that we thought does not even stand a chance in the challenge season. Now they're proven to be a real threat. Getting the chicken dinner super consistent on the day 2. Team Empire, a team that barely qualified from the open finals on the 16th spot. Now look at them. So impressive. And I'm pretty sure after this game, Team Empire is going to put themselves in a really good spot too. But moving the conversation on towards Revenant X Park as well. It's another one of those teams that has always been there on the forefront. Off the rip, they were taken down to a 2-man squad. Still, they were there in the top 7, which is really impressive. And K9 Esports, my prediction came real close. They finished things on the 2nd spot.
You've got that fortune ball or something, I believe that. But yes, Team Empire, definitely. They dealt with the plus of Team Cincinnati Esports, and they dealt with the plus of Team Wingod Esports, and K9, especially Slug. This guy was doing so many third parties. He was spotting down players, he was knocking them down, he was getting those confirmation points as well. So I think even Slug was also doing the majority of the heavy lifting when it comes to the finishes. K9, they were looking for the control from the northern periphery of the circle, whereas Team Empire was the only one having the southern eastern periphery of the circle. They were looking for that southern control, and that was only Team Empire fighting for that spot.
I mean, for Team Empire, let's be honest. As soon as they took down 2 of the most formidable forces, they took a fight against Cincinnati Kids, which were taking a fight against them. And as soon as they wiped out the likes of Cincinnati Kids, Empire, they just had a different blood coursing through their veins. They pretty much knew that they're going to be the one to come through victorious. And the ridge that Empire was holding, it's a really tough ridge to hold. But still somehow Team Empire wiped out 2 squads, and they somehow were still there on that same spot. Off the rip, we saw an action between Bot Army Esports and God's Reen, and once again it was Bot Army Esports to strike back the players of God's Reen.
And if you look at it, initially K9 and Revenant X Park also had to drop clash, where K9 was able to eliminate the 2 players of Revenant X Park, and the remaining 2 players were also eliminated by K9, but towards the later stage of the game. Wingod Esports and Carnival Gaming, they also locked horns with each other. They both wanted the control of the Georgia Pool Everest, where few mistakes were made by the players of Carnival Gaming, but Ico Soul, after winning this fight, they were not prepared for the rush that came from the side of Orangutan.
They indeed were not. Even IQ Soul, as you mentioned, right? I mean, the entire scenario, you pretty much popped it up. But Salmai, the amount of free hands the player got was insane. Even Albie did not check his corner, and Salmai once again got a free hand even against Albie. The amount of cheeky angles Salmai was able to pop from was insane. Even in the end, he was able to take down one more man of OG, but then later on, still he was snuffed out, so it's quite unfortunate. Myth Officials, Maxioso, the last man standing, he was able to find 2 strikes, but unfortunately, the third man traded things out. And this is what I'm talking about. Team Empire, taking fight against Cincinnati Kids, coming out on top. Even they took a fight against Wingod Esports, they came through victorious as well. And that's one of the main reasons why Team Empire won this previous game, because the ridge that they were playing, it's one of the toughest ridges to control, but if you do manage to control it, you're going to have a solid spot to play with.
And I feel even Vingod Esports, if they had the numbers advantage, maybe they could have done much more in this particular game. Because if you remember, Yash, the solo man surviving, was able to take down one player from the side of Team K9 and got the confirmation point as well. His teammate who was going for the heal battle couldn't pop the first at the right time. That was the reason they couldn't go for the more finish points. But all in all, I think Vingod also fared off really well. Team Empire, this is definitely going to boost the confidence for them for the day 3.
This is the momentum that they needed, and Team Empire, they've striked right on the perfect spot. You move on towards the match MVP. It's going to be Slug, actually, from K9 Squad, getting 5 finishes and 38% of that finish contribution. K9 Esports were able to rack up a lot of finishes. He got 5 finishes and still just only 38% finish contribution. The rest of the boys as well, they've put in a lot of work.
Oh, yes. He was a powerhouse. The entire team of K9 was a powerhouse. The way they were accumulating those finish points, they have definitely rectified their mistake after that setback in the map of Miramar. So K9, they are definitely looking strong. They know that since they have got so much experience, they just need to gel up with the lobby. They'll be in the finals. They'll qualify for the finals easily. So they just need those average points. They just need to work on their mistakes, which they certainly have done. And this performance is definitely speaking of it.
This also proves my point. The only surviving players were Ninja Boy, Beast, and Slug. And these 3 guys, they've been sticking to each other since the start.
Yeah.
Omega was taken down off the rip. And just these 3 guys surviving, they were able to squeeze so many points away, and also a second spot from that previous game. So this pretty much proves my point, saying that they're trying to adjust towards Omega's shot calling, which is of course going to take a bit more time. Makes a lot of sense. K9 Esports is one of those teams that likes to play on the aggressive side of things. You add the brains of Omega, it's going to change and tweak the playstyle a bit more, but it's going to take more time to adjust.
But that also brings up the question, because if you remember, when the players of Team Red Ross were crossing that area, Slug was taking shots on them. Even Ninja Boys was also taking shots on the players of Red Ross. What was Omega doing out in the open? When you know your foes are there, they can fire shots on you. What was he doing out in the open? A little mature decision was taken from the side of Slug in that scenario, because when the players of Team Red Ross started chasing Slug, he immediately backed off from that situation. But Omega's slight mistake did cost him an arm and leg.
Definitely did. I mean, yeah, Slug pretty much just backing away from that spot. Quite a mature decision, definitely. But yeah, it's quite a valid point that you raised up, right? What was Omega doing out in the open? That's my question as well. He was in the middle of the street, by the way, just running out in the open. And of course, you're going to get taken down. Look at K9 Esports, 19 points, tied up with Team Empire from that match ranking. 19 points as well from Team Empire acquired. But K9 Esports, what a big game that was. Wingard Esports getting 10 points, decent performance. Bot Army Esports, definitely this is going to be igniting that fire.
Certainly, 9 points are going to help the case of Bot Army Esports, Orangutan also. I think every single game, the aggression which OG is bringing in, that is boosting their confidence. This time also, they have got good finish points. But Diesel Esports, just a single point to their name. That's something concerning. God's Reign, back-to-back, 2 bad games. Yes, I do agree. You have got the majority of the heavy lifting in the first game itself. But consistency is something which God's Reign needs to focus on.
Even Myth getting 0 points. Cincinnati Kids, Phoenix Esports, CG once again. What is going on? Phoenix Esports is failing games after games. In that game of Miramar, they faced off against Revenant X Park. They failed that game too. Now this game as well, Phoenix Esports, they get 0 points. This is starting to be a big sign of concern for Phoenix Esports, but considering it's one of those teams that's got a lot of potential and has got a lot of experience too, I'm not really worried about Phoenix Esports just yet. But the next game is going to be played by Group A and D, and it's also going to be the map of Sandhawk, and we already know what these two groups are capable of. D is one of the best groups to face off against. In my opinion, Group D is also the group of death, because imagine the teams that are there. 8-Bit, GT, you've also got Metal Esports in the mix, 4MV2, legit as well. While you try and speak of Group A, we're now going to have Hero Extreme Godlike step in the action.
Godlike yesterday also had a very decent run, because if you notice the first Erangel, they came so very close to getting that winner chicken dinner. And also from Group D, we have the players of Team Versatile. I'm sure you remember that Senok game where they broke all the records of getting so many finish points. Total 33 points they accumulated from a single game. So Team Versatile is also one of the team to look out for.
Hands down, they definitely are. I mean, Versatile has always been one of those teams to look out for. Nothing taken away from them. And especially this new Versatile, they seem even better. with the amount of firepower they're able to inflict on the battlefield, they're also able to rack up a lot of those elimination points too. And Versatile's doing pretty good in the overall standings as well. Yesterday, Versatile was able to pull off bangers after bangers. And you do not really expect anything else from Versatile. You pretty much expect the same thing to happen once again.
And there is one more team also, Neeraj, which I want to talk about. That is Wild Fangs. Because if you remember yesterday's performance, they were engaging in so many fights. There was a particular fight in Miramar where Scout, having that cheeky angle, was able to save the day for the team. But there were so many situations where it looked like the team Wild Fangs is not aware about the surroundings. If you remember the fight in the Buildup Power where Team Just Jelly came in for the third party. So Wild Fangs, if they're more aware about the surroundings, I think they can do pretty well on day number 2.
Wild Fangs just don't seem ready.
Well, certainly. And for this particular Sanhok map, Neeraj is going to take a breather. And joining me on the panel is going to be Fixes. Fixes, Mapper Sanhok, Team Versatile is again back in the game. What do you think is going to happen? But seems like Fixes is going to join us in a bit. But let's talk about the flight path, as the flight path is going all the way from the side of Camp Alpha towards the side of Camp Bravo. We know that Jetnix FM, they like dropping in toward the side of Ruins. That godlike, Hero Extreme godlike, they loved going towards the side of Camp Alpha. Completely uncontested, minus 40. This is also one of the team which performed decent, especially talking about the rotations. Minus 40's rotations were pretty decent in the previous one. Minus 40 for now going towards the side of Hathin. Hidden Ones, speaking about this team, for now they're going towards the side of Khao. They were a force to reckon with in the open finals, but this time, Hidden Ones, let's see what they are going to do. There is a drop clash also happening in the city of Bootcamp, as we have the players of Team 8-Bit, then also we have the players of Team Gujarat Tigers. Gujarat Tigers, they have been having the control of the Bootcamp since a very long time. Let's see if they can eliminate the foes, but seems like Fixes again back. Fixes, what do you think is going to happen in the city of Bootcamp?
It's not something new, right? We've also witnessed this in the past, and it is always 50-50. Gujarat Tigers against 8-Bit. No matter whatever the banner is, no matter what the flag is. You could also see the players of DOD in the nearby vicinity also deciding to chime in through. Look at Arman. He's been left fending for himself all alone. Clutch caught in the backlines, trying to provide some sort of cover fire. No semblance of cover, at least as of now, but even for 8-Bit, they're being a little reluctant. One of the players of Gujarat Tigers still on the ground floor, maybe around Mafia. We can see him. Zeref is the man. It's a little bit of a standstill. It all comes down to the amount of utility these players could gather down inside this open battleground over here. Seems like Gujarat Tigers having a little bit of time to recuperate. Would decide to rejoin forces and get back together. And then look forward to maybe find an opener.
Let's see who is going to find the first opening. Because Bootcamp, like you said, is pretty much occupied by 3 teams. Do or die, they can do the perfect third party. Gujarat Tigers have been coming to Bootcamp time and time again. So they're aware about every nook and cranny of Bootcamp. But for now, Avinash still holding on to his angle and just waiting for any sort of overcommitment from the side of 8-Bit or Gujarat Tigers. Even Bhalu has a control of that triple warehouse, but Gujarat Tigers have the control of the main building along with 8-Bit. Kind of a stalemate situation. Fixes in Bootcamp.
Yeah, of course. The scarcity of loot clearly visible. You could see none of these players have enough meds, enough bullets. Also, let's not forget, have literally no grenades to play around with. Mafia has got a little bit of an information. Gujarat Tigers starting to get a little restless as here comes the paw. Arman being dealt with. No trouble whatsoever for the players of 8-Bit, as now Zuref just constantly peppering down. In fact, gets that opener on towards Mafia as things look to be going into the favors of Gujarat Tigers, as 8-Bit are making errors one after the other, and DOD, they know this is their time for them to come salvaging in for as many finishes as possible. Oasis' position also revealed. God knows exactly where he is. Prioritizing giving the revive first, and then he gets the knock. Oasis also down on his knees. And everything comes crashing down for 8-Bit. Omega against the world as DOD. They also come flushing in, breaching through the forces of Gujarat Tigers as Arman just gets that res up. And there you go. He gets annihilated. A little bit of a breather for 8-bit to get their forces back up, but seems like do or die. They look nigh unstoppable over here. Bhalu opens things up, and there you have it. The final player also being dealt with, do or die, picking up the scraps for finishes in the back, and Bootcamp completely cleared all to themselves. Beautiful.
Do or die. They needed these points, but a single mistake from the side of Mafia costed the entire team an arm and a leg. Because if you remember, Arman was the first one to be taken out. Everything was going decent for the players of Team 8-bit, but Mafia coming out in the open, we'll discuss that more. But we have the players of Genix FN and Metal also locking horns with each other, where Prince has been knocked out and Cyrex finds a knock onto Dhruv.
Interesting stuff happening over here. Trades from both the sides. Metal Esports still having the higher ground in the fight. The numbers still quite even though. Cyrex and Legit, they have to piece this out together. Trying to reposition themselves, trying to be out of harm's way. Vishu's position compromise. Already information relayed. Vishu unaware of the threat. Just beside him as Legit makes good work of him. Knocks him down on his knees as Cyrex gets traded right off. It always comes down to this 1v1 situation. Shogun against Legit, and Legit thrives. He prevails as Metal Esports. They get a beautiful squad vibe, but here comes the notorious crew of Versatile. They've just been lurking around, and they know this is where they have managed to sniff somebody out in the open, somebody wounded. They have not yet tested blood, but you know them, right? They were explosive yesterday, 23 finishes in the back, and seems like they really want to see this to the very end.
Oh, they certainly want to. They certainly want to replicate the same performance of yesterday's Senok. But Metal Esports, they lost on to Prince, but they have got 4 finishes. Definitely a good start for the players of Metal Esports, and seem like the players of Team Versatile Esports have also traversed to some other part of the map. Now they're in the close proximity to the players of Wild Fangs. And I was saying Wild Fangs is one of those teams which has got a lot of potential, but they need to be aware about the surroundings. But for now, Sensei has got one of the player of Versatile in his crosshairs. He was trying to pick a few bullets, but no connection has been made. Versatile, for now, they are safe as Seth M416 goes for a reload, and Versatile, they make a quick escape from the situation.
Well, they certainly do. And at this point, Versatile, the only thing going on in their minds was they could have gone after the players of Metal Esports. Had Wild Fangs not meddled their legs over here. Could have been a different situation whatsoever. But that being said, folks, finally time for us to talk about the circle. Quite a generic one at that. Something panning around, maybe Bootcamp. You still have a lot of Paradise Resort. And there you have it in front of your screen. So Reckoning at a very good position for DOD. It will have to somehow get out of Bootcamp. A lot of those open areas, and if they do not do it now, maybe later could possess a little bit of trouble for them. And at this point, even for Hero Extreme Godlike, see them dropping down across the Western Shrine. I think the only reason behind that is considering the fact that K9, Aiku Soul, they're not inside the lobby. So ensuring that they've got an abundance of loot. And as a result of which, they would be looking forward to rotating through Shadow, but it comes with its own fair share of challenges. M40 right beside them, I hope they're prepared.
They have to be, because Godlike is definitely one of those teams you can't ignore. And since -40, they have to go to the other side of the river, where the players of Team Hidden Ones and Team Tamilas are also there. Team Tamilas are just waiting on the shoreline. They're aware that Godlike and some other team might also be looking to cross that bridge, will be looking for that rotation. And I think Team Tamilas can strike at the right moment. But for now, Do or Die are also aware about the team which is trying to traverse from the nearby compounds. That is Metal Esports. But I like the approach of Do or Die. As compared to the open finals, this time Do or Die, they're more controlled. They're not going for the overcommitment, because if you notice in the boot camp, they just waited for the right moment to strike. There was no sort of overcommitment coming in from the side of Do or Die.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this is something that, 3 of these teams that have dropped down there should have had it in mind. Because for 8-bit and for Gujarat Tigers, we've seen them do that quite often. And it's always 50-50. But surely Do or Die were the ones who massively benefited from that particular situation. So next time these two groups collide in Sanhok, have to be a little more careful. exercise a little bit more caution as to how you can approach that. Dropping down, it's always a 50-50 scenario, and especially considering you team 8-bit haven't really been doing so well in terms of the overall standings. This is one of those fights they maybe could have avoided. As Team Tamilas, another team en route to redeem themselves, did not have a great day one in the office. And today we've seen so many of these teams make a comeback, Shadow. So Team Tamilas surely would be hoping for better days ahead.
We've seen Team Tamilas hold on to those compounds so many times, because every single time in these kind of circles in the map of Senok, Team Tamila go for that compound. And this time it was -40 Spider who was knocked down. And it's not going to be an easy rescue mission, because the remaining 3+ are towards the side of Hathin. Spider was the only one who went to the opposite side of the river. But now -40, they have to survive it as a 3-man army. And since God's Rain is not playing this particular one, so the Reckoning, they went all the way toward the side of Paradise Resort. And if you remember the performance of Reckoning yesterday in the very first Erangel, they were very aggressive foes. They were going for the elimination point, they were going for the finish points, and that kind of worked in their favor. But this time, they're just holding on to the Paradise Resort.
Yeah, I think for Reckoning, it's still fine. Because it's going to be such a long format tournament, and it's okay to experiment. And in Sanok, they also do understand the gravity of the situation. They know that if they engage in a fight early on, pretty sure they might have to fall down later. We have seen so many of those third parties happen, so really do not get that leeway there. And even for Aiku Soul, if you remember, after that huge fall down in the game of Erangel, they kind of slowed things down, and that is where they found that string of success. That is where they found that chicken dinner. So maybe Reckoning, they've also got a lot of layer and depth, their style of play, and why not try and exercise that? As Hero Extreme Godlike, quite wary of -40, being aware around Hathin. They've done their research, they've done their homework, and here they come charging in. Couple of players already taken down. Spider also on his knees. Him also being wiped out over there, leaves faceless. He's a man without a face. But surely he has himself stacked up with that S12K. It seems like Hero Extreme Godlike might have a little bit of trouble trying to snuff him out of his cover. Maybe lead him to kind of give any unwanted noise. But if Simp dives inside that compound with his eyes closed, without a partner with him, this could be quite fatal for Hero Extreme Godlike.
It certainly can be, because Faceless is not moving a muscle. He's not giving any sort of sound cue at this point to the plus of Godlike Esports. It seems like Faceless will strike if the opportunity arises, but seems like Godlike, they're just going to make a safe escape.
They know?
Are they just... I don't think they are aware that there is someone hiding in the compounds. Oh no, they don't know. And Faceless, he just wants to survive. He doesn't want to deal with the plus of Godlike. He just wants to survive and fight for those placement points. But if you look at the circle is reminding me of yesterday's Senok fixes, because it's kind of a similar circle which is going towards the side of Paradise Resort. So maybe Versatile Esports can replicate a similar performance.
I hope they do. Because so far they've been kept at bay, and yeah, that is some good spotting. And now Hero Extreme Godlike know that this Northern Bridge is not out for grabs. So, of course, they have to resort to its engaging or injecting themselves from the southern side. So, very good scouting coming in here from Hero Extreme Godlike. Quite meticulous with their approach. Doing things by the book. No hasty overcommitments there so far. As Reckoning finally decide to come out of their hiding. Finally decide to step out into the wilderness. It's going to be outside of Paradise Resort. Just cruising through around his buggy. Kyoya, one of the recent additions into the Reckoning's roster. Gotten a lot of promises in the latter half of 23, but 24 season has again been one of those seasons that he wants to forget. A new start nonetheless for this young lad. That is in so much promise, Shadow. That heavy have even the likes of Basista Esports right in front of Legit. Legit as a team, which kind of is quite confusing to really define them. Sometimes so good, sometimes you have to just scratch your heads.
I agree to that point 100% because Legit Esports sometimes they really pop off, and just like now, Proton has been knocked down by the plus of Team Reckoning. Legit, I don't know what's really happening wrong with this team because in yesterday's Senok also they got 0 points. They were eliminated pretty early in the game, and now Zeus is going for the rescue mission onto Proton. This revival is very important, and I don't see the plus of Team Reckoning making any kind of a hasty rush or a push towards the side of Legit Esports. They're just holding on to the business, onto their grounds and minding their own business. And Legit Esports, they need to regroup. They need to be much aware because it's not only Reckoning Esports that's a looming threat, but also the plus of Vasishta Esports.
At this point, even Vasishta Esports need to start racking up a couple of finishes to their names. Do or die, exactly the sweet spot I wanted them to be at. Got a very good coverage, especially with the western areas, and now the circle shifting right on them sort of doubles down. And this is one of those games where teams like DOT or even for the likes of RGC, they need to get their conversion. They need to go big in this one. Given the fact that you've got the likes of Reckoning just lurking around you, and from the northern areas, you've also got Hidden Ones, then there is Team Tamilas. It is going to be an arduous task. Look at Hero Extreme Godlike creeping their way through those western shorelines. As you can see, a lot of that colors, in fact, present around the southeastern area. So much of those pores, Metal Esports, they've got a lot on their hands right now.
I don't think Godlike Esports is going to face any sort of resistance in their journey inside the circle. They're going to have a clear, smooth pathway and a good spot for themselves. But like you said, towards the southern eastern side is where the majority of the cluster is. But if you notice, the plus of Wild Fangs have their backlines completely cleared off, and they've spotted on the plus of Team Legit, and Proton has been knocked down. Choco is aware there is someone, and he's looking for some sort of a connection onto the plus of Wild Fangs, where Seth is going for the confirmation point onto Proton, but seems like Zeus will be going for the rescue mission. Easy revival coming through, but look at that plus of Wild Fangs. On the backline support of Seth, the 2 plus of Wild Fangs are already closing in.
Oh, this is nice. Sublime stuff, legit. Again, caught off guard with their pants down. Proton already being dealt with. Leaves Zeus. He's got Curse God on the backlines, but that also comes with its own troubles. You could see in the far off fray, you've got the likes of American Esports also closing in. Scout getting knocked out over there. But still enough breathing space if they have a couple of smokes lying around. But Zeus, a constant nuisance, a constant menace. Stray Scott deals with one of those players. But Zeus, lightning strikes as Wild Fangs. Seems like their claws are ripped apart. And again, couple of mistakes made, maybe leaving their opponents unchecked, has led them to their untimely demise as Seth still fighting it out together. But now, even the players of American Esports are aware that Seth, being the last player surviving, how long can he fight it through as those buggies keep rolling over him? And that's all she wrote, as Wild Fangs did not have the best of start. As even the same can be said for the likes of Legit Esports. As for American Esports, they will just be cleaning up on the pieces and getting a lot of medkits if they want to resort for those healing battles.
They can definitely do so, but for now, Hidden Ones Daniel has got the plus of Team Versatile in his crosses. But the good thing is, Versatile, they're holding on to the compounds. On the other side of the map, we have the plus of Godlike also locking horns with the plus of Team Tamilas, as Maxi has been dealt with, and Team Tamilas, now they are just left with only 3 players remaining. I love the position of Punk because he's just holding on to that small little island between the two islands. But we have the plus of Team Vasishta also locking horns with the plus of Team 4 Miracle, where Poco and his teammates have been eliminated, seems like. Or maybe it's just only 1 player remaining.
Look at this. I mean, for Versatile, they're making good work out of the players of Team Tamilas. Rico already down on his knees. IGL flushed out of his hiding. That Molotov flung over will dismantle him. He needs to reorient himself. But for now, Fox OP, a very crucial revive. Needs to get the job done as those grenades keep on pouring through. Raiden just readying it up as Mr. IGL, his position being compromised, just does not make things easy for Team Tamilas. Rico back on his feet, but for Versatile, they're playing it very carefully. They know the moment they go out of their hiding, they could be susceptible to threats from multiple directions. As Hero Extreme Godlike swiftly making their way inside the circle as Jonathan, he gets a knock over there as Hidden Ones. They take their shots against the players of Reckoning. As now, there you have it, Mr. IGL decided to somehow recuperate, regroup with his teammates, instantly gets picked off, and it's going to be Hero Extreme Godlike from afar. And now that has opened the floodgates for Team Versatile. Now they're starting to lose patience. Now is the time where they might commit for a push.
There is a drastic change in the pace of the players of Team Versatile as compared to the yesterday's Senok. But for now, Team Tamila's Rico has spotted on Simp, trying to take him down. A lot of HP has been taken out of Simp. For now, he's safe and sound. On the other side of the players, we have Versatile also locking horns with the players of Team Hidden Ones, where Godlike is also doing a third party as Aquanox has been knocked out. An easy revival should be coming in, but look at that, Do or Die also doing a perfect third party as Edmino has been knocked out. This is an important rescue mission, but as the wall of death is also closing in, 33 seconds. Simp needs to be a little aggressive. He needs to go for the rescue mission. But Team Tamilas, I don't know how all these three teams, Team Tamilas, Team Godlike, Team Do or Die, are going to make the rotation inside the circle.
It's such a scrappy game of Sanhok, and it's so difficult to really collect ourselves into what is going to happen next. Team Versatile, they've decided to re-engage, get themselves out of that position, but Alien, not so Alien anymore. Aquanox spots him out at the right nick of time, and he knows there is a threat looming right on his back. As now Versatile, they've got so much on their plate. They have to deal with the players of Hero Extreme Godlike as Alien decides to show up. Maybe take a couple of shots, instantly retaliated back and does not have a lot of HP to work around. Might just give his life to the play zone as even Viper from Reckoning Falls as Fox trying to make his way inside of the circle, gets picked off. And it is going to be Raiden trying to get that elimination stolen for himself. What came out of Hero Extreme Godlike, they've managed to seize it for themselves. As Versatile, having lost out on Somraj, still has power. He's going to be back on his knees whilst Hero Extreme Godlike have got a beautiful coverage of the circle, have their players alive. Rico being dealt with. Admino this time. His finish not stolen as Aquanox spots out somebody just lying still inside that grass. Sanchit gets picked off. For RGC, we discussed this was supposed to be one of the biggest games, but Aquanox, he's just toying, fiddling with them and getting all those knocks to himself.
Oh, certainly Versatile, 6 finishes to their name. They lost on to Somraj, and Team RGC have been eliminated at the 3rd spot. Not too many finishes to their name. Team Versatile looking for the chicken dinner, but so are the players of Team Godlike Esports. The Godlike, they have the entire control of the circle. They have the real estate control, but wait a second. As I say that, as Power takes down Jonathan, gets a confirmation point as well. Punk hiding behind that rock. One single grenade can mark an end for Punk as well. This is not looking good for Hero Extreme Godlike.
Again, the tables are turning. And now Simp has to be the hero. Aquanox at very low HP and Simp prevails supreme. Hero Extreme Godlike still in contention and Simp does it once again. When the moment arrives, this man steps up and becomes the granddaddy of them all. As Hero Extreme Godlike have been rescued once again by this little superstar who goes by the name of Simp. Don't get me wrong, they played everything right just to whiff it towards the end. But Simp and his individual prowess somehow secures this in the bag when Versatile again denied from that coveted chicken dinner. What a game of BGMI this was, Shadow. Again, Hero Extreme Godlike finally. Yesterday was one of those days where we could see them go very aggressive right on your face. This time, they mellowed things down a little bit. And the moment they did that, this time the calculations were right, everything on point, and they hit the bullseye with that chicken dinner.
But kudos to Punk also fixes for that rotation which he pulled off. They dropped in towards the side of Camp Alpha, and instead of heading directly towards Team Tamilas, they went for a completely southern rotation, and after that going through the shorelines of the boot camp and moving inside the circle. The minute Godlike had the control of the circle, they dealt with the players of Team RGC, and after that it was only Team Versatile. For a second it looked like the tables have turned and Versatile will be able to eliminate the players of Team Godlike, but Simp definitely saved the day and got the chicken dinner for the team.
That was some ludicrous stuff, to be honest, for me to really fathom as to what he just pulled off. Because I think for Hero Extreme Godlike, it was pretty much a done scene, right? Jonathan was pinned down, he was knocked out, Punk nowhere to run and hide, and suddenly Simp just swings through. He does not care. the moment he got that knock on towards Equinox, I think he could start feeling it. And that's a player, that's a flow state that every assaulter wants in his career. And Simp lately has just been so good. Whenever it matters, I think he has delivered and exactly shutting down. And if any lingering doubts were there as to why he's still in the roster, I think that clutch pretty much speaks for itself.
100%. This, as we can see in the highlights, this map started off with 3 teams sharing the boot camp, do or die, 8-bit, and even the plus of Gujarat Tigers was also there. A little mistake from the setup Mafia, definitely faced because of that. 8-bit had to face an early elimination, but after that, do or die also dealt with the plus of Team Gujarat Tigers. Then we had the plus of Godlike going all the way towards Hathin and taking down the plus of Team -40 as well.
Oh yeah, I mean, this game was a little confusing at start. So many of those fights erupting, and suddenly there was a standstill. But towards the end, the moment Circle shifted away, I really want to see what happened to DOD. Even for RGC, of course, they were dealt with by the players of Versatile, felt a little scared. Even this was one of those fights where we could not really see that fight coming into an entire conclusion. So much happening. The players of Team Tamilas getting picked off from the backlines. Of course, there we saw DOD getting picked off. But for Hero Extreme Godlike, I think it was open shots the moment the players of Team Tamilas were trying to close in. But Equinox, I think, really swing through in this one, because it could have gone wrong in massive proportions. But look at this. Simp, a man showing no fear, just goes in through right into the fire, and he comes swinging by as a hero for Hero Extreme Godlike, something that the fans would love to rejoice. And this is what they wanted, right? A little bit of consolidation, a little bit of more cohesive plays, and Hero Extreme Godlike, they have exercised that. So I think heading on, one of the favorites, and talk about somehow redeeming themselves, being one of those teams having such a tough time across the last couple of years. This time they finally made it inside the grand finals of an official event, and ever since, I think they've been looking so much solid under Punk.
Oh, that I agree. The way Punk is taking the care of all the players, the way he's going for the rotation, I think every single time Godlike is able to have that perfect rotation. Along with that, you were talking about the players of do or die. I think they were just holding on to the center of the circle. But the minute the circle went north, it was very difficult for them to transition inside the safety of the circle. But the MVP this time is going to be Legend of Medal Esports. And in fact, it was Medal who was locking horns with the players of do or die. 5 finishes to his name, 83% finish contribution. The map impact is going to be 8%. So Medal was also engaging in few of the good fights, especially at the start of the game. They dealt with the players of Team Gen X FM as well. And along with that, we have the best companion as Gamla Boy with 2 rescues.
I think for Medal, the initial fight was almost going out of hands, and gotta give it to Legit, especially how he repositioned himself over there, tossing that grenade and then somehow rescuing them. And they could have been eliminated over there. And then the next moment you see is Medal Esports gaining their composure back, going back into safe covers, then kind of trying to dismantle the players of DOD, got a couple of them down. And a decent game, nonetheless, from Medal Esports. I think this was expected, considering they were also one of the favorites heading on into the grand finals of the recently held official events. But Wildfangs, questions again at them. That fight against Legit, I could not work things out. I think there were a lot of moments where they were playing with a lack of information, because Zeus comes in out of nowhere and suddenly they get third-partied by For Miracle Esports. And this now raises question. Was that position even good for Wildfangs to begin with?
The thing is, Fixes, I was saying the same point before the start of the game as well, that Wildfangs, if you remember the performance which they pulled off yesterday, the same thing was happening in the first Erangel, the Miramar as well. They are taking fights, they find a knock onto the opponent team, and after that, suddenly Wildfangs are just getting dismantled, either by third party or I don't know, just in the middle of the fight something happens. They just need to be more aware about the surrounding. That awareness of the surrounding is the only thing lacking from the side of Wildfangs at this point.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, at this point, for Wildfangs, it's always been a hit and a miss. And I hope they come swinging back, maybe get some delicious points out of this one. But yes, folks, that was all it from Sanok. We'll be heading over for a short break. We'll be right back. Don't you go anywhere.
किधर मिलता वो कलेक्टर? तो तुम आई कलेक्टर?
हम आए कलेक्टर, गन्स का कलेक्टर, अटैचमेंट्स का कलेक्टर, हेलमेट्स का कलेक्टर और इन सब का स्किन्स भी कलेक्ट करता है BGMI लैब में।
M416 की है,
M249 की भी है।
गन्स, हेलमेट्स सब मिलेगा फैब इन द BGMI लैब।
मैं भी कलेक्टर।
Got me dancing like a soul train, laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. You wanna keep me with you, keep me with you. You been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Kick me around and you might get lucky. Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. Yeah, you wanna keep me with you. Oh yeah, keep me with you. Let's go. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Speed up, make that thing rough. Foot on the gas so you got nothing left. Let's drive to the top of the mountain and see the view. Let's vibe, looking back on the journey, just me and you. Ain't nobody wanna go slow. Yeah, I was chilling in the past, I was solo. Now that I got you in my life, I'm like, go, go. I be living for the thrill of it, whoa, whoa. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. No, I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we can go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit it, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. It's like they never even seen us, and nothing will ever get in between us. I'ma ride by your side every season, and if anyone try to stop us, we just speed up. Yeah, always keep it at 100. Top down, pretty face, so sun-kissed. Know it's scary, but I swear I really love this. Big shades on, summertime in London. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. No, I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we could go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit it, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. So we're just gonna do our thing. Ain't never do the brothers thing. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop us somehow, just let us do our thing. This ain't never do the Belgos thing.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Always shutting down his critiques in style with actions and not words. That goes on to describe Simp in a nutshell. And Necro, you have been there, you have seen it all, haven't you? You were the one who witnessed that historic moment in Vikendi not a couple of months ago. And this goes on to show, this time, of course, the stakes were different, but this man still has it. Pure class.
Exactly. I mean, Simp once again pulling off a great clutch to kick things off and also getting quite a good of that momentum, even in the overall standings for Hero Extreme Godlike. They're already doing pretty good in the overall standings, and now this chicken dinner, secured specifically by Simp, is going to hold so much value in the overall standings, to the point we might just see Godlike go haywire in the upcoming games. I would love to see an aggressive game of Weekendy, because usually Weekendy is sort of like that laid-back, cold, cozy game. I would not want to see that. I want to see an aggressive game of Weekendy.
And every single time you've asked for it, I think the gods have answered. We have gotten those aggressive maps. I think the last time you wanted something in Erangel, and we remember how that really boiled down. But, yes, Simp, he was definitely there. But we have to speak a little bit about how good Punk's rotation was, because, their scouting, their decision-making, everything was sublime, everything by the book, to the point, and felt like Hero Extreme Godlike could sense this chicken dinner.
Punk has been the right piece for this team. That's all you can say. Even the rotation was on point. IGLing as well. Punk's firepower, too, has been incredible. But, of course, Godlike taking that chicken dinner away is something that you cannot really overshadow. Especially Simp's clutch in the end is also something you can't easily overshadow. 22 points from that previous game. And with this chicken dinner, Godlike's going to put themselves in a really good spot in the overall standings. VXT2, consistency on the board. 13 points accumulated. You've got 4MV getting 9 points. Slow and steady comeback from 4MV, huh?
I mean, for Miracle Esports, it was all about picking up on the scraps, getting a couple of finishes. I think it was out of Wild Fangs and Legit combined, but they had a very tough time getting inside the circle, still surviving. I think they had collected enough meds for themselves. But, this is something that I really want to talk it out with you, 8-Bit and Gujarat Tigers. I think it's for the umpteenth time that we've seen both these teams collide. Why? Is still a question.
Stubbornness, my friend. That's what happens, right? Both
Ego,
these teams,
right?
they've got the confidence. Yeah, they've got the confidence. They're quite stubborn too. And they know that they can wipe each other out as well. But they need to understand one thing. When these two strong forces will collide, the damage will be on the equal side of things. And once again, that keeps on happening. Both these teams hurt each other too much, to the point where they're just not able to do anything on the late game scenarios. And that's been a main sign of concern since the start. And once again, it keeps on repeating itself. And that's the thing. We're still talking about teams that possess a lot of firepower here.
And again, the big question over here arises that Gujarat Tigers, they've been doing pretty well for themselves, but can't say the same for 8-Bit, especially considering you've got such a high expectations. But I think, Necro, this next map of Weekendy has always been synonymous with this banner, 8-Bit. Every single time we've seen 8-Bit come into the play, into the mix of things, they have gone away with a couple of points to their names, if not the chicken dinner. So maybe, I think they could redeem themselves. Even for Gujarat Tigers, we've seen Weekendy has been one of their stronger suits. But now where does that leave us? Versatile Esports. I mean, this was one of those teams that was looking good in the early phases of the game, but towards the end, felt like a little bit of overthinking, don't you think? Or it was just a situation?
Look, 13 points, doing so good in the overall standings. They've still got the podium finish. What else do you want, Fixes? Be satisfied. It's still just the second
points,
day
Bomber.
of the week one. I mean, listen, it's still just the second day of the week one. Versatile, they got 13 points from that game. I'm more than happy. I'm completely fine with that performance.
I am, but again, yesterday's game of Sanhok has still not rubbed off, right? 23 points, and this is like meh, which is for a lot of the other teams could be a great game. For Versatile, still they're gonna take it. But what I liked about Versatile, I think even you would agree that they've changed certain things from being one of those teams that always resorts to heel battling in Sanhok to fight their way through. I think they've come a long way in such a short span of time.
They know exactly what fights to take and what fights not to. That's the best part about Versatile. It's not like we're seeing a complete passive version of Versatile, but they just know the difference between a good fight and a bad fight. They know how to avoid those fights as well. And majority of the times, at least in this season, we've seen them take a lot of those fights too, which makes a lot of sense. Still the early phase of a tournament. You can't afford to go for those type of risks. You can't afford to pull off some weird shenanigans too if you want. You've got players like S-Power in your roster. And yesterday we saw what S-Power is capable of, especially taking taking down those two players, just 180ing in the back and then flicking that shotgun to the face as well. So yeah, that was quite a disgusting move from S-Power. So if Versatile is capable of pulling off such moves, I would let Versatile slide away this time around. But hey, you know what, Fixes? Without wasting any more time, we're straight up going to jump in the map with Weekendy. This time around, the plane flat path begins all the way from the right side of the map, right underneath Cement Factory, towards Dino Park.
And this is going to be an exciting affair. Every single time it is a game of Weekendy, we get to talk so much about these teams and how they've developed. And considering all the recent changes, I think we'll just take it. And at this point, you know, when we were discussing about Versatile, yes, S-Power has always been the one drawing all that attention. But I think somewhere down the line, I really feel like Equinox has been playing such a crucial role. Even today, almost clutching things out. Yes, that was a 50-50 scenario, did not have a lot of HP to play with. But he has been one of those underrated players who's been grinding in. Yes, there was a huge dip in form. But is it safe to say that Equinox and his old ways are back, Necro?
Maybe. All he can do is sit down and speculate, but still understand this, Fixes. A lot of these teams aren't even playing with their fullest potential because they know it's just the challenge season. It's just the week one itself. Do you really need to try that hard? I genuinely think so. Even the T1 teams, they will be tested in the final few weeks of the challenge season where qualification is going to be really tough, or if they want to block someone's way off to the qualification. That's when a lot of these teams will try to put on that serious face. And of course, the challenge finals, they're going to be super sweaty. That's another thing.
Of course,
we've got Godlike on the screen for now. And yeah, you know what? I want to make my predictions right now. I think so this will be 8-Bit's game. Sanhok is one of those slow and steady starts. And 8-Bit, there's someone who would love that slow and steady start. You've got players like Owace and Ash, who are the big brains. And usually, you know, players with big brains, they like to think through every single possible move. That means it's also going to take a lot of time to calculate.
Now, for a moment, I really am starting to miss Ninju. If you remember Team Forever, and there was a recent big third-party event where Ninju was such a star for this team, and having been left out with the move into 8-Bit goes on to raise a couple of questions. Of course, you've got Ash, Waze, Ninju. You need those young bloods. You've got Omega, you've got Mafia. Feel like 3 young assaulters alongside 1 IGL. That's the way to go. But, I mean, sometimes it's us raising the questions because, you know, even without Ninja playing key roles in the grand finals, having not even played a single game, Team Forever still managed to draw runners-up position. So, again, I think they have stood the test of time, but dropping down, finally, get to see some early action in front of us.
The early action. I really would love to see Hero Extreme Godlike let loose a bit of their hands. Go super aggressive in the game. That's going to add on the X Factor. And speaking of the X Factor, we've got one of those teams doing so as well. Genix FM realizing what is exactly happening. But still, one man from Hidden Ones, and that too, it's going to be Daniel. Left all the way in the back lines, and he's found the striking advantage to us. Daniel strikes down the first man, gives the advantage to his team, and what a big blunder from Genix FM. Daniel's position left unchecked. They had no clue where Daniel was positioned. A cheeky man strikes in a cheeky way. Just like the snake, and injects all of his venom in Genix FM. The start and the end. Pretty quick.
And there you go. A little bit of salt to rub their injuries with. A little bit of a BM. We would love to see this rivalry even go deeper into this tournament. But again, Necro, Genix FM, such an erratic team. Even in the previous game of Sanhok, you could see how they got wiped out by Metal Esports, not getting a lot of those points. And even in this one, felt like they're getting a little ahead of themselves. Maybe it's time for them to just calm down.
Yeah.
Maybe notch down the pace a little bit, not try and force enough fights. And because this time, Hidden Ones, this is one of those teams that is most of the time caught napping, and suddenly they wake up from their slumber and they just go all out. It's so difficult to describe a team like Hidden Ones, even during the open finals. You've seen that time and time again. This team must be sleeping somewhere, and suddenly they wake up and they rain hell over the lobby.
And whenever they wake up, Daniel's got a big hand behind it.
Oh,
Every single time. He's the man fragging out. getting a lot of finishes left, right, and center. Daniel, every single time, you will see him at the top of the board. The main playmaker for hidden ones. And this time as well, having that off angle really helped him. He was unchecked in that ditch. And he made sure that the opponents as well, they're going to be 5 feet under. Beautiful stuff from Daniel. Taking the right measures and finding the right moment to strike. For Miracle Esports, it's one of those teams that we all sort of want to see on the winning side of things. They have seen a lot of ups and downs in their own journey. Dragon, Poco, known players, backed up with Reaper and Beard Baba. And speaking of For Miracle Esports, the previous game was pretty good, decent, I would say. Okay, amount of points wrapped up. For Miracle's doing okay in the overall standings too, but they can do much better. We know it.
You know, considering it's Sanhok, I take that any given day. Especially after that post-interview, we had this grand revelation where this young boy, barely 17, Poco, he's leading a team. And we could see that he was a little nervous at start. We know he's a player who carries a lot of potential. But now again, this is time enough for us to, you know, have a discussion about it. How do you feel about it, given the fact that he's been such a promising assaulter and from such a nascent age, he's starting to change his roles? Is it going to really help the endeavors of for Miracle Esports, considering they're trying out so much? But seems like they're a bit of a fight. Do or die against Wildfangs over here. Sensei, really aloof from his pack.
A team that I'm genuinely worried about is Wildfangs. Every single time they crash out, something needs to be done. Wildfangs, they need to tighten a few notches up. Sensei want to back away from this spot. He's got the vehicle to play with as well. There's also going to be a bit of that cover fire available from the backline. Scout and Seth right next to each other. But do or die too, it's a team you can't underestimate. They're the Wounded Lions. Waiting to inflict a bit more of that pain. While Wildfangs, Sensei, even he's quite stubborn. Does not want to back away from this spot. I'm not exactly sure what is that utility placement from Do or Die. They should know at this point that Sensei is behind that ridge.
They know.
A little bit
spotted
short
him out
on those utilities.
Yeah, a little too much invested from Do or Die without getting any value. And Sensei is really enjoying himself. And to add on top of it, I think Wildfangs have got a lot of information to play with, especially with MJ's position now known. Wildfangs can really carve this fight out. They can take control. It's all about Sensei getting that opener. The moment he gets a knock, I'm pretty sure he's going to provide cover fire. Coming in for at least for his teammates, dealing with MJ. Because it feels like MJ isn't aware that Sensei knows his position.
I don't think Wildfangs is going to make any sort of moves. They're waiting for the opponents to do so. And that's where we're going to see a bit of this stalemate erupt. Looking at the circle too, Metal Esports taking that rotation up north. Slow and steady ways. 8-bits right next to him. And as I mentioned, this game it feels like it might just be 8-bits if they play their cards right. VXT down south next to a lot of teams. It's a big cluster. Even Team Legit's going to start a move from that southern side. VXT, they're going to have a lot of players that would need a welcome.
At this point, it's all about that waiting game. It's all about one team starting to lose patience, and this time it has to be DOD, at least for Wildfangs, because the moment Sensei gets knocked out, pretty sure he's going to get finished off. A couple of smokes being deployed, but given the circle that we have, look at how beautifully spread Gujarat Tigers are. Dropping down on Cement Factory, but cannot really rule out Versatile. It was the second time they've been robbed off of chicken dinner. Yesterday in the game of Vikendi, and today in this game of Sanhok, a squad that has turned a lot of heads. Now at this point, just below them, we've got Legit, and even Reckoning. So versatile. To get this chicken dinner, of course, it's not going to be easy. It seems like Aquanox, he spotted out dope, hasn't he?
He did. A little pixel. You can see a worm moving around.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Does he want to go for the shots, though? He's tempted. He wants to pull the trigger. But still, discipline. He needs to keep himself disciplined. He goes for those shots. Position will be revealed. Everyone knows where Aquanox is. We've got the map feed too. And on the map feed, we see Reckoning Esports moving from down south as well. Team Legit and Reckoning, soon they're going to have a clash. This will be fun to witness. Team Legit, they're definitely looking like they have been improving slowly and steadily. But facing off against a team like Reckoning Esports, it can be quite a tough pill to swallow.
For Reckoning itself, they've also been trying a lot of things around. OS Power is chipped off, and for now, Team Tamilas lay their hands on the players of -40. Couple of knocks here and there as Aquanox, he starts delivering. And finally, they've had enough versatile, getting their hands on the players of RGC. Now, RGC, formerly Bunny Esports, we saw them during the Open Finals. It was such a good team. Suddenly, it feels like it's too much for them. This lobby just getting too hot. And they seem to have no answers for what's happening for them at this point. As -40, they've lost out on Spider. Still have to deal with the entire horde of Team Tamilas.
Team Tamilas! Big mistake. But at least there were equal trades on the board. One man still knocked out. Even the second one hits the deck. And Nisha's doing a lot of significant damage. Team Tamilas, 2 more players standing in the back. And those 2 players, they want to go for the revival on those 2 fallen players in the front. Nisha is constantly tossing out the utils in the hope of finding some sort of knocks. But those utilities aren't able to find any sort of mark. Joker 2 backing away to safety. A smoke trail being created. Team Tamilas, even they want to get the fallen players back up. They have gotten one of the fallen men back up. But still Rico's knocked out. Without any trouble, even it feels like M40's going to have a smooth sailing in the game. This was such an awkward and a scrappy fight, and both of them realize it's better to just disengage and back away. That's going to be the best possible scenario that you can try to create for yourself. And that's why you see M40 backing away from this kerfuffle. Team Legit facing off against Reckoning Esports. A while ago I called this fight, and it's happening. Reckoning Esports, they seem a bit more pinned down. They can't really surround themselves that well. But Team Legit, even they need to prioritize the upcoming circle. It's the map of Vikendi. You're still going to have a lot of late-game survivors.
Yeah, and I'm not really starting to like this. Because we know it's going to be quite a nasty ending. All these teams in those nearby vicinity, everybody going after each other. So many of those fights erupting at the same time. Difficult for everybody to really know what's going on. But as things stand, again, the circle just around Cement Factory. Gujarat Tigers en route. Maybe get the chicken dinners. Reckoning. They're also getting a couple of knocks. The big question is if they are willing enough to commit. Because for Reckoning, we've seen 2 facets of this particular team. We've seen them go aggressive yesterday. Today, they're playing more of that Ico Soul style of play where they decide to focus on good positioning and hence get those conversions. But Kurscott, barely surviving by the skin of his teeth over there. Needs to patch himself up really quick. It still stays 3. Not a lot to worry about if he's got enough meds on him. And we've seen Necro time and time again. There are a lot of teams that also resolve, or rather resort to a healing battle, even in the frozen tundras.
And speaking of the frozen tundras, it seems like there's a bit of that heat popping up between Vasista Esports and Godlike. 2 teams about to lock horn. Vasista Esports. Now it's time to take things a bit more serious. The nade. It was so close, but not exactly cooked to perfection. Gordon Ramsay's going to be pissed after this. That could have been an opportunity to knock out the player of Godlike, but they mess up big time. But Admino, he's cooking perfectly. Second knockdown, confirmation 2, instantly squeezes up. Fierce is still knocked out inside of that check. Constant barrage of utils from Admino is really keeping the players of Assista Esports on their knees. And Heroic Team Godlike does not know how to take care of Assista Esports at this point. Admino strikes down another man in the front lines, and Godlike is doing a lot of damage. Jonathan up close and personal against Fierce as Jonathan finds a knock 2. Fierce hits the deck, and that's going to be the exact advantage Godlike was looking for. Assista Esports, they've been ripped apart.
And Assista Esports had no room to even breathe over there. We'll talk about that fight a little later. A Sensei, has to be a blunder and a half. Has drawn enough attention. Bunny still surviving there. With Sensei, the IGL being knocked out. RGC Esports are going to be quite happy about it. And he's not going to be spared. As Wild Fangs not wild anymore, are they? I have no idea how really to describe that fight. A rookie mistake made and punished by the players of RGC, who had been just hanging by a slim thread. They were scared. They were being shot at from multiple directions, and then Sensei goes out all brave into the wild, and we saw what happened.
Exactly what we wanted to see. But Assista Esports, for them, on the receiving side of things, it blows. VXT, they look to take a fight against Wild Fangs, and this is the worst nightmare Wild Fangs can have. They do not want to be stuck in this spot. And Wild Fangs have no clue that they're taking shots against VXT. A formidable foe. And Wild Fangs now trapped in this house. What can you do? The game seems done for Wild Fangs. And it feels like even they themselves are giving up. Trey Scott and Scout, the last 2 remaining pieces, about to fall off. And VXT, they're going to continue their march towards the safety lines. Same thing the players of Wild Fangs have realized. But do they have any vehicles to take that rotate? They do have that card wheel.
At this point, still takes you back to same. I mean, you've also mentioned this mechanically. Ideally, you've got 2 buttons. They just misclick on one. Instead of trying to jump, did he try to grab ledge the button and eventually lead into his demise? But whatever the case was, a huge blunder nonetheless coming in. And as things are, Hero Extreme Godlike looking so stoic, so confident in what they are trying to carve out. Everything under their control right now, even the circle really favoring them. Still have an catalyst though, the forms of hidden ones. Got some hidden talents that suddenly emerge, and they are a sight to behold.
In once, Middle Esports on the opposite end. Even hidden ones themselves, they need to be a bit more careful. Wild Fangs still outside of the zone. I'm not even sure what Wild Fangs wants at this point. Now taking a fight against DOD. Beautiful nade from Trey Scott. Good presence of mind. Even Reaper's knocked out in the back. DOD messed up big time. MJ taking shots against Reckoning Esports as Viper, as the connections were there perfectly, and even the play zone does its job. Reckoning Esports. Dionysus in the back lines. Man trying to climb on top as well. MJ needs to be a bit more careful. There's a player in the front lines playing that DPP angle, and the death blow has been achieved.
Oh my goodness, look at this fight. Reckoning still in the thick of things, but yes, the circle damage a little too much for them to really get themselves out of this situation, as Gravity, the only man to have somehow survived that, which could have gone wrong in massive proportions. But as things stand, the circle has taken a rather northern shift towards Podvosto. Gives for Miracle Esports a right avenue of entry, even for the likes of Team Tamila's 8-bit, making some quick work over there, trying to secure the central compounds for themselves, as again we're back to this standstill. Legit RGC in close proximities to each other as Vasista Esports survived by their IGL. Pokar almost gasping for breath in that situation against Hero Extreme Godlike. But look at this, Mortis fighting tooth and nails eventually just to get picked off. And 8-Bit, they make their presence felt as hidden ones. They have to be on the side that receives it. But Oveis a little ahead of himself, and Executor executes him right there, right now.
8-Bit. It's such a bad spot. Mafia gets caught too. How is 8-Bit making these mistakes? 8-Bit seems completely lost. That too against a team like Hidden Ones. The newer boys on the block are really making the players of 8-Bit bleed. Finally, some retaliation. Omega punishing the boys. But now it's also another team taking apart in this entire fight that's brewing up. Even Hero Extreme Godlike, they want to be a part of this. Another team moving up, and that's going to be 4MV. Dragon gets knocked out. 4M in a big wall of trouble. Dragon trying to back away to safety. He will be brought back onto his feet. Echo in the back lines already. Echo knows there's a third party approaching. It's better to just play back. Push yourself back and play with a bit more of that discipline. 8-Bit, they get sandwiched and easily eliminated from the game, but still Hidden Ones. Oh boy, they punished 8-Bit.
Of course they did, and I do not know what really went wrong for 8-Bit. A little bit of that overcommitment, and of course they were supposed to be drawing a lot of attention considering it was a fight happening around the circle center. As RGC, they get a lot of those finishes wrapped up legit. The piece is starting to fall as Sanchit, Bunny, 2 surviving members, but look at RGC.
He indeed can work with. Dope. 2 eliminations on the board so far. He's also quite chipped up. RGC. As a whole unit, they're doing pretty good. Just 1 single casualty from this game, which is completely okay. As long as you can find yourself the safer route in the zone, it's all good in the hood. And that's going to be the toughest task. That's going to be the toughest task. 4M still. They're not sure if the compound's clear. There's Hidden Ones on left. And 4M just want to be on the safer side of things. They've got their hands on this compound. It's quite a good one too. 4M's now going to be looking safe. There's Reaper in the outskirts playing on the edge of the safety lines. He wants to be the guardian angel off the edge lines. But still 4M, they're playing it quite risky. It's better to just recall your teammate in the back lines and play together.
Of course. I mean, at this point, for Medical Esports, they're really waiting for that next circle shift. And Reaper, maybe he's gatekeeping a couple of teams. Has to be Team Tamilas tries to create that flank angle in case there is a pour on the players of Medical Esports, an extra angle to play with. But for Versatile, things are starting to align. They have to be a little watchful of Gravity. Could certainly sneak in a couple of finishes. Yesterday we saw Versatile, surely never safe, always have to check their back. As now Versatile has power, he gets on against the players of Medical Esports, and this is what for Medical Esports were anticipating. A pour coming in from the players of Team Tamilas as they continuously go on barraging it with all those ZBS shots and whips. And Maxi OP, he's one man that always clinches, seizes the opportunity for himself as Team Tamilas. I do not know how they've withstood the cyclone, but they somehow have did. And for Medical Esports, suddenly panic getting triggered.
Look at the amount of utils we're seeing being tossed. Those utils are not going to do a lot of damage. Rico still stays on the ground. Fox OP in the back. Team Tamilas really want to stay in the race once again, but Dragon OP, man's creating the off angle. A beautiful Molotov. It's going to find the mark. Fix this. Maybe burn a few players down. Take him in the Hellfire. Dragon OP tossing out a smoke as well. He wants to close on up slow and steady. But what did 4M do? They gave their good position away, Fixes. And now they're playing in the outskirts. They gave away the compound that was supposed to be their winning condition. And the zone shifts right on top of it. 4M messed up big time. They can't even back away to the compound anymore because there's going to be so many teams camping them out soon, including Hidden Ones.
Yeah, they have to gather up finishes. And yeah, they have to make do with 3 shots to their names. And this is where Poco, he's had to make some tough calls. And could be a learning lesson for him. But look at this. This is one of those bigger fights that we talk about. Gujarat Tigers up against the players of Versatile. Azarman readies up a grenade, tosses it over, hoping that it makes and hits its mark. As Clutch caught again, trying to sneak in through from the right-hand side. But there you have it. Position compromised already. Gujarat Tigers are isolated, but Zarev making some good work with those grenades as S-Power over the rock. He's got a little bit of that vision to play with. Not the best of HPs. As now the push comes in from Gujarat Tigers. Clutch got leading the charge. Runs right onto the Molotov. And there you have it. He's trying to pull off the impossible. S-Power had no clue on what really hit him. And in the blink of an eye, Gujarat Tigers eliminate Versatile, who were left stranded. Unbelievable stuff happening over here in the maps of Vikendi.
Every single time, GT in a fight, and their confidence is on a different level.
For sure.
We saw Clutch God pull off some insane moves. The moves that no one even thinks of. Jumped on top of that rock, went behind S-Power, and stabbed him. What the hell did I just watch? And somehow it worked out as well. I just can't believe my eyes. But hey, GT, it's them. Gujarat Tigers. Every single time, whenever you see this team on the board, you know something crazy is about to happen. And this time as well, they pulled off some crazy shenanigans. Godlike. They can't be a real threat for GT. And GT can't be on the receiving side of the spectrum. Still playing on the edge of the circle. Clutch got Armand right next to each other. Daniel as well is closing on up slowly and steadily to the edge line. GT, they've got a lot on their plate. They need to deal with Godlike, and they need to deal with Hidden Ones at the same time too. 4M's Dragons in the back lines. If 4M wanted, they could have played for the chicken dinner, but instead 4M's playing for the safety. They're going for the med strat.
Of course they have to. What other choices do they have on them, Necro, at this given point? Giving all their first aids to one player, whilst the other maybe tries to tuck in a couple of finishes into his pocket. Look at Executor though. Hero Extreme Godlike, quite unaware, but finally, him moving a muscle. Jonathan, he gets picked off.
Blunder.
Something that Hero Extreme Godlike had not anticipated. And
Blunder.
seems like Blunder follows up as Poco. He gets the other survivor. And suddenly, Hero Extreme Godlike out of fighting contention in this particular game. As Hidden Ones, Executor himself backing off from this situation. He's got Mortis to play along with. 9 finishes. Hidden Ones are surely cooking in this one.
They indeed are. But Hero Extreme Godlike, they just walked into a spring trap. I understand they did not really have a lot of options, but still, keep your eyes open. Keep your ears open. Hero Extreme Godlike were playing in that compound as if they own it. They should have realized there's already someone contesting for it. And look at Dragon OP fixes. He's slowly and steadily moving from the back. He's going to be the man from the blue who stabs someone. Who's going to be on the receiving end? That's my question. GT in the outskirts, playing around the compound wall. Respect the safety approach and the measures taken by GT. But Hidden Ones, they seem like a formidable competitor this time around. They're the only one who can be a tough competition for GT. And maybe 4M, if they find the first strike, they can mess things up for GT as well. Still, I love the fact that someone from GT is also looking out in the back lines in the blue.
They have all the information in the world to work around with. For Medical, Hidden Ones are both revealing their positions with their respective knock from Team Godlike. And there you have it. Gods delivering them a huge blow. I'm starting to ponder if Dragon has enough meds to survive as Gujarat Tigers come flooding in. Next on their hit list could be the players of Hidden Ones, and it is looking like a good 3-on-3 scenario. Executor leading the charge to first aids for Dragon. Would love to see who he bites next as Clutch God Gods there you have it. God's getting knocked out. Clutch God really needs to pick these pieces up. As Gujarat Tigers from the flank, they're getting so much done. Arman surely being a hero over there as Mortis, one of the final players surviving, gets picked off.
What?
And an easy peasy chicken dinner secured for Gujarat Tigers. Beautiful stuff coming in from Team GT. The moment was there and they seized on the opportunity. Got this one home.
The real question is, who finished on the second? Was it Diesel?
I think it was hidden once.
It was hidden once? Oh
Yeah.
boy. Who finished on the second? I mean, it does seem like it was hidden once, but even the man from the blue was doing a lot of damage. Dragon, he got a few confirmations too. I mean, even Dragon was surviving for a decent amount of time, so it's really tough to say. But hey, it does feel like it was hidden once who finished things off in the second spot. But yeah, GT, what a game. Dominating affair. Especially that wipe against the players of VXT was something we never saw coming. Some crazy moves pulled off by GT, but that's what you expect from a banner like this. Packed with a lot of firepower. They're indeed a powerhouse.
A huge sigh of relief, especially for Clutch God and all his followers, all his believers, that he's been through such a scrappy phase that a lot would have even questioned why is he still in GT when they were having so many of those changes. But this man did not stop believing in just not himself, but the entire team. Look at how he's improved by aeons, I must say, Necro, because that one play against Ispower goes on to showcase that this man, he's got nothing to lose. He's playing his hearts out. And this is what we as viewers, we as mere spectators want to witness. Ispower was left baffled. He had no clue that Ispower really, Clutch God just jumped over him. And it was just not a Clutch God show, right? God did his part towards the end, Arman being the MVP, but Hero Extreme Godlike. This was a beautiful fight nonetheless, but what followed up, can we really blame them? Everybody was silent, nobody was moving a muscle there. And this one, it was hilarious.
I mean, especially Wild Fangs facing off against DOD as well. This was one of those fights that was definitely not needed. And we need to be a bit more concerned about Wild Fangs. They're not doing too good in the overall standings anyways, Fixes, and constantly dropping the ball every single game. We're not seeing any sort of improvement from the side of Wild Fangs either. And that just really makes me concerned even more for Miracle's taking fight against the players of Team Tumulus. So many shots missed from both the ends, but in the end, it was Maxi to save the day for his team. Team Tumulus as well. We're not really seeing the same dominant force that we saw on day one.
Yeah, day one not going their way. Day two has been equally bad, if not worse. But gotta give kudos. Credits to where it's deserved. I think Hidden Ones, 4M, really working that out very well. And Hero Extreme got I don't think they had enough information over there. But now we need to talk about For Miracle Esports and their decision in leaving that compound. Because just a couple of moments ago, Necro, you were emphasizing on the fact that Reaper is far off from his squad. And suddenly that really came to bite them back. Their horrors came true. Reaper almost had clutched it out. But then I could not really figure out what were For Miracle Esports thinking to go out and wipe out Team Tamilas when the entire compound was on them.
Exactly. That's my same question that I pretty much brought up. And I think so. It's the IGLing, man. The calls are being really made in a lot of desperation. That's what it feels like. Even in the end, going for that med strat, it does feel like Dragon OP wants to do his part properly. But considering the last time he IGL'd was 3 years back, and now he's trying to IGL once again. And of course, 3 years back and now, there's a stark difference between the competition as well. So it makes a lot of sense why the man's struggling. But let's just hope in the future he's going to polish these callouts out, because that was a clear mistake on the IGL's part.
I think mistakes are your biggest teachers. Surely Dragon now knows he's not supposed to do that again, has learned it in a bit of fashion, but it's not going to prove quite costly, at least as of now, still early phases of this tournament. But all right, I mean, we can give them that leeway. But what about 8-Bit? What were they even thinking? Despite having such a commanding position in that fight against Hidden Ones, somehow it all went awry for them.
I don't want to be on the rude side of things, but I will say this, okay? You know what? I'm going to say it out loud. It feels like 8-Bit and Wild Fangs, they pretty much are playing the same way. They're both lost. They don't exactly know what their main motto is inside of the game. They don't know how to play the game in general. They do not have a set pattern. They do not have a proper game plan. They do not know how to counter the teams. It feels like they're walking on blind canvas and they just do not know what exactly to do.
Because
they seem lost.
You know, just to only emphasize, they've got two of the biggest minds. And they're not young guns, right? They're all veterans. They've been tried and tested. And these are some moments where you should not really fumble or drop the ball like that. Especially, had Mafia Omega done that, I could have, understood where they were really coming from. You started off, Sanhok did not go well for you. You were supposed to seize on this opportunity. Wild Coast Star Tigers, look at them. They got the chicken dinner. One of the first teams to get eliminated in the previous map. They recovered points. But for 8-bit, even for... I really cannot put 8-bit and Wildfangs on the same pedestal considering the achievements both of them have. 8-bit certainly, for Team Forever. But definitely going to ask questions about the hunger or that sense of feeling quite settled. You've got now a good org, you've got good sponsors, everything. Right? In this community, everything can vanish just by in a click of our fingers. So I think a little bit of that understanding has to be there for 8-bit. So many mistakes made, but Gujarat Tigers did not make any of that, got this chicken dinner. This was, of course, the story of Vikendi. A lot more on the next side.
हाँ तो गाने के बोले तेरे वास्ते में कर लूं अपने स्क्वाड से फाइट।
कब तक हम ऐसे डिफेंसिव खेलते रहेंगे?
तो नूब नहीं है।
नूब नहीं?
टाइम आ गया है, सीधा उनकी स्क्वाड पे स्लैम करेंगे। नेक्स्ट शॉट! हेडशॉट! हेडशॉट!
तेरे वास्ते में कर लूं अपने स्क्वाड से फाइट। तेरे साथ मुझे करनी है कैंपिंग ऑल नाइट। डे हो या नाइट, इंडिया करे फाइट। डे हो या नाइट, इंडिया करे फाइट।
मैं नूब नहीं हूँ। मैं नूब नहीं हूँ पापा। मैं नूब नहीं हूँ।
मेरा बेटा नूब नहीं है।
तेरी आंखें M416 ग्लेशियर का हथियार बेबी। हो गया दिल के आर पार बेबी।
टीपीपी पे जा। एफपीपी। टीपीपी। एफपीपी। एक काम कर। टीपीपी पे जा।
कौन? लूंड्री ना सर। विनर चिकन डिनर।
कौन कहता है इंडिया फन को सीरियसली नहीं लेता है?
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming. Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome back after that short break, and yes, now we are just one game away from ending the day, and so far we have seen a lot of teams make a lot of mistakes too, but you can't really overshadow the fact that Godlike is also doing pretty okay in their games, and a few more names, Hidden Ones too, doing pretty good in that previous game too. GT getting that chicken dinner sort of flipped the tide, and what are your thoughts about that GT and Versatile fight, especially the moves from Clutch God? They really impressed us.
I think Clutch God is proving that how much experience he has and what all he can do with that experience. Yes, definitely pulling such sort of a performance against a team which has dominated yesterday. Versatile is not an easy job. That says a lot of things about Clutch God as well. That is definitely going to help boost the confidence of Gujarat Tigers. Every single time if you notice Gujarat Tigers, they find themselves in a comfortable spot. At least one good game every day is coming from the side of Gujarat Tigers. If that continues for the upcoming weeks, I think easily Gujarat Tigers can qualify for the challenge finals.
And even Hidden Ones was doing so good, right? In that compound, playing so well. But a questionable decision made from their opponents. Dragon OP and his teammates were all the way in the back lines. They left that safety lines, and they decided to take a fight against the players of Team Tumulus. But doing so, they also gave up on such a solid positioning, which was available inside of the circle till the end. I'm not exactly sure what was going through the players of 4M.
Maybe they wanted to be aggressive, they wanted to go for the finish points. We need to ask the players what really was going on there in their minds. But looking at the match ranking, we have the plus of Gujarat Tigers right in the top with 19 points. Hidden Ones on the second spot with a total of 15 points. Wild Fangs on the third spot with 15 points. Okay, there is some error, I'm sure, because it shows 0 placement points over there. Godlike on the fourth with a total of 12 points.
Yeah, these standings are not exactly accurate, so we are pretty much going to get the updated standings soon. But the latter half of the board on the screen as well. And you got to see clearly DOD getting 0 points, Gen X FM with 0, and Team Legit 2 not doing that great. Metal Esports just getting 1 point. Now let's speak about the real signs of concern over here. Team 8-Bit, a team that packs so much potential, such a known name as well. But even 8-Bit is not able to step up, and that's a real problem.
8-Bit needs to step up, because if you remember the past performances of the 8-Bit on Dynamo 1 were not that convincing. We can't say that 8-Bit have that safety cushion that they can go and experiment. One game goes bad, they can afford it. No, 8-Bit needs to amp up, because week number 1 we are already over with more than 50% of our games. And with only 3 games remaining for 8-Bit after today, I think it's a uphill task for them to be in the top 16.
Still, they've got a lot more games to go, so 8-Bit, they can easily flip the odds. Anything can happen. But still, this is supposed to be the wake-up call. Week 1, if you're not going to have a good week at all, then keep this thing in mind. It's always going to fiddle with your minds in the future, too. And that's something the players of 8-Bit, they need to understand. Once you've got a good start, the ending's also going to be super good. But if the ending is not good, then you pretty much know you're going to miss out on the top 16. That means you're going to miss out on the land finale that we all are waiting for. Let's move on the conversation towards Wild Fangs. Even they were not able to secure a lot of points. Just like 8-Bit, even Wild Fangs seems lost.
I agree 100%. Even I was saying the same thing to the Fixes as well, that Wild Fangs, they're not aware about their surroundings. If you look at the performance of yesterday's Erangel when the fight was happening in Milta Power, I think it was Team Jelly who did a third party onto the plus of Team Wild Fangs. So that's something which Wild Fangs is lacking, the information, the surrounding information. Even on the map of Senok, if you notice the fight with the plus of Team Legit Esports, Zeus popped out of nowhere, and Wild Fangs, they were not aware about the position of Zeus. They just right on to the plus of Team Legit Esports for a few finish points. Now after that, they were taken out pretty easily in the game. So Wild Fangs need to be more aware about the surroundings, I think.
Wild Fangs definitely, as I mentioned, they seem lost. And it feels like even the IGL's not able to make the right calls. Just like Dragon OP. And speaking of Dragon OP, one thing is for sure, it was his mistake in that previous game. He should have called his teammate who was much more far away from the fray. He should have said that, okay, listen my friend, we've got a good compound to play with. Let's reunite and let's play together. But still that call was not made by 4M. And that's one of the main reasons maybe 4M missed out on that chicken dinner. Could have been theirs.
Could have been, would have been. There are so many things over there, but a team like for Miracle, which have got the LAN experience, which have got the experience of the official tournaments, they have performed so good over there. So these sort of mistakes are not expected from their side. Had they been the under gods, I would still give a leeway that yes, they have got the early jitters of the game, they are getting intimidated by the invited teams, but no, that's not the case with the plus of Team 4M at this point. They need to be in their best form, I'll say, because 4M, let's be honest, is one of those teams which needs to be in the challenge finals. And if you look at the previous third-party tournaments, they failed to qualify for the LAN.
They hands down did. I mean, if things keep on approaching the same way that they were approaching in the past as well, it's definitely going to be a big problem. But we need to understand this thing, and that is that it's a complete new lineup now. Just 2 players in 4M, they've got the experience of the LAN. The rest do, they don't. So even that's going to be something that's going to put a major impact. Dragon OP now doing the IGling as well, a man who was playing as the assaulter role in the past. Even that's putting on a major impact as well. That's why we're seeing a lot of those indecisive nature kicking in from 4M. But let's just hope it's not going to happen and replicate the same time, even on the map of Erangel, as we move on towards the last game of the day. And the plane flat path begins all the way from Severny towards down south Primorx.
And as we don't have the plus of Team K9 in the lobby as they're sitting out this one, Team VXT, that is Versatile, they've decided to go all the way toward the side of Severny. And Hidden Ones might be going to the North Georgiapol. Hidden Ones, they have been playing, I think, decent, considering the performance in the previous map also. They had a decent outrun. So I think Hidden Ones are doing okay. Gujarat Tigers every day getting a chicken dinner. They're looking pretty comfortable in the overall standings as well. Godlike, if you talk about them, Hero Extreme Godlike, day 1, they came close to getting a chicken dinner. Day number 2, they got a chicken dinner. I think Godlike is also doing pretty much okay. But there are a few names which are still struggling, like the plus of Team Legit Esports.
I mean, especially looking at Hero Extreme Godlike 2, dropping in towards that school vicinity. They're going to have a free sailing over there. Considering Ikusol is not exactly in their lobby, so they can't drop over here in this area without any problem. Moving towards the right side of the map, which is Milta and Milta Power, it's definitely going to be quite a tough stretch. That's why we see Wild Fangs as well drop down south of Pachinki. Reckoning Esports, players out in the open, and they want to save the day for the man out in the open as well. Somehow they will too. Reckoning Esports, they might just get harm's way.
Reckoning Esports, they are walking on a thin ice because it's not just only one team minus 40. Also the plus of Team Godlike are also in the close proximity. So they need to be a bit cautious. Reckoning, if we look at the performance of yesterday's Erangel, they were on a rampage. They were going for the finish point. Suddenly there is a change of pace from the side of Reckoning as well. But for now, we have got minus 40 on our screens. And they're heading over to the city of Yasna Polyana. A good option because this time Yasna is pretty much unoccupied, so they can have the entire city to their name.
Minus 40 on the screen, and looking at this team moving towards Yasna Polyana. For them, it seems like it's going to be smooth sailing. No one's there to contest him. Hero Extreme Godlike 2 moving towards that same vicinity, but I highly doubt they're going to move and extend towards Yasna Polyana. Considering the circles popped up in quite a standard way, a little bit tilted on the left side. And speaking of minus 40 and their performance so far, even they've been super inconsistent. In some of the games you see a quick burst of energy, but that energy instantly dissolves.
I agree that minus 40 as compared to open finals, the performance has taken a sudden dip. But maybe they are getting a little intimidated by the invited teams and they are just going for a slow approach. Maybe they'll be back in the form in week number 2. Few games they really do pop off in few of the fights, but suddenly there is a downfall and maybe they'll amp up the aggression. But for now, in the city of Yasna, I think they're going to take their sweet time because minus 40 is one of those teams which is known for their late rotation. There's one more team which I want to talk about, Do or Die. Day number 1, they were not having the best of the time. Day number 2, they're engaging in a few of the good fights. Even the rotations of Do or Die have already improved. So I think Do or Die is also looking pretty solid at this point.
I mean, especially Do or Die, it's still one of those torches that can instantly extinguish out of nowhere. So it's really tough to trust a banner like Do or Die. One instance, they're doing good. The other instance, Do or Die is completely left out from the lobby. It's tough to say. It's really tough to say. Hero Extreme Godlike, though, doing really good in the overall standings. Even the previous game could have been good. Unfortunately, stepped in unknown territory, had no clue where the opponents were placed, and that was a spring trap that was activated. Hero Extreme Godlike got taken down in quite a harsh manner. But now, looking at this area, Genix and Feb 2, they've not been able to showcase their true potential so far. The previous game of Vikendi, Genix and Feb fell off bad. Now it's their time to recover. Genix FM got taken down by Daniel, especially from Hidden One, because he was the one who ignited that fight.
And not only Weekendy, I think Sanak was pretty much the same story for the players of Genix FM. There it was Team Metal Esports eliminating the entirety of Genix FM at the 14th spot with no placement points. So Genix FM, yes, it is also one of those teams which need to buckle up their shoes, because the Genix FM we saw in the open finals is completely missing at this point. For Miracle, talking about this team, we have already discussed enough about them. So they need to really work on the mistakes. They need to rectify those mistakes and come up much stronger, because a team like this, big things are definitely expected from their side. For now, they are holding on to the quarry. And speaking about the team on our screens, Reknig, I think Dynamo 1 went pretty solid for this particular team. For now, they are also heading to the side of Mansion. I think Reknig is also one of those teams which we can expect to see in the challenge finals, Neeraj, because if you look at the fights which they take, they always tend to take the good fights and avoid the bad fights.
Talk about the bad fights. I mean, look, still the early phase of the day of the tournament. Reckoning Esports, yeah, day one was much more better compared to the day two, which is going so far. But it's Reckoning Esports we're speaking of. For some reason, you always have that semblance of hope that, yeah, Reckoning Esports can easily make a comeback. It's no issues. The real concern rises for teams like 8-Bit, Wild Fangs, which so far haven't even been able to showcase any sort of improvement, including Team Tumulus too, by the way, because so far they've been deactivated as well. 4M making quite a lot of questionable decisions. Team Legit, yesterday's day was okay, but today's day just nowhere to be seen. These teams really do pop up a big concern in my mind, including DOD.
DOD, yes, I do agree. Even I do agree about 4M and 8-Bit. I think yesterday they had a decent run. It's only the map of Weekendy which proved to be a little problem for the players of Team 8-Bit, because they got only a single point. After that, in Erangel, they got 8 points. They did just okay-ish on day number 1 by getting those 14 total points. They need to do more than that. So 8-Bit is still one of those teams which I feel can pop off, considering Oves is the IGL of the team and he has got so much experience. So I think 8-Bit can pop off on week number 2, on week 2 maybe. So I don't have much complaints from the side of Team 8-Bit at this point. But I do have my concerns for DOD, because for DOD, qualifying for the challenge season itself was an uphill task.
Yeah, DOD is, of course, a big concern, nothing taken away. They're quite the newer bunches, right? And especially making it till the late phase. Now facing off against some of the known bunch in the community. It is definitely going to be a tough pill to swallow for the players of DOD. But once again, going back to 8-Bit's conversation, the only reason why I'm a bit concerned is because, yes, even if you're taking the competition lightly, the mistakes that you're making, they seem genuine. They don't seem like the mistakes that are happening because you're taking the competition lightly. The mistakes that 8-Bit are making, 8-Bit just seems lost in the games for some reason. It's not like we are seeing an aggressive 8-Bit. We're still seeing quite a defensive 8-Bit. If 8-Bit was playing aggressive and making those mistakes, it is understandable. But 8-Bit's not playing aggressive and still making those mistakes. And that's the main reason why I'm concerned. This seems like a genuine problem.
Maybe they're just testing the waters, could be possible. Or they're just taking their sweet time. Because I still feel Oves will get that aggression back in the team. But speaking about this particular team, Vashishta Esports, we have got Pukar, Fierce, Gamla Boy. Even Vashishta was not having the best of the time yesterday. They got only total of 10 points. 3 points in Senok, 3 in Weekendy and 4 in Erangel. So Vashishta is also one of those names which is not really popping off. So I think even they need to amp up the aggression. They need to be more aware, because rotations, Neeraj, let's be honest, are not a problem for Vashishta. Those 4v4 fights are the problem for them.
And that's crazy, right? Vasista in the past, also known as Carpadium. And if you remember, Carpadium, their firepower was immaculate. And now the transition towards Vasista Esports, it's definitely looking like it's shaky. But still, for some reason, considering they've just won a third-party tournament, I've got the semblance of hope that maybe Vasista Esports, they're the ones who are really testing the waters. We haven't really seen Vasista Esports in a proper 4-on-4 fight. We've always seen that separation between the players. They seem quite disconnected. But maybe Vasista Esports just trying to pop out with some new strategies, trying to get something done. Right now as well, you can see Vasista Esports, a few players inside of those houses, someone just lying around in the outskirts playing for the scouting role, just trying to gather as much intel as possible. There's a big chance Fierce can be caught here, and that's been the main problem with Vasista Esports. Every single time someone in the far fray gets caught.
And it's only not Vasista Esports who are focusing on the center of the circle at this point. It's also got like hidden ones. Also we have Medal in the mix. So many teams are in the close proximity to the plus of Vasista Esports. They need to find a good compound or a good area to hold on to. Then we have few teams going for a very late rotation as well. We have Genex FM still towards the military base. Then we have Wildfangs towards Buildup, bearing the brunt of the blue. Do or Die, they are known for their late rotations. But hidden ones, I just want to see how they are going to fare off in this particular one, because every single time in these kind of circles we have seen Gujarat Tigers to go for that big Georgopol Everest, and if they're holding on to that one again, I think hidden ones need to be very careful.
Hidden ones on the screen, and especially looking at these players after getting so close to winning that previous game, hidden ones definitely, they should have quite a solid momentum rolling. In an okay spot too. A few teams taking a rotation right next to him. Team Legit want to challenge hidden ones. I'm not exactly sure how good of an option this is going to be, but Daniel, he's got his own plans as well. Team Legit is right there around the ridge, as everyone once again disengages as soon as Daniel got into his own vehicle, because they knew Daniel's playing as the information collector role. And if he gets a lot of intel, Daniel can definitely punish.
Oh, he certainly can. But we also have got the plus of Legit Esports upon our screens. Yesterday's performance was not so convincing for Legit Esports, because every single time they were either clashing with the plus of Do or Die. Every single time the rotations became a problem for Legit Esports. For now, yes, they do have a good compound to their name. They're just not holding on to the center of the circle. Rather, they are towards the western side, a little away from all the traffic which is present in the center. Then we have the plus of Team Tamilas also coming from the southern side. They can potentially look for a dominant control from the southern side, because they're just holding on to the periphery. Speaking of the periphery, on the eastern side, we have got the plus of Wildfangs. This time, see, the thing is, Neeraj, if you notice the rotations of Wildfangs, they always try to make sure that their backlines are clear. But in the process of doing so, they lack that surrounding awareness. They have got few enemies right in front of them, just like the plus of -40. But see, this time if they can turn things around in their favor.
Wildfangs, there's not really a lot to speak about this team. You just can't really sugarcoat the fact that Wildfangs is falling short to this lobby. They're not able to keep up with the pace. They're not able to keep up with the intensity. Every single time Wildfangs gets disconnected, and they get dismantled instantly. And right now too, Wildfangs moving in tandem. There's VXT in the front lines, and VXT can definitely punish Wildfangs pretty hard. We're speaking of VXT, Raiden, Somraj, S-Power, Equinox, everyone's been activated recent times. They can definitely be quite the barraging ones. Wildfangs now playing for the high ground. They've got their hands on the potato hill. And VXT realizing the exact same thing, spreading themselves out quite wide apart from each other. Wildfangs is going to be happy with that position they've gotten. But here's my concern. If you're not going to be in the centric spot, you're pretty much hoping that the zone shifts right on top of you. Because look at the centric part. There's so many teams accumulated right there. As soon as the zone shifts anywhere, it's going to be a big wave of vehicles moving towards the circle too. How is Wildfang supposed to pull off a clean rotation when there's going to be so many opponents moving in at the same time?
Well, certainly that's going to be a challenge, but if the circle goes a little north, I think Godlike, Hero Extreme Godlike, Gujarat Tigers, they're going to benefit heavily. But if the circle goes a little south, I think Genix FM, Team Tamilas, they can benefit from it. Medal right at the center. For now, the major concern for Wildfangs are the players of Team Versatile, because Team Versatile is trying to get all the information of that potato hill which Wildfangs are holding on to. We can also see the players of Do or Die coming for a very late rotation. So the next circle shift is also going to determine how all these rotations are going to happen, because we still have pretty much all the teams alive still in the lobby. This is a pretty slow Erangel as compared to the first one, and there it is. The circle takes an eastern shift, and it is favoring the players of Gujarat Tigers and Team Versatile and Wildfangs.
Even Wildfangs is on the lucky side of the bet tonight. They've got a decent position to play with, but look at what Versatile is doing. Calling all their players in one single spot. Versatile's getting ready for a war. Team Legit too, taking a fight against the players of Hidden Ones. This standoff was happening for such a long time, and finally, the fire ignites. And within a flash, you see Team Legit take an exit from the lobby. Hidden Ones, they still do seem pretty healthy, but a few players just scattered across the board, knocked out, begging for mercy and help.
Oh, they need to go for the revival. Daniel still bleeding out. The smoke cover is there. An executor.
Get him up.
Oh no, oh no. Oh, finally. At the right nick of the time.
No,
but
what?
no, the shots are being fired towards him. He needs to leave his fallen comrade bleed to death, Neeraj.
He could have tossed out a few more smokes before. Not enough smokes tossed out. Daniel should have been inside of the smoke, patch himself up, and then go back towards the car. I'm not exactly sure why Daniel repositioned to the spot where there were no smokes tossed out. That's a mistake in Daniel's part. He should have been in the smoke. But hey, you know what? He thought that maybe if he's going to be behind a hard cover, he can't be spammed through the smoke. Heat of the moment, my friend. Heat of the moment. Metal Esports. Even they're taking a fight against Hidden Ones. At this point in time, it feels like Hidden Ones, they're just getting ripped apart by every single team that is there around the vicinity. GT next to VXT. And as I mentioned, it did feel like VXT was going for a war. Raiden got caught off guard, and now we've just got a 3-man squad surviving.
And that could be a reason for the little slow approach. But for now, we have got Do or Die upon our screens. And we also have got the players of Wildfang who are literally chasing the players of Do or Die. And that was a mistake. Scout gets taken down from the moving vehicle. And even the trade is there. Avinash also gets taken down. And Sensei takes down Bhalu. Do or Die, even they're getting dismantled at this point.
I'm not exactly sure why Wildfang's leaving the good position they had on top of the potato hill. And Do or Die. It feels like they're just feeding the elimination points away to Wildfangs. So many mistakes made from Do or Die as well. Things could have been dealt with much in a better manner. But what just happened? Blunders from both the sides, but Do or Die, they made even a lot of blunders. I would not even say Wildfangs played that better. Absolutely not. They messed up big time as well. But Do or Die just messed up even bigger.
I think Wildfang spotted on the players of Do or Die and they went for the hunt. And that was a clear intention. They wanted to get those 4 elimination points, which they successfully did. Out of 4, 3 points are just by Seth. But in the process of doing so, they had to face a casualty. They had to face one player casualty, but we also have got the players of Team Tamilas towards the southern periphery of the circle. Let's see how things are going to pan out for Team Tamilas, because if you remember yesterday's Miramar, and Team Tamilas is known for Miramar, didn't really went in their favor. So even Tamilas are just holding on to themselves. They're not really popping off and going for that aggressive approach. Even if you look at them right now, they like playing edge to edge, and for now it's working okay-ish for the players of Team Tamilas.
Look at the next circle shift. Metal Esports, they've got the southern edge line to play with. They can be the Guardian Angels, but Metal Esports too. They can see the future coming. And Metal Esports, they themselves know there's a big chance the circle can shift down south. Metal Esports, they should start paving a pathway right now to the southern side. If it's too late, things can be messed up easily. Metal Esports, they instantly take the city control, which can be a good option. Depends on the future. But there's going to be so many teams thinking the same way. A lot of these teams are going to go for the city itself. 4M is still in the outskirts. And 4M is taking such a passive approach. I'm pretty sure they're once again going to go for the Met strat. They're going to try to play that cheeky game, that safe game that 4M likes to do. Next zone popping up towards Pochinki is definitely caught a lot of teams off guard. Vasista Esports next to Hidden Ones Alien. Metal Esports 2 in the fray. You've got Team Bunny, now known as RGC as well. Gujarat Tigers 2 still in that stalemate against VXT. And no one knows how to ignite that fire. No one knows how to initiate the battle.
Metal Esports, and that has to rush towards the compound. Legit has been knocked out. Sarvit all by himself. He needs to go for the rescue mission, but on the other side, Sarvit finds Bunny of RGC, instantly knocks him down. We'll be looking for the confirmation. We have 3 teams in the city of Pochinki, where Reckoning, being the 4th team, is towards the church. If the circle, like you said, goes a little towards the south, I think the players of Team 8-bit can benefit heavily from it, as they're holding on to the southern periphery of the circle. But Pukar spots down Kyoa of Team Reckoning, takes hefty HP out of him. But for now, Kyoa is safe and sound, fit as a fiddle. But there are few teams still outside of the safety of the circle, like Gujarat Tigers, Team Versatile, still in a very close proximity to each other. Maybe we can fight, see a fight brewing between these 2 teams.
Maybe. Still a big if. Vasista Esports in a comfortable spot. RGC unsettled. Backlines exposed. Not a big fan of the position the boys are in for now. But you never know. VXT, finally, the silence breaks out against GT. They've been engulfed by the wall of death. Zerf's out in the open. GT's getting picked off. It's way too late in the blue. And still Versatile. They somehow seem pretty versatile to me. Coming out on top almost in this duel. Versatile with the man advantage as well. Somraj getting knocked out. And both the teams, they're playing with a lot of risk. S-Power catches himself up on fire. There's also the damage from the play zone and also the damage from the Molotov. S-Power gets knocked out. GT, they've only got the last glimmer of hope alive for now. But for how long can they survive the Wrath of the Blue? That's my question. Aquinox, he's going to be the wiser one. He backs away to safety lines, but you move on towards this fight. Hero Extreme Godlike facing off against RGC, and Dope is out in the open, nowhere to go. This man is trapped. Nates are going to do a lot of damage as well as Dope falls down, and Hero Extreme Godlike. That's the opener that they wanted.
Oh, they certainly did. And RGC, they are surviving with only 2 players remaining. As the circle takes a southern shift, it has left the city of the Pochinki, and all these teams which are holding on to the Pochinki is going to be an uphill task for them to migrate inside the circle. Godlike, I don't think they are going to face much trouble in that. But along with that being said, we have the players of Wild Fangs. The circle is heavily favoring them. But as per the Finnish feed, Reckoning and Godlike, even they are also locking horns with each other. As a perfect nade right on the face of Edmino knocks him down. It's going to be a difficult job for Sim to go for the rescue mission onto the fallen comrade. Because Viper, if you look at him, he's just ready with a follow-up grenade, looking for the confirmation point, and Simp is just hiding, waiting to strike for the players of Team Reckoning at this point.
Indeed. Especially looking at Edmino and Punk right next to each other. You've also got Simp too. Revival seems possible and easy. The nade was super close. If they toss one more nade in that same direction, might just do the deed. Hero Extreme Godlike in a really off spot. Not in the safety lines as well. Even 4M can be a big problem. Where can you go if you're Hero Extreme Godlike? Reckoning Esports slow and steady moves towards the safety lines. But they need to face off and fight against RGC, which seems like a tough fight as well. RGC is taking shots against 4M too, by the way. Taking shots in quite the far fray. Godlike moves out in the open. Now they opt out to take a fight against 4M. I'm not sure how good of a decision this is going to be, but there's a man all the way back in the blue, and Reaper strikes. He seems like the Grim Reaper for Godlike in this scenario. Gives a big advantage to his own teammates. And Hero Extreme Godlike, they seem like they're in big shambles. Metal Esports too on the receiving side of things, they've taken too much damage. Vasista Esports in close quarters. Reckoning Esports, RGC too. Metal Esports, even they seem screwed. Where can they go? The circle's gonna shift once again on the centric part. It shifts away from the city.
A big mistake from the side of Cyrex. He knocks down his own teammate with a grenade. But for now, we have got Reckoning rushing onto the compounds of Team RGC and eliminates them. But we also have got 4 Miracle. Poco doing a perfect third party as he takes one player down from the side of Reckoning. And will be looking for the confirmation point as well. He's very much aware about the position of Reckoning. It is going to be a mad dash inside the circle where 4 Miracle are placed to gatekeep. I won't say gatekeep, they are placed perfectly to get few more elimination points for themselves. But if you look at the circle, Neeraj, I think 8-bit, they are placed perfectly. They have the entire control of the real estate of the circle. Along with that, even the players of Team Wild Fangs, they are also prioritizing the circle at this point. But as per the finish feed, seems like I spoke too soon as Mafia and Omega have been knocked down by the players of Team Tamilas.
See, that's the main problem that I'm speaking of. Every single time 8-bit, even though if they have a good position, they somehow give it away. And now it's the players of Genix FM marching. And this seems like a victory march against F40. Last man is there on the left lines, but the man had no clue, through charged in blind. And where is the cover? The 2 players in the back don't even bother to push up and go for the trades. I'm not sure what Genix FM is doing. Where is the team play? That's my question. Genix FM so far back. Evil, he messed up big time. Even Shogun messed up big time. Everyone should have pushed up at the same time, but Genix FM, that disconnect, it costed them their lives in this game.
It certainly did. It certainly did. The play zone is also playing its part. So many players are getting taken down by the play zone. Amidst all this, we have the players of Team Tamilas. They have got the entire southern control of the circle as Metal Esports Prince also bearing the brunt of the blue and going for the mid strat. Wild Fangs, Trace God. He has got a visit tower to his name along with his teammate Sensi. Only 2 players remaining, but they also need to move inside the circle. Yes, they have got a buggy, but there's so many players around them. They have got the players of Reckoning, 4M, Reaper also going for the mid strat in the blue. Team Tamilas seems like this is their game to lose. They have got the numbers advantage also in their favor, and out in the open, Trace God spots one player down from Reckoning, instantly gets a confirmation point also.
This seems like a Team Tamilas game. They've got a beautiful split going for themselves. They control so much area. Even the visual distance counts. Where can Wild Fangs go? They're trapped. They can't even travel anywhere. Trace God wants to get his hands on his own buggy, but he can't. Tossing out a few smokes to block out the line of sight of the players of Team Tamilas. Sensei's wall, creating a bit of that distraction. But taking down Team Tamilas at this point in time seems next to impossible. Reckoning Esports could have been a real threat. They possessed it. But as Reckoning Esports gets eliminated, there's no one to stop Team Tamilas anymore. It will be tough. Prince moving up, gets dealt with easily. Wild Fang's final 2 players standing. Sensei and Trey Scott, and not a lot of hopes from them, honestly. But still, getting a decent game in the hand really means a lot. Wild Fangs almost threw that game when 2 of the players got knocked out in the back lines. But luckily enough, Wild Fangs, they've still kept themselves alive for a decent amount of times. Last man gets dealt with by the blue, and that will be Team Tamilas securing the chicken dinner.
Oh, they certainly did. Team Tamilas, from the very start of the game, they went for a complete southern rotation. Even in the final few moments, they had the southern periphery control of the circle. Along with that, it was only Team 8-bit, which could have been that ugly thorn in the path of Team Tamilas, but they dealt with them so beautiful. Team Tamilas coming on the top, coming victorious. And if I'm not wrong, they have got more than 10 finishes to their name, Neeraj. So all in all, a very good outing for the players of Team Tamilas. And not just Team Tamilas, I think a good game finally for the players of Team Wild Fangs as well.
Indeed, indeed. I mean, you talk about Wild Fangs. I genuinely thought Wild Fangs could have been the one to contest and go for the chicken dinner, but a few mistakes were made in between. Two players got taken down in such an awkward manner to the point where it was just Sensei and Trey Scott in the end, but still they did a great job in making sure their banner would survive for a long time. Genix FM making rookie mistakes. Two players pushing up while the rest two were still in the back lines. I'm not exactly sure why there was that disconnect. All of the players should have pushed up at the same time, but Genix FM, they messed up big time. They gave that entire position away to the opponents. They had the upper edge against M40, but they still messed up. Team Tamilas, they were destined to win that game.
Oh, they were. Team Tamilas, they had the control of the circle. They had the majority of the real estate control. Like I said, the only team which could have been the ugly thorn in the path of Team Tamilas was 8-bit. But 8-bit, they were dealt very early in the game. Had 8-bit survived a bit longer, even they would have been in the contestation of the southern control of the circle. And as we look at the highlights, the circle itself became a big problem for all these teams.
Now, this is what is a real concern for me, right? I mean, yeah, the highlights going on, we're able to relive the moments, but once again, going back towards that 8-bit squad wipe. Now, I do understand there's still a lot more games to go in the future, but especially when you're in a winning position, teams usually take things serious by then on, because you've got the circle right on top of you. Of course, you would want to be the one to come through victorious and secure a few more points, considering you're not doing too good in the overall standings anyways. No matter how much lightly you're taking the game, still throwing such a good position away is something that you do not really expect from a banner like 8-bit, but they're crumbling.
And you know, 8-bit were the first ones to have the control of the circle. Team Tamilas literally snatched that control from the hands of Team 8-bit. First, Mafia got taken down. After that, Omega was taken down. Like, 8-bit was just falling down like a pack of dominoes, one after other. And after that, it was Team Tamilas' show. But before that, for a second, to me personally, it felt like 8-bit can really step up in this particular game. But that didn't happen, obviously.
For a moment, it felt like even Reckoning Esports could have been the one to stop the players of Team Tamilas, considering they were on the back lines of Team Tamilas, and Team Tamilas, the rest of the two players, had no clue that there's Reckoning Esports right next to him. But then Trey Scott shuts down one of the players. That gives Reckoning Esports his position away, and it really handicaps Reckoning Esports in a bad way. And that's where Reckoning Esports 2, they were not able to recover from that blow as they got taken down as well. Still, a few concerning names do arise. Now, Wild Fangs, yes, getting this chicken dinner good, but they still did not have a lot of elimination points to back it up.
Yes, they don't have too many elimination points. It's all because of the initial fight which they had with the players of Do or Die. They lost two of their players, and after that the numbers advantage was not there for the players of Team Wild Fangs that they can go for the aggressive approach. So they decided to go for the placement points, and I think that worked in their favor, because if you look at the circle, it was an open circle. Wild Fangs were just waiting outside in the open, holding on to the wizard tab, that the moment all the teams will start coming out of Pochinki, then they'll strike. But they didn't get that opportunity as well. They only got, one finish onto the one of the player of Reckoning, and that's it. Nothing more than that.
And even 4M's playing it super safe, right? Every single game we see 4M going for that Met strat. This time it was Reaper surviving till the later phase, and once again going for the Met strat all the way back in the blue towards Pochinki. But this is the main problem. Why is 4M playing so passive? Why are we not seeing the proper 4M, which possesses a lot of threat to the lobby, which possesses a lot of firepower? Because they definitely can possess a big threat to the lobby. But still, for some reason, we're not seeing that 4M being activated. They're just playing it super on the back foot. They're just playing it for the Met strat. Match MVP is going to be Trey Scott from Wild Fangs. 4 finishes racked up and 57% finish contribution with the map impact of 8%.
Well, Trey Scott definitely got 4 finishes. He was doing whatever was needed from his side. But speaking about 4 Miracle, I think if you notice the rotation, Neeraj, 2 of the players were engaging in a fight in the city of Pochinki. 2 of the players were taking a fight with the players of 8-bit inside the circle. This type of approach where little bit of the communication issue is clearly visible, I think that's the main reason that for Miracle is not able to pull off that sort of a dominating performance. They should pick their fights, either pick fights with the teams who are in the city of Pochinki or prioritize the circle. Because these seemed a little off. 2 players going for the circle, 2 players going for the aggressive approach in the city of Pochinki. That sort of placement, I don't understand.
I mean, look, of course, a lot of the times the teams are coming up with a lot of the disconnects too. But even the zone played its big game, right? On top of that city, inside of the city, of course, everything's going to be super confusing. You do not exactly know which compound is being held by which team, which house is being held by who. So there's always going to be that anonymous factor that kicks into the city zones, and that can catch you off guard. So you can't really blame a lot of the teams that were playing inside of the city, especially even RGC, right? RGC was there in the outskirts of the city. They were trying their best to gather as much intel as possible, but then Reckoning Esports shoved their way and shut down the players of RGC. RGC just couldn't really do a lot.
And not only Reckoning, I think it was Godlike also who reigned on the parade of RGC, because Godlike's one of the player took down one player of RGC. Then Reckoning striked in with that barrage of grenades coming in. So yeah, it was not just one team that was affecting the players of Team RGC. It was 2 teams, Godlike and Reckoning Esports. But I think Team Tamilas, along with that, minus 40 also. A little disappointment from their side, because yes, I do agree they were engaged in a fight, but they were coming from the eastern side of the circle. They had a good position.
Hey, but you know what? We'll keep on going with the conversations after this match rankings, as we've got the match ranking popping up. And of course, TT with the most amount of points from that previous game, but Wildfangs getting 13 points. Not a bad performance at all. Still keeping them in this marathon. You've got Metal Esports with 10 points, Reckoning Esports 9 points, consistent. And 4M once again getting 6 points on the board. 4M as well, they've been super consistent, but I would love to see 4M getting a lot of elimination points.
They need to go for the aggressive approach, and they need to play in tandem, I'll say. They need to be together as a unit. But minus 40, speaking about them, only 3 points to their name. The play zone played its part, and minus 40, they didn't have time to move inside the circle. Hidden Ones with only 3 points. Godlike this time having 2 points to their name. Do or Die also getting an early exit with just a single point. But looking at the overall ranking, we have the players of Team Versatile right on the top with 74 points. Godlike on the second taking a big jump. Now on the second with 62 points. Gujarat Tigers with 52 points, sitting on the third spot with 2 chicken dinners.
I mean, look, the top 4 usual suspects. Even on the 5th, you see CG 6th. Revenant Team X Park, Just Jelly doing really good, so they deserve to be there in the top 8. Team Timilis, a recent breach. That's a great thing. We would love to see such a known banner there in the top moments. Then you also see Reckoning Esports right there with 6 matches played with 41 points racked up. Red X as well, you do see them with 40 points. Red Ross, they have been immaculate. Team Empire, today's day from Team Empire has been incredible. The way they played has been so impressive.
Oh yes, Team Empire was definitely a force to reckon with. They got a beautiful chicken dinner as well. They were the aggressive force in the lobby. But K9, speaking about them, with only 34 points sitting on the 17th spot. And notice the huge difference between the placement and the finish points. They have got only 8 placement points and 26 finish points. So that means finish points is not a problem. The survival is a big problem for the players of Team K9. Do or Die right at the bottom with 10 points. Cincinnati Esports with total 10 points on the 34th spot. Legit, Myth, Bot Army, 8-Bit. These are all the names which were performing really good. Few of the teams were performing really good in the open finals. And now they are at the bottom.
Cincinnati Kids, I mean, a team that got the invite, but they really need to justify that invite. If they're just going to be sitting on 10 points even after 6 games, or even after 8 games, actually. Yeah, 6 games, my bad. After 6 games, Cincinnati Kids still staying on the latter half of the board with just 10 points. That's a big concern, man. It's a big problem. And Cincinnati Kid is one of those teams that are pretty much the veterans. Every single person in that banner is known for their past history. And still they're not able to perform. What is exactly going wrong with Cincinnati Kids?
I don't know, maybe those 4v4 fights which they are taking, maybe they need more time to adjust. I don't know. But something really is happening wrong. Just not Cincinnati Kids, 8-Bit also. There are a few big names in the lobby which are still struggling. But that was the case in the open finals. If you remember Gen X FM, Gujarat Tigers, they were struggling on day number 1. But day number 2, they started picking things up. So maybe Cincinnati and 8-Bit, they'll start performing really good since from week number 2.
Yeah, I mean, Cincinnati Kids, look, we have a lot of expectations from this banner. Just like Gujarat Tigers, even these guys are on a redemption arc. So far, Cincinnati Kids' performance and the track record has been so way that they make it to the grand finals, but they never get even close to snatching that trophy away. But this time around, we want to see a different phase of Cincinnati Kids, but instead we're just not seeing Cincinnati Kids anywhere. We wanted to see a different phase, but this time, Cincinnati Kids, it is different, but on a really bad note.
Even yesterday also, if you notice, in the first game, they
Yeah.
got only 2 points. In the second game, they got only 6 points. And third game, cut to 0. Nothing. Nada. So this sort of a performance is not expected from their side. So I'm sure they're going to go back to the drawing board and think what's really happening between the team, what's really happening wrong, and rectify all those mistakes and come back much stronger. I don't want them to wait for the next week. I want them to start performing from day number 3 itself.
Another big problem is also from Myth officials. It is one of those
Yes.
banners that perform so well in the open finals, but now in the challenge season, they've been struggling too much. And you know what? Speaking of Myth Official, let's bring one of their players on board. We're having an interview lined up with Oxen from Myth Official. Welcome, Oxen, on the board. How's the experience been so far with the Snapdragon Pro Series?
Hello, thanks for having me. It's been quite a wonderful experience in this tournament. Yeah, so far.
Oxen, look, Oxen, look, you guys started off in quite a great note in the open finals. You guys were doing so good, but then that transition towards the challenge season, not so smooth, huh?
We ended up throwing games a lot, and our strategies and what we had worked, it's not going as we planned.
Yeah.
But
Shadow, you got something to ask?
Yeah, speaking about the performance, yesterday you got only 1 point. What really changed between yesterday and today? Because in the first 2 games today, you guys still seemed a little better as compared to today, yesterday. So what really changed in these 24 hours?
When you see this challenge week, there are totally 32 teams, which has 4 different groups. When you see that, you have many what do you say? You play different groups every day. So yesterday we didn't have any proper drops. We changed our drops, so we ended up throwing games. And today we tried other drops. We played quite decent today.
Yeah, you guys definitely did pretty good. And if you want to change one thing between your team, what would that thing be?
I would say strategy and our drops. We usually don't go to our drops because other teams are there. We are trying to change our drops, so that gives a big challenge to us to play.
Yeah, and I've noticed one thing as well. Myth officials, you guys like to play super passive off the rip, right? In the early phases, you guys don't really go for a lot of fights. And then in the late game, if someone wants to challenge a fight against you, that's when you sort of engage in a fight. Would you want to change that approach in the upcoming days and go aggressive off the rip?
Yeah, we would try that, but we don't have a lot of information. Like every teams do change their drops and rotations, so we are planning to do that.
And in the open finals, you guys were in the top 6. So which team, according to you, has impressed you the most, which has qualified from the open finals?
GenFXM.
Okay. Yeah, Gen XFM is definitely quite a good name. But hey, Oxen, thank you so much for joining for this interview. Really means a lot. And we hope the best for your team, Myth Officials. We would love to see you in the LAN finale in the upcoming days.
Thank you so much for having me. Let's see, hope for the best.
Yep, we
Good
hope for
luck.
the best for your team as well. But you know what? That was Myth. That was Oxen from Myth Officials. A nice guy, of course, some choice words as well being said. And he clearly mentioned this fact as well, that the strategies that they were cooking in the open finals not exactly working out in the challenge season because of different teams.
And mainly because of the drop location, because like I said, all the drop locations are already occupied by some other teams. So they're trying to figure out where exactly to drop, how to carve their path inside the circle. So they're struggling a little bit. So maybe in week number 2, when they have a proper plan, when they have a proper drop location, maybe we can see the same with officials which we saw in the open finals.
Exactly. I mean, Myth Official is definitely quite a remarkable banner. We would love to see them back in their Open finals form once again. A few more names still, they decide to concern us, including 8-Bit and a few more couple of known names right next to Reckoning Esports as well, because today's day for Reckoning Esports too was a bit concerning. Will tomorrow be something else? We might just see these names dominate. But hey, for now, the day comes to an end. Day 2 comes to an end. I'm going to be your host, Castro Necro, signing off right next to Shadow. We'll see you guys on the day 3 of the week 1.
So we're just gonna do our thing. Ain't never to the bell goes ding. We're gonna bring you down. If you think you'll stop somehow, just let us do our thing. This ain't never to the bell goes ding. It's